Phoenix Nights. Chapter 295. Chapter 295, Alliance of Prince Wen and Sima. Tuesday. Han Ying was frightened. She was now shrouded with nervousness and fear. She thought her mind would be more resolute after returning from her hometown. She thought she could seduce Qin Feng with her beauty and wrap him around her finger. However, Han Ying had retreated before she took off her clothes. She wasn't ready yet. She refused to give her body to a man she didn't like. Both of them ended the conversation and leaned shoulder to shoulder on the couch, sunk in deep thought. After Han Ying regained her energy and her mind cleared, she suddenly looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what happened in this event? Were they targeting the Qin family or that superstar? Who knows? The police failed to arrest the assassin anyway. Maybe they're targeting Rao Sherman. This was because the stage suddenly collapsed, and she was almost crushed under it, Qin Feng said indifferently. A chill flashed across Han Ying's eyes. She asked about this incident to sound out Qin Feng. However, she could tell from Qin Feng's answer, he didn't believe her at all. Now, with the intervention of the police, I believe the assassin will be caught in no time. The main thing is everybody is safe. Once again, Han Ying placed her head on Qin Feng's shoulder and proactively held his arm and comforted him. Oh yeah, Qin Feng, since you started to work at Royal Group, Uncle Qin has transferred most of his shares to you. You must work harder to improve yourself and not let Uncle Qin down. You're his only son and he cares a lot about you. Qin Feng's countenance changed slightly after Han Ying abruptly brought up this topic. Wasn't my performance good enough? I was the top seller last month and I was promoted from an ordinary employee to a sales group leader within 1 month, said Qin Feng, pasting a triumphant grin on his face. Yes, your performance is indeed outstanding. I was shocked during the performance conference last time. Han Ying followed up with a smile. As she smiled, she continued to talk. Not sure how many shares Uncle Qin transferred to you. Haha, you're so lucky. You're now an invisible tycoon with more than 100 million in assets. You're handsome, promising, and rich, just like a legendary man who reigned over the trifecta of tall, rich, and handsome. Even I'm tempted to marry you. Who knows? After all, it's my dad who's in charge of this kind of thing. I never cared, Qin Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. Han Ying's expression sank slightly before returning to normal. She wanted to ask more questions, but Qin Huang had come downstairs. Feng Ying, what are you guys talking about? Uncle Qin, we didn't speak much, we're just resting on the couch. You probably have something important to discuss with Qin Feng, so I'll excuse myself first. Saying so, Han Ying stood up and prepared to leave. It's okay, Ying. I'll ask Qin Feng come to my study. You can rest here. Qin Huang cast a warm smile at Han Ying. After that, he looked at Qin Feng and said, Feng, follow me to my study now. In a luxurious villa somewhere. A young man wearing a white robe rested on a couch. In front of him stood a black-cloaked elder. The white-robed youngster had an impressive and ethereal appearance. He was playing with a wooden fan. Uncle Ghost, what did you learn? White Robe asked softly. Second young master, it was the people from the Golden Assassin crew. Since the white-robed guy didn't like the name Prince Wen, Uncle Ghost then addressed him as second young master. Is Qin Feng dead? Second young master's voice was flat. He seemingly had the answer already. Not yet. Humph. What a lucky guy. Even the Golden Assassin crew has failed twice by his hands, sneered second young master with a disdainful look. Phoenix Nights. Second young master, that little brat broke through again. Second young master's eyes glittered. After that, his expression became cold and he asked, What's his level of strength now? How would he fare if compared to my big brother? I can't judge his strength now since I've never fought him. However, in my opinion, Qin Feng must be weaker than first young master. Haha! What can he achieve if he can't defeat my big brother? He's gonna die sooner or later. Second young master guffawed uproariously. He just managed a half laugh when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ding dong! It was a text notification. Second young master picked up his cell phone to read the message. The number of shares Qin Huang transferred to Qin Feng still hasn't been confirmed. It's not clear whether the shares are really with Qin Feng at this time. Second young master gave a Bronx cheer and texted back. The shares aren't with Qin Feng anymore. That sly old fox Qin Huang became suspicious long ago, and has already shifted the shares elsewhere. Continue to trace the whereabouts of the shares. We must find them. Second young master, someone is looking for you. A servant walked in from outside as soon as the white-robed guy replied to the message. Who is it? He said he is from the Sima family of Acropolis City. He'd like to have a cup of tea with second young master. Let him in, then. After 30 seconds, a heavenly-looking young man in a suit came inside and greeted second young master with a smile. Prince Wen, it's been a while. How's everything going? Prince Sima, I'm really surprised you would come to my humble home. No, Buddhism emphasizes the concept fate. Our paths will eventually cross if it's fated. With a faint smile on his face, he then sat opposite Prince Wen. Prince Sima, please enlighten me, where does the fate come from? Asked Prince Wen with a mirth. Long has the great name of the wise and wily Prince Wen resounded in my ear. You're a rare and brilliant genius in our generation. I expect Prince Wen would be clearer than me where the fate comes from, right? Haha, it's them who give me face. Prince Wen didn't pursue the origin of this fate. Instead, he waited for Sima Tu to speak. Sima Tu had come prepared. Without any hesitation, he got straight to the point. Prince Wen, I came here for Qin Feng, and I came here to get rid of him. Haha, interesting. Prince Wen burst out in a fit of violent laughter. Tell me frankly what you have in mind, Prince Sima. I presume Prince Wen has heard news of the emergency at Royal Group's opening ceremony. Yes, I have. It was a tragedy. Rumors say there was a shooter, and the stage collapsed as well. Even the superstar Rao Sherman, who came from the provincial capital, was almost injured. It was such a shame for this kind of thing to happen. Sima Tu said while beaming. It's indeed quite a shame. Why didn't the metal frame crush Rao Sherman and why didn't the shooter kill Qin Feng on spot? Queried Prince Wen with his eyebrows pricked. This time it was Sima Tu who burst into boisterous laughter. Ha ha. Seems like I've found my partner. I've got a plan. Does Prince Wen want to analyze the pros and cons with me? Of course I do. The opening ceremony of Royal Group has caused a big commotion in society. They invited Rao Sherman, a first-tier celebrity, as a VIP to their opening ceremony and even publicized their event schedule on major social media networks. In the end, this kind of tragedy happened, and now, people were scared. Do you think the people still dare to purchase a villa from Phase 2 of Cloud City Hua Manor? If we make use of this opportunity and cause the same accident at other estates of Royal Group, the people of Acropolis City will eventually lose their faith in Royal Group. The once great real estate giant crashes and falls overnight. It happens all the time. This kind of news is indeed very common. However, it's still a bit lackluster if we want to crush a real estate giant like Royal Group, said Prince Wen while nodding his head. This is the reason I came to Prince Wen. Since it lacks some firepower, then we shall give it a push. You know what a tiring life Qin Huang has lived as the wealthiest man in Acropolis City. He might thank us in the future for showing him a new and easier way of life after we've dragged him down from the top. Apparently Prince Sima has it all planned. Firstly, we'll aggravate the tragedy that happened on Royal Group's opening ceremony and stir up some trouble for the other real estate projects of Royal Group. Secondly, the superstar Rao Sherman has a strong background. The lady genius of the Dongfang family in the provincial capital, Dongfang Qingshui, treats Rao Sherman like her own sister. Now that her sister almost died at Royal Group's event, do you think she wouldn't be enraged? Maybe she'll unleash the full power of the Dongfang family to crush the Qin family in her fury. Lastly, the assassins are from the Golden Assassin crew. Since Qin Feng and Qin Huang have offended this organization, they might need to worry about survival for the rest of their lives. Now the time is right. Even the geographical and social conditions are in our favor. Isn't this the perfect time for Prince Wen to make your move? Ha ha! Good, very well planned. I hope we have a good time working together, Prince Sima. All of a sudden, Prince Wen excitedly smacked the table and declared his alliance with Sima Tuesday. How could he not have considered the 3 points Sima Tu mentioned? The reason he lurked in the dark and didn't take the initiative was because Hua Ming almost revealed his identity during that time at the mountain resort. Hua Ming's action had roused suspicion with the people of Qin Manor. So Prince Wen couldn't take Qin Feng on unbridledly. He had to maintain a low profile and borrow outside power to exterminate Qin Feng. So, he'd previously asked Uncle Ghost to persuade the Hao family's elder to hire an assassin from the Golden Assassin crew to assassinate Qin Feng, and cause Qin Feng to run afoul of this menacing organization. Now Sima Tu had taken the initiative to form an alliance with him. Prince Wen was entirely willing to borrow the power of Sima Tu, backing him at the same time, in order to get rid of Qin Feng, or even crush the Qin family in Acropolis City. Qin Manor main building, 3rd floor study room. Qin Feng and Qin Huang sat face to face. Qin Huang was making tea with his tea set, and very soon, a pot of high-grade Longjing tea was prepared. Qin Feng sat quietly on the wooden floor, weighing his dad's tea-making performance. The room was filled with the fragrance of books and tea. Feng, were you injured? After Qin Huang served a cup of tea to Qin Feng, his expression became grave suddenly. He was the wealthiest man in Acropolis City, shrewd and deep, and had an eagle-like gaze. So when this tragedy happened, when he heard the 2 gunshots, he'd already known the people from the Golden Assassin crew had come. Once the Golden Assassin crew made their move, there would be casualties. Granted that Qin Huang hadn't seen the gunshot wound on Qin Feng's thigh, he also knew it couldn't have been easy for his son to escape their ambush. I was shot in the thigh. The bullet's been extracted, and I'm fine now. Qin Feng took a sip from the tea, his eyes shone brightly, and he exclaimed, Dad, it's such a nice tea. On the other hand, Qin Huang had a worried face. He wanted to check Qin Feng's wound. However, Qin Feng waved his hand and refused. Dad, I was shot in the thigh, very close to my precious one. If you want to see, I'll still need to take my pants off, and I'm afraid you may see something else. I think you might as well forget about it. Chapter 296. Chapter 296, Winter Iron Glove Upgrade. Qin Huang sat back down and yelled at Qin Feng with a stormy expression. You brat, you're always so insincere when you talk to me. Is your gunshot wound really okay? Why don't I tell Dr. Zhang to take a look at it? Qin Huang was still really worried. It's fine. To prevent his father from worrying, Qin Feng changed the topic. 2 assassins came this time. I killed one of them on the spot, and the other escaped. When I was coming back, I asked Uncle Fu about the Golden Assassin crew. It seems that we're in a bind. Dad, keep Uncle Fu by your side 24 hours a day from now on. I don't need his protection. I have the ability to protect myself. Qin Huang was moved. He took a small sip of tea and said, The Golden Assassin crew is indeed hard to deal with. But they've failed twice now, so they'll probably stop for a while and attack with a fury the next time they make a move. What's thornier is the opening ceremony problem. A shooting occurred at Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2's opening ceremony, and the stage collapsed. I'm sure the properties won't sell well after that, sighed Qin Huang. Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 is just one of Royal Group's large properties. Even if the sales for the properties were obstructed, it won't affect the entire company's profit. Dad, are you afraid that someone will use this problem to suppress us? A flash of joy flitted through Qin Huang's heavy expression. His son was able to grasp what he was thinking. Qin Huang found that Qin Feng really had grown up. He was no longer that brat who only knew how to play with girls and idle about. Maybe I'm worrying too much. I hope this won't happen. Qin Huang furrowed his eyebrows and was deep in thought. Who knew what he was thinking? Dad, just now, Han Ying asked me about my shares in the company. How many shares have you transferred to me? Han Ying asked about this? Qin Huang stiffened slightly, then quickly relaxed again. Fomer, you don't even have a penny's worth of stocks right now. I transferred them all to someone else. Once Qin Huang said this, Qin Feng suddenly thought of his 2 quests that were previously expiring. One of the quests was to subdue Han Ying, while the other was to find the criminal behind Ma Dahu. Of the 2 quests, Qin Feng extended Han Ying's and gave up on Ma Dahu's. The punishment for failing Ma Dahu's quest was to lose the royal group shares. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking about the punishments if he were to fail his other quests, because he now had clear evidence that the hedonist sovereign system's rewards and punishments would all actually happen. Whom did you transfer them to? Asked Qin Feng. A very dependable woman. Qin Huang gave Qin Feng a meaningful look. Qin Feng's lips twitched as he stared at Qin Huang and said, Dad, when did you start keeping a lover? How come I didn't even know? This time, Qin Huang's lips twitched. The hand holding the teacup trembled incessantly, and he almost threw the tea in Qin Feng's face. Stinking brat, how dare you say something so unfilial? In this world I, Qin Huang, have never had any interest in a woman other than your mother. Dad, then tell me about Mom. Qin Feng instantly became emotional. Ever since he was born, he'd never seen his mother. He'd lived for 22 years, but he never heard his father or members of the capital's Qin family mention his mother. It's useless talking about her now. If I say too much, it'll only bring you more headaches. It wouldn't be too late to tell you when you have the ability to win the Qin clan's martial arts competition, and you attain the junior patriarch position of the capital's Qin family. Okay, go rest. I also have to begin dealing with the aftermath of what happened recently. Qin Feng was dismissed from the study. When Qin Feng arrived at the parlor, Han Ying was already gone. He returned to his room on the 3rd floor, lay in bed, and opened the hedonist sovereign system. Master, I'm so glad I can see you're still alive! Once the hedonist sovereign system was opened, Little Pig bounced out. Qin Feng looked at Little Pig, who looked like a little mouse scurrying all over the room. He suddenly had the urge to stomp him to death. During the afternoon's events, Qin Feng broke through both internal and external stages and was awarded 3,000 hedonist points. Additionally, when Yun Xiao left, he was awarded 1,000 hedonist points by curing her social anxiety. Now, Qin Feng had a total of 4,000 hedonist points. When Qin Feng saw all the hedonist points, he was so moved he wanted to shout thrice. Master, you just need to spend 1,500 hedonist points, and your total spendings would be 10,000 hedonist points. Then you can become a rank 5 hedonist mortal and receive 3 free lottery chances. At the same time, you'll activate the system's wuxia interface and step onto the road of becoming a sovereign immortal. Little Pig left for a bit, then came back with Pikachu. Pikachu had been with Su Ruoro this whole time. When he saw Qin Feng, he emotionally hopped into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng also missed Pikachu a lot. Once he hugged Pikachu, his expression fell. You pervert, tell me, do you shamelessly bury yourself in Su Ruoro's embrace every night to sleep? Qin Feng smelled Su Ruoro's scent on Pikachu and felt horrible. He was treated worse than a little animal. Pikachu could feel the coldness emanating from Qin Feng, and he dexterously escaped Qin Feng's embrace to arrive by Little Pig on the floor. Qin Feng shook his head, sighed, and proceeded to ignore the two beasts. He opened the system's fusion function. A couple of days ago, when fighting with Sima Tu, his left winter iron glove was ruined. That glove was now rendered useless, and Qin Feng was prepared to fix it in the fusion interface. When placed in the fusion function, the system provided a notice. The right glove could be the item to get upgraded, and the left glove would be enhancive material for it. This way, the upgraded item could be a new orange-grade right glove, while the left glove would be integrated into it. This fusion cost 1,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng hesitated for a brief moment, then thought. Fuse! Since he was right-handed anyway, having just the right glove would usually be adequate. It was naturally worth it to upgrade the winter iron glove from white to orange grade. Thus, all of Qin Feng's equipment would be orange grade spiritual equipment. With the command, the fusion interface's large oven spun quickly, then stopped just as quickly. A gleaming orange winter iron glove emerged. Fusion success. Upgraded winter iron glove, right glove. Equipment grade, orange mid-grade equipment. Made with 1,000-year-old winter iron, it was incomparably hard. Winter iron's natural properties made the wearer feel cold with clear determination, raising the wearer's stamina and accuracy during battle. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for successfully creating an orange-grade equipment. The Hedonist Sovereign System rewards you 1,000 Hedonist points. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Acquire 6 pieces of orange-grade spiritual equipment. Quest time limit 3 months. 4 have currently been collected. Successful completion reward 5,000 Hedonist points and 1 blue-grade equipment. Upon failure, the host will lose all his orange-grade spiritual equipment. This quest arrived too suddenly. Qin Feng was so excited, he almost jumped up. He had 4 pieces of orange-grade spiritual equipment, the true steel sword, the flying dragon armor, the spirit snake whip, and the winter iron glove. As long as he got 2 more orange-grade equipment, he could complete the quest and receive 5,000 hedonist points. This was not a small number. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, a winter iron glove with orange light appeared on Qin Feng's right fist. After upgrading the winter iron glove, the winteriness of the glove was even more prevalent. It also strengthened Qin Feng's awareness and reaction speed, and made his reactions quicker. Whoosh! Qin Feng leapt and pumped his right fist into the air. With the intermediate Thunder Tiger fists, the winter iron glove made every punch formidable with irresistible force. Nice, it really is more agile and sensitive than the white-grade gloves. Qin Feng practiced his punching technique while praising the glove. There was only 1 grade difference between white and orange, but the improvement was vast. The upgrade of a single glove enhanced Qin Feng's abilities a lot. It was evident how important equipment grade was to a martial artist. At normal university, though Sima Tu's abilities weren't comparable to Qin Feng's, his blue-grade Malus Azure Wing blades defeated Qin Feng. With 1 slash, the winter iron glove was rendered useless. After practicing the intermediate Thunder Tiger fist technique, Qin Feng was dripping with sweat and extremely content. He put away his glove and sat on the sofa. Now, he just needed to spend 500 hedonist points to reach rank 5 hedonist mortal. Qin Feng was most excited about the 3 lottery chances that came with the upgrade. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, Sovereign Level Skill. Master, you can use 500 hedonist points to purchase a bottle of Lucky Potion, suggested Little Pig as it jumped on Qin Feng's body when Qin Feng was struggling to buy something. Lucky Potion? Why should I buy it? Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows. Lucky Potion, of course it's to improve your luck. With a prideful expression, Little Pig cast a scornful stare at Qin Feng. 500 hedonist points, one-time use potion, host will have a chance to increase luck by 5 times to 5,000 times, lasting for 5 minutes. As Qin Feng read the description of Lucky Potion, his expression sank completely. Do you hold a grudge against me, Little Pig? How could you be so prodigal? This young master worked hard enough to earn a flimsy number of hedonist points. What would I buy a bottle of Lucky Potion for? Moreover, the effect is only for 5 minutes. It's distressing to spend 500 hedonist points for just 5 minutes. TSK. Whatever you want. Little Pig cast a disdainful look at Qin Feng and said, If Master spends 500 hedonist points, then Master will be promoted to rank 5 hedonist mortal and entitled to a lottery. After that, Master can drink the Lucky Potion when drawing the lottery and increase the rate of getting epic items. Master might even get those heavenly equipments or skills. Qin Feng's face reddened. He realized he always made a clown of himself in front of the pig. Hee, I thought the Lucky Potion is useful as well. I was going to buy it anyway, even if you, Little Pig, didn't remind me. Qin Feng shamelessly purchased the Lucky Potion and pretended he was a wise and far-sighted man. Shameless! Little Pig rolled his eyes at Qin Feng. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng has spent 10,000 hedonist points. You have successfully been promoted to rank 5 hedonist mortal. The wuxia interface is activated. At the same time, the host will be granted 3 free lottery chances. Does the host want to initiate the lottery sequence now? Qin Feng hastily opened the lucky potion and drank all the blue liquid. Initiate now! A big, round wheel then appeared in Qin Feng's mind. The wheel spun fast and stopped after 30 seconds. Host didn't get any prize. Please try again. Fuck! Cursed Qin Feng. He had been eagerly looking forward to getting an epic prize after he drank the lucky potion. He waited wholeheartedly, and in the end, he didn't get anything during the first round. He gnashed his teeth and sent a furious glare at the little pig that was frolicking at the side, wanted to throttle that pig to death. Again! Qin Feng's body trembled slightly. Host didn't get any prize. Please try again. Qin Feng's expression paled. He quivered all over his body and large beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead. He was engulfed in flames of fury, his 2 fists cracking as he clenched them. Qin Feng swore that if he didn't get anything on the 3rd round, he was going to ask the Qian to add braised pork trotters as an appetizer. Again! Qin Feng's heart was in his throat. Qin Feng had waited for a long time to get these 3 lottery chances. If he really didn't get anything at all, he was better dead. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, you've acquired a sovereign-level skill, the Vajra Esotery. The system's robotic voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. However, the sound was as wonderful as a young maiden's nightingale-like voice. Sovereign-level skill? What grade is that? Qin Feng's mind went blank all of a sudden. He'd lost the ability to react. He knew the grades for spiritual weapons in the system: sovereign, gold, purple, blue, orange, and white. He knew the grades for pills in the system: sovereign, grade 9, grade 8, grade 2, and grade 1. He also knew the grades for skills in the system: sovereign, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Qin Feng's intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, a yellow top grade skill, was fairly powerful. One punch from him could conquer mountains and rivers, and the force was unstoppable. His basic sword skill, a yellow middle grade skill, was kind of lackluster. However, he could still slice through metal easily and force people to kneel using sword auras. His Phantom Whip technique was an overwhelmingly powerful yellow top grade skill. When paired with inner chi, he could unleash dozens of overlapping whip shadows that no one could escape from. The 3 skills Qin Feng possessed were all yellow, the lowest grade in the skill ranking. He'd never seen the power of a higher grade skill, so he didn't know a black level skill could induce a family civil war and massive slaughter within a sect. He also didn't know an earth level skill could stir up the realm of martial arts and cause a vicious war. He didn't even know a legendary heaven-level skill could make the top martial artists from every major sect rip off their disguise and go to crazy extremes to seize the skill for themselves. Then, what could a sovereign-level skill that had been missing for thousands of years, so long even martial artists questioned its existence, possibly mean? Qin Feng didn't dare to think much. This was because he couldn't imagine it either. When the memories surged violently into his mind, Qin Feng still retained a stunned look on his face. It was such an ancient skill that the words were unfathomable runes, the contents less than the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, but each and every one of the ancient runes emitted an esoteric and mystical charm. These ancient runes were like living spiritual objects, and danced wildly in Qin Feng's memories. They brought along an almighty and ancient aura and speedily merged with Qin Feng's past memories. The Vajra Esotery. Skill level sovereign. Whoever cultivates this skill will be the #1 external expert. His body will become as hard as an adamantine, and indestructible by any means. Qin Feng opened the description for the Vajra Esotery. A row of 5 stars. The system described very little about this skill, only a few sentences and lacking any elaboration. Qin Feng read through it thoroughly, over and over again, but still couldn't understand anything. Master! Little Pig stopped romping around. Even Pikachu was shocked, its fur standing on end like it had been electrocuted. Both spiritual pets had sensed the sovereign skill in Qin Feng's memories. The skill stood out from the masses, emitting a burst of ancient and distant aura, and they found a hint of familiarity in it. Am I dreaming, little pig? Qin Feng and the pig and the rat stared fixedly at one another. All of them were so frightened they didn't dare move. They were afraid the dream might disappear once they moved. Master, I was going to ask you the same question. We're not dreaming, right? Seeing the usually prideful little pig astonished, Qin Feng knew he'd drawn a godly treasure. Master, this is a sovereign-level skill, a supreme-level skill that may not even exist in legend. Oh gosh, we're in such a big trouble. If the news of this skill leaks out, let alone Master, the entire Acropolis city and the entire provincial capital, even the whole world, will go crazy. With Master's current miserable strength, how could Master protect this skill? When those martial arts masters come to SNA the skill, will they kill us pitiful little pets too? Little pig grumbled nonstop. Qin Feng's expression became darker and darker. How dare you say I'm weak? Qin Feng yelled in his heart. Qin Feng felt he was a genius martial artist, a prodigy among his peers, since he could master both inner qi and external strength. How come he became insignificant in Little Pig's mouth? Little Pig, what is this Vajra esotery? The system doesn't have a detailed description about it, so I don't have any idea how to use this technique right now. Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, Basic Sword Skill, and Phantom Whip Technique, all of them became Qin Feng's memories when he acquired them. With these memories, Qin Feng could use them directly. However, the Vajra esotery was different. Even though he had the memories, Qin Feng realized this technique wasn't an offensive skill but more likely a defensive skill. Master, the Vajra esotery is a supreme defensive skill. After you successfully cultivate it, your body would become as tough as an iron wall. Nothing will be able to penetrate your body or injure you. Just like Master's face. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth crooked. He was fuming with so much anger he almost blacked out. He realized Little Pig knew him too well. Since this pig knows so many of my secrets, should I kill it? Unlike other skills, the Vajra esotery can't be used instantly, even with the possession of this skill. This skill requires Master to cultivate it step by step before you can bring out its full potential. Regarding the way of cultivation, well, not even the system has a record, so how could you expect a cute little pig like me to know? Qin Feng was enraged. Every time he saw a person or an animal who was more shameless than he'd become angry. As he prepared to pounce on Little Pig and Pikachu, wanting to give them 50 strokes each, somebody knocked on his room door. Qin Feng, come out fast, please come out now. I can't hold it anymore, I can't breathe. Suruo's orgasm-like voice drifted in from outside the door. Qin Feng reacted instantly. A second before he'd still been on the bed and the next second, he'd already opened the door. Suruo stood at the door in pink pajamas. She was so excited her face was flushed. Qin Feng grabbed Suruo's little waist without demur and threw her onto his bed. When he was about to pounce on her, Suruo climbed up angrily, glared at Qin Feng, and yelled, Qin Feng, what are you doing? You pervert! Qin Feng missed his target. The imaginary scene of tossing Suruo's soft and flimsy body restlessly from side to side was shattered. All he got in his arms was his own quilt. Greatly enraged, he also sent a furious glare at Suruo and yelled, Ro, aren't you the one who wanted to do it, so you came to seduce me? How could you scold me when we're doing something important? Suruo finally understood. She'd been too agitated just now, and Qin Feng had taken it wrongly. Big bad wolf, your mind is filled with dirty thoughts only. Humph! This person is going to ignore you. I'm going to play with young Master Qin downstairs. After Suruo finished talking, she ran out of Qin Feng's room like a cheerful butterfly. Qin Feng was left dazed on his own bed. He was thinking about what Suruo had said just now. Play with young Master Qin? Aren't I young Master Qin? Fuck! Could it be Xiao Bai has come back? Qin Feng shouted and hastily dashed downstairs. He felt awful when he reached the parlor on the first floor. Xiao Bai was now sitting on the couch in the parlor with Su Ruoro and Rao Sherman on his left and right, respectively. The girls were excited at Xiao Bai's return. Su Ruoro was joyfully talking with Xiao Bai while Rao Sherman proactively peeled oranges and served Xiao Bai tea with a charming smile on her face. Seeing this scene, tears streamed down Qin Feng's face all of a sudden. Not even he had the privilege of enjoying this type of treatment from the girls. He was thinking in his heart, should I reveal my true identity as young Master Qin in front of these two fairies? Maybe I can have a threesome tonight. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, Limited Time Purchase. Oh ho! Young Master Qin is back! Qin Feng arrived in the parlor and walked over to Xiao Bai with a smile. Then, he shook Xiao Bai's hand. Xiao Bai was bracketed by two beauties, and he knew that there was a large chance these two beauties belonged to Qin Feng. He was on pins and needles. When he suddenly saw Qin Feng walk over, he was so frightened that he immediately stood up and almost spilled the tea in his hand. Young Master Qin's personal attendant. Ha ha! I'm back! Xiao Bai's hand trembled in Qin Feng's. He was regretting going to Qin Manor as a bodyguard. When he was initially hired, his job description was just to protect Qin Feng. Nothing was mentioned about acting with him. Xiao Bai didn't know how to act. He preferred to battle bandits, or even take bullets or blades for Qin Feng. He was worried that if someone saw through his acting, he would be done for. This was over 10 times more dangerous than being a bodyguard. Young Master Qin is so personable and lacking in pretentiousness. He really is someone worth learning from. Qin Feng pinched the brat lightly for getting waited on by the two women earlier. The pinch made Xiao Bai feel as though his bones were about to break, but he didn't dare make a peep. Instead, he smiled and said to Qin Feng, "Little Feng, don't praise me, I get prideful easily." Xiao Bai was really back. Qin Feng had called him that afternoon to let him return. In order to affirm the pretense that Xiao Bai had gone to a remote mountain region to teach, Qin Feng sent Xiao Bai to a beach in Africa 3 days ago, and had him stay in the scorching sun for 3 days. Now, he was dark and thin, and he looked like someone who had gone to a remote mountain region and suffered. Young Master Qin, you shouldn't go to teach in remote mountain regions in the future. Every time you go, you leave for a couple of months, and once you return, you're unrecognizable. You look like you haven't eaten properly for 3 years. Look, you're sunburnt to a crisp. You must not have had any meat dishes while you were there. Qin Feng took Xiao Bai's hand and looked so moved that tears were about to fall from his eyes. 2 tears actually fell from Xiao Bai's eyes. The tears formed from feeling endlessly wronged. Oh no, it wasn't hard. As long as those impoverished children can learn, acquire knowledge, and understand the development of the outside world, it doesn't feel hard. Young Master Qin! Su Ruoro's eyes turned red. She was so moved that she was about to cry. In her emotional state, she made a grab toward Xiao Bai's arm. Qin Feng reacted quickly and intercepted the move. He took Su Ruoro's soft hand and looked at her unhappily. Ruoro, go up and get dressed, then come back down. Running around in your pajamas is quite indecent. Who cares? You got injured today. Hurry and go up to rest. I'll take care of young Master Qin. You forget that I'm young Master Qin's personal housekeeper. Su Ruoro stared back at Qin Feng and pouted her lips at him cutely. Qin Feng's fair face became stormy, while Xiao Bai's tanned face blanched. Young Master Qin, I'm Rao Sherman. It's an honor to meet you at last. I told Qin Feng to call you back here. I didn't know you'd really gone to a remote mountain region to teach. My deepest apologies for interrupting such a meaningful task. Rao Sherman extended her hand to initiate a handshake with Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai didn't extend his hand. He peeked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately walked up and grabbed Rao Sherman's hand and asked with deep concern. Sherman, you suffered quite the shock today. Are you better now? Ever since the stage collapse that afternoon, Rao Sherman had a much better attitude toward Qin Feng. Though Qin Feng took her hand, she didn't angrily resist. She smiled at Qin Feng. I slept, and after waking up, I don't remember anything. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. That's good, that's good. In the middle of his sentence, his expression became anxious. Sure, man, you can forget about the shooting and the stage collapsing, but I braved death and used my small, thin body to hold up the stage and save your life. I also kiss. Qin Feng, stop. Some things I won't forget for the rest of my life. Rao Sherman shyly interrupted Qin Feng. When Rao Sherman thought of how she gave Qin Feng her first kiss, she was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. Young Master Qin, you haven't eaten after getting back, have you? I'll cook a bowl of egg noodles for you. I make a mean bowl of egg noodles. Su Roro saw that Rao Sherman and Qin Feng were sharing a moment, so she used the opportunity to take care of Xiao Bai. Qin Feng immediately released Rao Sherman's hand and grabbed Su Roro's arm. Ro, Butler Wang will have the chef prepare it. Hurry and go upstairs and change. Young Master Qin, why don't I make you 2 dishes that go well with alcohol? My cooking skills aren't bad. Qin Feng blocked Su Roro, but Rao Sherman smiled and approached Xiao Bai. Qin Feng's expression immediately fell. He couldn't understand what was wrong with these 2 women tonight. How was Xiao Bai better than him? Xiao Bai had just returned from Africa. Once he got to the capital, he rushed onto a plane back to Acropolis. And once he got off the plane, he rushed back to Qin Manor. He was famished. Haha, then. Xiao Bai was just about to agree to Rao Sherman making food for him, when Qin Feng sent him a death glare. Xiao Bai immediately smiled, waved his hand at Su Roro and Rao Sherman, and said, Oh no, I won't trouble you too. After getting off the plane, I ate before coming back. I sat on the plane for most of the day, so I feel a bit dizzy and weak. I'll go up and rest first. Please make yourselves at home, ladies. Xiao Bai spoke while running upstairs. He ran while hitting his chest. He could finally breathe. As long as he distanced himself from the 2 beauties, young Master Qin definitely won't make things hard for him. Ah. Young Master Qin, I didn't know you were coming home so suddenly, so I haven't cleaned up your room. I'll go get you some fresh bedsheets. Su Roro immediately went after him. Wait for me, big sis Roro. I'll see what I can help you with. Rao Sherman followed. Qin Feng was the only one left in the large, empty parlor. He looked outside at the pie-black sky with a cold expression. He decided that after Rao Sherman left, he'd send Xiao Bai to Africa once and for all, to kill himself. Qin Feng returned to his own room and opened the hedonist sovereign system. Xiao Bai's suddenly arrival had interrupted what he was doing. He had now risen to rank 5 hedonist mortal. In the lottery, he acquired the sovereign-level skill Vajra Esotery and activated the system's wuxia interface. He opened the wuxia interface to find various weapons, techniques, and pills. For example, the literally throwing knives he used before were in the wuxia interface. The literally throwing knife was considered the lowest grade and cheapest weapon in the interface. There were many other godly weapons and techniques within, but the corresponding prices were similarly startling. The Dragon Slayer Saber, Heavenly Sword, Wild Snow Drinking Saber, Exceptional Sword, Lion Roar, 9 Swords of Dugu, Star-Sucking Great Skill, Buddha's Palm. The weapons that you could find in the wuxia interface were limited only by your imagination. Qin Feng looked at them, dazzled. However, after looking at them again in detail, he found that although there were many different kinds of equipment and techniques, the low-grade techniques were not as good as the 3 he currently had. The mid-grade ones, on the other hand, were much better than his. The prices were all above 10,000 hedonist points. The high-grade techniques and weapons all cost over 50,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng didn't count the zeros for the godly techniques because he was afraid doing so would make him cross-eyed. Master, right now, you're the best at wielding swords, so I would advise. Little Pig's sticky voice resounded. After saying half of his sentence, he was unhappily interrupted by Qin Feng. Damn Piglet, you like acting bass. Your whole family likes acting bass. Little Pig looked at Qin Feng with a blank expression for a good while, then suddenly laughed. Master, I was talking about swords and you interpreted it as base. It seems that you love being base, Master. Qin Feng felt like crying. He had just been ignored by the two beauties Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro, and now he was getting played by a pig. Little Pig, keep talking. Master, you are good with swords, so buy a high-level sword technique to cultivate and vastly improve your skills. This book of basic sword techniques is the most basic sword manual. As a Stage 3 energy expert, it isn't that useful, said Little Pig earnestly. Ever since Qin Feng broke through Stage 2 energy, he had felt that basic sword techniques weren't too useful to him. He would rather use Thunder Tiger Fists with the Winter Iron Glove or the Spirit Snake Whip with the Phantom Whip technique when fighting, because these two techniques were much more powerful than the true steel sword paired with the basic sword technique. He searched the wuxia interface for sword techniques, and his gaze fell upon a rare manual with the 9 Swords of Dugu technique. This technique was extremely well known. It was the rare sword manual used by Ling Huchong in his favorite novel, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. With the 9 Swords of Dugu, a normal, iron longsword could beat Dong Fang Bubi, the number 1 in the martial community, into a dog. Thus, the sword technique manuals seemed to be very formidable and profound. However, this sword technique manual required 10,000 hedonist points, but Qin Feng currently only had 3,500. He couldn't afford it. Master, 9 Swords of Dugu is a mid-grade sword technique manual, so it's prime time for you to use it. However, it costs 10,000 hedonist points, so you can't afford it now. I would advise Master to buy the Wind Blade technique first, and buy the 9 Swords of Dugu after you've saved up 10,000 hedonist points, suggested Little Pig. Wind Blade technique? Don't I need to have Stage 4 inner ability to be able to use it? Why would I buy it now? Asked Qin Feng with suspicion. Then, he opened the normal system search bar and found the Wind Blade technique. There was a time limit next to the Purchase button, indicating that the remaining time to purchase the item was 3:2:09. What is this? Master, the Wind Blade technique is an Earth-level skill. How could you buy it for 3,000 hedonist points? Its original price is 30,000 hedonist points. However, the system is extremely humane. Sometimes it lowers the price of a high-level weapon or technique for a limited period. If Master doesn't buy the Wind Blade technique now, after 3 days you'll have to spend 30,000 hedonist points to buy it, said Little Pig. Chapter 299. Chapter 299. Was this Sherman's or Ruoro's? Qin Feng suddenly thought of the shopping mall's limited-time offers and the crazy end-of-season sales of various major brand stores. He never imagined this hedonist sovereign system had this kind of special discount as well. If he didn't buy the Wind Blade technique now, then he'd need to pay 10 times the price to purchase it after 3 days. Qin Feng wasn't that stupid. He hastily spent 3,000 hedonist points and bought the Wind Blade technique. Wind Blade martial skill. Skill level, Earth level lower grade skill. Whoever practices this martial art can release invisible wind blades after condensing chi. This attack is fast, precise, and fierce, an essential and godly skill to kill people. After Qin Feng acquired the Wind Blade technique, a bunch of strange memories surged violently into his mind. When his mind calmed down, he already had the memories of this martial skill inside his brain. As he circulated chi inside his body, he furiously waved his large hand. However, the imaginary scene of leaving a blade mark on the wall, or the wall collapsing, didn't appear. His surroundings were quiet, not even a gust of breeze blew. Seems like I really can't perform the Wind Blade martial skill at Stage 3 inner chi. Qin Feng sighed lightly. Inner chi cultivation was a long process. It all began with the inhaled chi that every human knew. After you inhaled chi, you need to practice, in training chi, and direct that chi into the dantian. After that was refine chi. And after you could refine chi with ease, then you'd have a chance to step into Stage 1 inner chi and become a martial artist. After you became a martial artist, then it was the time to control qi. You could control the qi in your dantian to strengthen your physical body, alter your bodily functions, or even use it in a battle to kill people. Stage 4 inner qi was a dividing line in inner qi cultivation. You'd need to practice control qi over and over again before entering stage 4 inner qi. Once you could control the qi in your body with high precision, then you could break through this bottleneck and step into the realm of stage 4 inner qi and become a truly powerful inner qi expert. This was because starting from stage 4 inner qi, the inner qi expert would learn discharge qi, which was a legendary technique. Discharge inner qi, hit the cow behind mountains. Qin Feng was still in the stage of control qi, and couldn't discharge his inner qi yet, so he couldn't use the wind blade martial skill. Acropolis City, Amethyst Dragon Palace. Originally, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was the property of the Hao family, formerly one of Acropolis City's 4 major families. However, since the Hao family had fallen, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was now owned by the Sima family. In a luxurious VIP room, 2 fancily dressed young men sat on a couch, each holding a glass of red wine. They were weighing a beauty on stage performing a striptease. Prince Sima, it's been such a long time since we 2 brothers have met up. It's such a pity that little brat Hao Yun had a bad life, but fortunately, we could retain this Amethyst Dragon Palace and protect it from falling into the Qin family's grasp. Prince Zhou, I was busy breaking through my limits recently and had no time to have a cup or 2 with you. I hope you don't mind. Sima Tu replied with a smile, then took a sip of good wine. Beside him sat a handsome young man, one of the 4 princes of Acropolis City, Zhou Kai, Prince Zhou. Prince Sima, you're too courteous. Breaking one's own limits is the right thing to do. You're not like me. I'm an idle fellow, versed neither in polite letters nor in martial arts. I feel so ashamed every time I sit beside Prince Sima. Zhou Kai burst into laughter, his sights fixed on the stripper on stage. That luscious dancer was now topless. As Sima Tu glanced at Zhou Kai, a flash of light suddenly crossed his eyes. Prince Zhou, I specially hired this foreign lass abroad. She's fine, right? I heard she's still a virgin. If Prince Zhou wants, I'll gift her to Prince Zhou then. Zhou Kai laughed with mouth agape and replied, Well, thanks, Prince Sima. You're welcome. She's just a foreign lass, not a superstar either. Sima Tu added casually, Rumors say China's top-tier celebrity Rao Sherman has come to Acropolis City. She's the pure jade girl, who's never had any scandal since her debut. If I can get her in my hands, then I'll have no regret for the rest of my life. Zhou Kai's eyes shone even brighter. Withdrawing his attention from the performance on stage, he turned his head to the side to look at Sima Tuesday. Prince Sima, did you fall for her? I had my eyes on her for a long time now. I heard she's still in Acropolis City. Hee hee. Indeed, I'm quite fond of her. She's the country's goddess. How can one not fall for her? Sima Tu smiled and waved his hand. But I just broke through during my seclusion. My inner chi still hasn't stabilized, so I can't do that kind of thing yet. Otherwise, I'd already have treated Miss Rao Sherman to a meal and had a nice time with her. As for you, this fellow, why don't you grasp such a good opportunity? If you don't make your move now, Rao Sherman might not come back to a small place like Acropolis City for the rest of her life after she returns to the provincial capital. Then, you won't be able to hit on her anymore. Zhou Kai's countenance changed slightly. It was an undeniable fact that in his heart, he'd always wanted to make a move on Rao Sherman. After all, who didn't want to sleep with a beautiful and young celebrity like Rao Sherman? But she's never had any scandal. I think someone is backing her. I'm afraid she won't heed my invitation, said Zhou Kai with his eyebrows furrowed. A celebrity is just a performer. All of them have a price. This place is Acropolis City. Whether she wants to come or not isn't for her to say. It's yours, Prince Zhou's. If she comes, then get on her. After that, throw her some money. If she isn't satisfied, then throw some more. It's just a one-night stand. What can a performer like her do to you? Sima Tu countered indifferently. Zhou Kai's eyes glittered as he replied, I'm just afraid the people from the Qin family would look for trouble. After all, Rao Sherman is their VIP guest. The Qin family? Haha. Are they that powerful? I haven't had time to play with them since I was cultivating in seclusion earlier. Now that I've come out from my seclusion, why would you still be afraid of the Qin family? Sima Tu sneered. Moreover, do you think the Qin family will wage a war against you just for an actor? Even if they dare to, I, as one of the Sima family, will ally with the Zhou family, and together we'll eliminate this group of people once for all. We'll show the people from the Qin family just who is in charge of Acropolis City. Haha. Everything is not a problem as long as I have Prince Sima's words. The big rock in Zhou Kai's heart disappeared suddenly and an evil grin then appeared on the corner of his mouth. Cheers. I'll send Prince Sima a recording for your enjoyment after I've finished tasting Rao Sherman. That's what you said? Remember your own promise. I'll wait for your video. Sima Tu's smile grew bigger. Tonight's dinner was the farewell dinner for Rao Sherman. It was also a meal Rao Sherman prepared especially for young Master Qin after she invited him. The venue of the dinner was Qin Manor, in the villa where Rao Sherman stayed. She'd just been in this villa for 3 nights yet the whole building was filled with the fragrance of her body. Qin Feng and Xiao Bai sat on the couch in the parlor on the first floor, weighing TV. The so-called young master's close attendant. Qin Feng sat with his legs crossed like a hedonistic young master, whereas young Master Qin Xiao Bai sat submissively on one side of the couch, looking more like a genuine close attendant. Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro were bustling in the Qian, personally preparing the meal. If the billions of fans saw their favorite celebrity, Rao Sherman, wearing an apron, sporting a ponytail, and cooking with a smile on her face like a newlywed, they would want to gouge their eyes out. The goddess's hands were for holding a banana. Oh no, holding microphone. How could she use them to hold a knife and cut vegetables? Also, the goddess's face was for shoot. Oh no, her face was for admiring, for applying face masks and reading magazines. How could her face be tainted by oil and fumes? Qin Feng felt blessed. As he sat on the couch, he'd glance at the Qian from time to time, excitedly looking forward to savoring the taste of 2 goddesses, Su Ruoro and Rao Sherman, the taste of their food. Young Master Qin, please wait for a while. We can start our dinner as soon as little sister Sherman finishes cooking her soup. As Su Ruoro placed a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs on dining table, she looked at the parlor. The Qin Feng that was sitting with his legs crossed and waiting for Xiao Bai to peel the orange for him now sat upright. Peeling a banana for Xiao Bai, he said. It's okay. Young Master Qin is not in a hurry. No need to rush. You guys make it tastier. I'm not asking you, I'm asking young Master Qin, don't think too highly of yourself. Su Ruoro sent a scornful glare at Qin Feng, peeked at Xiao Bai, and then ran shyly into the Qian again. Since Xiao Bai's arrival, the girls had been hovering around Xiao Bai, casting Qin Feng aside like he was air. Out of frustration, he bit into the banana he just peeled, and glared at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, had an innocent and helpless look, like a mouse that saw a cat, unable to do anything. The scrumptious dinner was ready, 8 dishes and 1 soup. Qin Feng was standing by the dining table, drooling as he saw these delicious dishes. Qin Feng, stand up! Qin Feng had sat down and aimed at the beef with dipping sauce. However, before his chopsticks could reach the beef, it washed been pulled away up by Su Ruoro. How can you sit ahead of young Master Qin? Please have some manners. I think young Master Qin has been teaching outside and not coming back so often that you, little brat, consider yourself young Master Qin. Seeing Su Ruoro pouting her small mouth in a highly displeased look, Qin Feng had the urge to push her against the wall, rip off all her clothes, and lash her booty with his belt, while yelling at her. Your elder is the real young Master Qin. Please have a seat, young Master Qin, and enjoy the meal big sister Ruoro and I prepared. Rao Sherman stepped forward, trying to ease the situation. However, the object of her attention was Xiao Bai as well. Qin Feng was destined to be ignored tonight. After Xiao Bai sat down, Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro proactively sat at his left and right. Qin Feng had no choice but to sit opposite Xiao Bai, his expression slightly sunken, frightening Xiao Bai. Young Master Qin, I made these fried shrimps. Please try them. Are they too salty or spicy? Young Master Qin, I made this dompa pork knuckle. Please taste the meat. Is it too greasy? Young Master Qin. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Bai's bowl that was piled high like a mountain by the two girls, then looked at his own empty bowl. He felt a little bit upset. He hastily took the fried fungus with pork, chewed it twice, and praised. This black fungus is very tasty. Was it Sherman's or Shuoro's? Chapter 300. Chapter 300. To beat someone at their own game. Everyone ate with great joy and harmony. Of course, everyone, in this case only meant Su Ruoro, Rao Sherman, and Xiao Bai. Qin Feng had been long forgotten by the two women. There was only a fungus and pork dish in front of him. The two women had taken the other dishes away. Qin Feng had just said a double entendre, so the two women were really merciful just by not sending Qin Feng away. Sherman, since your flight tomorrow is early, this is my parting present for you. I hope every day will be happy after you get back. Qin Feng suddenly pulled out a soul-cleansing necklace from his pocket. This necklace was exactly the same as the one Qin Feng gave Zhao Lingxian. It had the ability to refresh the wearer. After spending 3,000 hedonist points on the wind blade technique, Qin Feng spent the remaining 500 hedonist points on this soul-cleansing necklace. He felt that a famous celebrity like Rao Sherman must be always tired and have a wounded spirit, so this soul-cleansing necklace would be very suitable for her. Rao Sherman really liked the light green necklace made up of translucent beads strung together. Girls usually like these little trinkets, and since this was a gift Qin Feng gave to her especially, Rao Sherman accepted it with gratitude. Qin Feng, thank you. Can you help me put it on? Rao Sherman looked tenderly at Qin Feng. Ever since the stage collapsed, and Qin Feng braved death to save her, Rao Sherman felt endless gratitude toward Qin Feng. She also had a bit of a strange feeling toward him. It had a light sweetness and warmth to it that would occasionally bubble up in her heart. She couldn't suppress it even if she wanted to. Of course Qin Feng was happy to put the soul-cleansing necklace on Rao Sherman. He arrived behind her and bent over slightly, his face almost pressing against Rao Sherman's neck. Rao Sherman's entire body exuded a light fragrance. Her neck was tender, fair, and exquisite like jade. When Qin Feng put on the necklace, his fingers inadvertently brushed the skin of her neck. It was soft and silken, possessing a gentle warmth, making Qin Feng want to kiss it. Are you done? Rao Sherman's beautiful face was flushed, and her voice was as weak as a mosquito. When Qin Feng's hand brushed her neck, she felt numb. Her heartbeat increased, and she blushed. All her strength seemed to have been whisked away. If this continued, Rao Sherman was afraid that she'd slip off her chair and fall to the floor. Done! Qin Feng had finished putting on the necklace a long time ago. He put it on thrice, then removed it thrice intentionally to touch Rao Sherman's neck a couple more times and to smell the scent of her body. Since Rao Sherman was a famous celebrity, her current farewell was very likely an eternal farewell. Qin Feng felt reluctant to part with her. Sherman, the necklace looks really good on you. If you really like it, wear it all the time. Don't even take it off when you shower. I purposely requested this necklace from a Buddhist pilgrimage site. It has protective capabilities and can cleanse the soul and focus your attention. After Qin Feng put the necklace on, he went to look at Rao Sherman from the front. He even straightened out the mussed hair on her forehead. This small action was very attentive, making them seem like a sweet, newlywed couple. Rao Sherman was so shy that her neck flushed a bit as well. However, she didn't stop Qin Feng's behavior. Okay, I'll wear it always. Not only did Rao Sherman say this out loud, she also meant it. Right after donning the soul-cleansing necklace, Rao Sherman felt that the light green necklace really exuded coolness. The cool feeling spread throughout her body, causing the fatigue and feelings of difficulty to slowly disperse and making her feel refreshed. After gifting his present, Qin Feng sat down. Su Ruoro smiled and chimed in. Little Sister Sherman, as a famous celebrity, you probably aren't lacking anything. I didn't know what to give you, so I made an embroidery. Please accept this humble present. Su Ruoro took out her present and gave it to Rao Sherman. This was an embroidery of around half a meter. A lotus pond filled with faint green lotus leaves and blooming pink lotuses was embroidered on it, and it looked very pretty. Little Sister Sherman, in my heart, you'll always be as elegant and pure as a lotus, untainted though grown in mud, and cleansed of evil. Rao Sherman was so moved that her eyes turned a bit red. She really liked this embroidery that Su Ruoro gifted her. Thank you, Big Sister Ruoro. I'll cherish and keep this for eternity in the same way I'll cherish our friendship. When there's time, you and Qin Feng must come to the capital to see me. I'll take you both around for a fun time. Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro hugged tightly. Though it wasn't yet time to part, the two of them were already rather unwilling to leave each other. Xiao Bai had just returned to Qin Manor, so he didn't know Rao Sherman, much less have a present for her. If Qin Feng didn't force him back to the manor, he would still be a security guard at one of Royal Group's subsidiary companies. However, Rao Sherman didn't care about these things. She came to Acropolis this time to help Big Sis Qin Shui get out of her arranged marriage. Having been able to meet young Master Qin, she was now satisfied. However, Rao Sherman originally came to Acropolis with confidence and an indomitable will. Now that she saw young Master Qin and learned about him from Su Ruoro, Rao Sherman's previously staunch convictions began to waver. She felt conflicted when she saw young Master Qin suntanned and starved from teaching in a remote mountain village. She and Big Sis Qin Shui thought young Master Qin was dissolute, hedonistic, an unruly human scum by nature, but this was not the case. Young Master Qin was low-key, humble, and polite. He secretly gave back to society, yet bore the weight of its criticism. This person was worth respecting. Did she really have to harm him? Little Sister Sherman, young Master Qin, I'm full. You all continue eating, I'll go wash the dishes. Su Ruoro didn't have a large appetite. She brought her dishes and the other empty dishes to the kin. Xiao Bai wanted to eat more, but upon seeing the look Qin Feng shot him, he immediately stood after putting his chopsticks and bowl down. I'm done eating as well. Miss Sherman, please take your time eating. I'm going back to my room to rest. Xiao Bai wanted to leave, but Rao Sherman called out to him. Young Master Qin, don't leave yet. I'm done eating as well, and I have something I need to speak to you about in private. Could you come sit in my room? That is kind of inconvenient, isn't it? Asked Xiao Bai with a bit of awkwardness. Not really. I greatly admire young Master Qin for teaching in a remote mountain village, so I wanted you to tell me about your experiences. I want to use your experiences to write a song, to give myself some inspiration, said Rao Sherman with a smile. Won't you give me that little bit of face? Alright, then I won't be overly polite with Miss Sherman as well. Xiao Bai gave Qin Feng a look, then followed Rao Sherman up the stairs. Qin Feng waved the two of them go up. Then, he sat on the sofa in the parlor, pulled out his phone, plugged in a wire, and donned earphones. The sound of an opening door passed through the earphones. Young Master Qin, this is my room. I didn't know you were coming so suddenly today, so I didn't get to clean it well. Please excuse the mess. Rao Sherman opened the door and allowed Xiao Bai to enter. A pinhole camera was hidden on the second button of Xiao Bai's white dress shirt. Qin Feng, who sat on the sofa in the first-floor parlor, looked at his phone with a smile as he saw the Rao Sherman and her room through the pinhole camera. The sound came from a recording device in Xiao Bai's pants pocket. Xiao Bai was originally hired as a bodyguard for Qin Manor. He was much more familiar with advanced technology for eavesdropping and video recording than acting. Haha, there's no need to be polite, Miss Sherman. You've come all the way from the capital, and as a host, I haven't properly received you. Please accept my apologies. Xiao Bai originally had the personality of a bodyguard and a killer, but he now had to pretend to be cultured and scholarly. He felt a bit awkward doing so. All right, then let's not be so polite with each other. Young Master Qin, come sit on my bed. Fuck. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa in the lobby, yelled. This woman, how could you be so careless? It's one thing to bring a man into your room, but letting him sit on your bed as soon as he enters it? Why wouldn't you let me get on your bed last night? Xiao Bai looked bashful, but he didn't refuse. He sat on Rao Sherman's bed. Young Master Qin, wait for me. I'm used to wearing my pajamas in my room, so I'll go change first before speaking with you, said Rao Sherman as she grabbed a black strap dress and walked into the bathroom. Xiao Bai stood up. He quickly looked around every corner of the room and discovered a hidden camera on the corner of the wall by the windowsill. 5 minutes later, Rao Sherman came out of the bathroom. She changed out of her magnificent chiffon dress into a black strapped nightgown. The nightgown was simple and seductive. It exposed her lovely shoulders. On each of her shoulders were 3 black straps in disarray, 2 of them hanging on her shoulders and 1 having fallen off. The black silk nightgown was very pleasing and elegant. It shone in the dim light. Compared to a golden, custom-made long dress, Rao Sherman's snow-white, clear skin was even more dazzling and precious. Her long, slender, and beautiful legs alone were enough to blind millions of fans with their radiance. Qin Feng, who sat on the sofa on the first floor, couldn't take it anymore. He almost rushed up to Rao Sherman to take her right there. Xiao Bai, who sat on Rao Sherman's bed on the 3rd floor, felt nothing. He lowered his head and didn't look at Rao Sherman for fear that if he looked, young Master Qin would dig his eyes out. Chapter 301. Chapter 301, Rao Sherman's Confession. Rao Sherman wore a sexy, long black silk nightgown. She leaned her graceful body on the door frame and gazed all dewy-eyed with affection at young Master Qin sitting at the side of the bed. While changing in the bathroom, Rao Sherman had struggled very hard in her heart. She knew young Master Qin was a good person. She admired and respected his utterly fearless action from the bottom of her heart. Nevertheless, Rao Sherman decided to frame young Master Qin. The reason was simple. The relationship between Rao Sherman and Dongfang Qin Shui was deeper than that with young Master Qin. She was willing to sacrifice herself once for the sake of big sister Qin Shui's felicity. Young Master Qin, why aren't you looking at me? Is Sherman not pretty enough? Rao Sherman leaned on the door frame because the camera couldn't capture her from this position. Rao Sherman planned to entice young Master Qin's desire first, and wait until he threw himself at her to do something bad. Then she would lure him into camera range and record his shameless actions. Rao Sherman planned it well, but her plan had long ago aroused Qin Feng's suspicions. He noticed the camera when he went to Rao Sherman's room last night. It was just that he didn't understand. He was unfamiliar with Rao Sherman, so why would she frame him all of a sudden? Or was this woman an undercover spy sent by his enemy? Qin Feng couldn't get it through his head, so he didn't want to guess anymore. He then summoned Xiao Bai back, and used Xiao Bai as bait to expose Rao Sherman's true colors. Since Rao Sherman kicked off the scene, Qin Feng and Xiao Bai just needed to play along with her. Miss Sherman is China's most famous celebrity with the nickname of Pure Jade Girl. You're the perfect goddess in the heart of every Chinese man from toddlers to 99-year-oldsters. How could you be not pretty? Xiao Bai listened through an earbud and repeated what Qin Feng had said. Hee hee. Young Master Qin is good at making a girl happy. In that case, why won't you look at this person? This person has changed into this nightgown just for you, said Rao Sherman in a sweet voice. Qin Feng felt weak just from hearing her coquettish voice. Ahem. Didn't Miss Sherman invite me to discuss my teaching experience? Then let's get to the point. Xiao Bai had kept his head lowered. He didn't dare raise his head even if he was beaten to death. Okay then, let me help young Master Qin undress, and we'll discuss it slowly on my bed. As she spoke, Rao Sherman walked to Xiao Bai. He was so frightened that he jumped up from the bed and went to hide by the couch. Miss Sherman, please behave yourself. Rao Sherman's delicate body trembled. She never thought she would be rejected by a man one day. She was China's most famous female celebrity. Countless men dreamed of duping her into sleeping with them. And now, she'd taken the initiative to seduce young Master Qin, but in the end, this person declined her offer. Rao Sherman's heart was pounding fast. It wasn't from shyness, it was her heart starting to struggle again. The young Master Qin she saw wasn't a vulgar and dissolute man. He had strong willpower, was highly knowledgeable, and was willing to teach and assist the poor. Did she really have to soil the name of a good man like him? But if she didn't do this, what would happen to big sister Qin Shui? I'm not a tiger and I won't eat you. What are you afraid of, young Master Qin? Rao Sherman clenched her teeth and sat on the couch. Since she'd already come this far, she wanted to persist with her plan for a little bit longer. A fragrance wafted over. Xiao Bai hastily held his breath and closed his eyes. Miss Sherman, if you want to talk about my teaching experiences or discuss your music inspirations, then that is this humble Qin's, greatest honor. However, if you have other intentions, I'm sorry, but please don't insult my reputation. This is because I consider you a good friend. Rao Sherman was prepared to throw her body into Xiao Bai's arms. However, when she heard what Xiao Bai had said, she suddenly halted her delicate body halfway. Her heart seemed to be pricked by something, a throbbing sting. She was a kind and well-mannered girl. She never despised the poor or showed off her wealth. She immersed herself entirely in making music, and tirelessly looked for the little boy she'd met at Lotus Lake. If it wasn't to help big sister Qin Shui, Rao Sherman would rather die than do this kind of embarrassing stuff. Not only did she insult young Master Qin, she had insulted her own chastity as well. Since her debut over a year ago, she'd never been involved in any scandal. However, she was now destroying her own purity. Rao Sherman really wanted to cry out loud now. After a good while, Rao Sherman let out a light sigh and said, Young Master Qin, I'm sorry. Please leave now. As if a great burden was taken off his shoulders, Xiao Bai ran away faster than a rabbit. Xiao Bai reached the parlor on the first floor, carefully looked at Qin Feng, and asked, Was that okay, young Master Qin? Xiao Bai, just now you didn't sneak a peek, right? With a thoughtful smile, Qin Feng eyed Xiao Bai. Definitely not. Not only did I not open my eyes, I even held my breath. Young Master Qin, you must believe me. Xiao Bai defended himself with an aggrieved look. Well done. You can go to sleep now. Look for Butler Wang tomorrow to claim your 100,000. This is your pay for your acting. With a beaming face, Qin Feng patted Xiao Bai's shoulder. Thank you, young Master Qin. This was the first time Xiao Bai showed a sincere smile ever since he came back. After Xiao Bai took his leave, Qin Feng went to Rao Sherman's room on the third floor. He lightly pushed the door and heard faint sobs drifting from inside the room. Rao Sherman was sitting on the large bed, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, her back to Qin Feng. Her shoulders were shaking slightly as she cried alone. Outside the window was a night view of half of Acropolis City. Rao Sherman looked so helpless against this vast and boundless beautiful scenery. She still wore that sexy and flimsy nightgown. However, the shoulder straps on her shoulders had fallen, revealing her mellow, elegant shoulders and her smooth, pearl-white back. It wasn't just her front appearance that was divine, even her back was a killer view. Sherman, what's wrong? Qin Feng noiselessly crawled onto Rao Sherman's bed and hugged her slender, supple waist lightly from behind. Rao Sherman's black hair was like a cascade of water, emitting a fragrance. Her body was soft and felt boneless, and it was warm when Qin Feng held her to his chest. Her lower belly was flat and tender with not even the slightest extra fat to be seen. Her shoulders and her back were as smooth as mellow jade. When Qin Feng lightly placed his chin on her shoulders, he felt like his chin might slip off at any moment. Rao Sherman didn't scream or take fright. This was because she'd already seen Qin Feng's reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. She allowed Qin Feng to hold her lightly to his chest, which no man had ever done to her before. Rao Sherman needed comfort and care right now. She felt she just sold her own soul, and even her heart was tainted. She felt unworthy of the lotus embroidery Su Ruoro gave her. to grow out of the mud unsullied, to float above rippling water without dancing with it. Was she really such a person? Then why would she try every possible method just to plot against young Master Qin? She even went as far as using her own sex appeal. How dirty am I? She dissed herself in her heart. I feel so bad. Something is blocking my heart, Rao Sherman murmured. Her voice was choked with sobs. Suddenly, she turned her body and gazed at Qin Feng with a pair of teary eyes. Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. I invited young Master Qin to my room just now and I almost pimped myself and set him up. Actually, I've installed a camera in this room. I wanted to snap a scene of young Master Qin getting fresh with me. I wanted to soil his image. Qin Feng, don't you think I'm a bad woman? I'm unworthy for the title Pure Jade Lady. Qin Feng was stunned. He never expected Rao Sherman to proactively confess her plot to him. At the same time, a gush of warmth welled up in his heart. This was because he'd also wished Rao Sherman would take the initiative and tell him everything. If not, how would he face and punish Rao Sherman? Sherman, why did you want to soil young Master Qin's image? Weren't both of you just introduced to each other? I think he never offended you, right? Qin Feng held Rao Sherman lightly in his arms. Because... Rao Sherman was caught in a dilemma. This matter was a secret between the Dongfang family and the Qin family. Could she really say it aloud? If you don't want to tell me, then just forget about it. Don't think too much, Sherman. Everybody knows you're a good girl, said Qin Feng in a gentle tone as he stroked Rao Sherman's head. Rao Sherman's heart skipped a beat. She was feeling the warmth provided by the man in front of her, sniffing the familiar scent of his body. This man rescued her without any regard for his own life. He didn't scold her even though he knew she was framing young Master Qin. He opened his heart, then why can't I open mine as well? Qin Feng, it's a matter of my sister's marriage. She's the only daughter of the Dongfang family, in the provincial capital. The elder of the Dongfang family, Elder Mingwang, arranged a marriage for her, and her partner is none other than young Master Qin of the Qin family. But big sister Qin Shui has heard the bad rumors about young Master Qin from outsiders and she's very opposed to this marriage proposal. However, Elder Mingwang insisted on pushing through with the marriage. So I deliberately came to Acropolis City, wanting to shoot a read video of young Master Qin, show it to Elder Mingwang and urge him to cancel the proposed marriage, in order to please big sister Qin Shui. Rao Sherman revealed her plan at last. As soon as she finished talking, Qin Feng felt awful. Dongfang Mingwang, Dongfang Qin Shui, the Dongfang family. If it wasn't for Rao Sherman suddenly bringing up these keywords, Qin Feng would have already forgotten about the engagement he had from the provincial capital. He was vexed about this marriage and wanted to cancel it, but his dad refused to. He never imagined that that woman from the Dongfang family was worried about this matter as well. How can these adults make the decision on their own? It's a democratic society now, and everyone is talking about freedom of marriage. Can I report them to the police for arranging a forced marriage? Sherman, so that's what happened. Qin Feng could finally relax his apprehensive heart. He helped Rao Sherman wipe off her tears and fix her hair, and said with a smile, You've done all of this with good intentions. I think young Master Qin won't blame you. I'll talk with him afterward. Actually, he's not happy with the marriage as well. His ambition is to walk the earth with books, and spread the knowledge he learned. He has no intention of marrying either. You might as well tell your big sister Qin Shui when you get back to the provincial capital. Tell her she shouldn't worry. As long as she and young Master Qin don't agree to this marriage, the elders of both sides won't force them in the end. Chapter 302. Chapter 302, Perverted Doctor. Qin Feng thought he was too quick-witted. Not only was he hugging a woman all the men in China deemed their goddess, he'd also taken care of his troublesome engagement. This was truly a stroke of genius. No one knew his real identity. They all thought he was young Master Qin's personal attendant. Rao Sherman was in the dark, Su Ruoro didn't know what was going on, and he laid out a whole story and tricked these two girls, casually hugging and kissing them. That's right, there was also Liu Qian, that driven career woman who was trapped in his plot. She already liked him. He got 3 top-quality women with one cast of his net. Qin Feng was too proud of his intelligence. Qin Feng, will young Master Qin really forgive me? Is there really no hope between him and big sister Qin Shui? Rao Sherman's lovely dimmed eyes brightened again. Of course. Young Master Qin is kind and magnanimous. How would he concern himself over something as small as this? Don't blame yourself and don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Sherman's concerns are my concerns, affirmed Qin Feng with a pat of his chest. Okay. Rao Sherman nodded lightly. Qin Feng pulled Rao Sherman tightly into his embrace. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Rao Sherman regained her senses. She felt herself wrapped in Qin Feng's embrace and jumped in shock. Though Qin Feng had saved her and she'd given him her first kiss, the situation was different. Rao Sherman had only done something so gutsy because she thought she and Qin Feng would die. Currently, though Rao Sherman had some positive feelings for Qin Feng, she hadn't reached the stage where she'd let Qin Feng casually hug her. Plus, the clothes she was currently wearing were a bit thin. Sherman, I was afraid that you'd see a cold because you weren't wearing enough layers. Don't misunderstand, Qin Feng said earnestly and didn't loosen his grip. Qin Feng, I'm not cold. Rao Sherman glared at Qin Feng with a bit of shyness. Since this man saved her before, Rao Sherman didn't want to be too harsh. Plus, Rao Sherman wasn't certain if Qin Feng was pretending to be stupid, or if he was actually stupid. Rao Sherman opened her mouth again, but Qin Feng seemed not to hear her. Hugging Rao Sherman felt too good. How nice it would be if they were to admire the night sky this way, hug each other then sleep. Qin Feng, let go. I don't want to lose you as my friend. Do you understand? Rao Sherman's charming face flushed, and she was extremely shy. Qin Feng suddenly stopped and looked at Rao Sherman with the gentleness of water. Sherman, you're not cold anymore? Then I'll let go. Qin Feng sat on the sofa in Rao Sherman's room. Rao Sherman changed into a lovely white t-shirt and shorts. She lost the celebrity aura and seemed like a youthful and bright college student. She had to leave the next morning, and she was a bit reluctant to do so. Thus, she took the initiative to request a nighttime stroll. Qin Feng naturally happily agreed. Anything Sherman wears is pretty. Qin Feng looked at Rao Sherman with a smile. Rao Sherman's hands were behind her back. She smiled as she walked up to Qin Feng, extended her slender, lily-white hands and said, Let's go. Take me for a nighttime snack and to see the nighttime scenery. Acropolis City's first hospital. It was currently 8 o'clock at night, long past the time for the doctors to get off work. On this night, Zhang Tianhua didn't have a shift, but he still hadn't gone home. Instead, he walked into Lin Bei's special care room with a gentlemanly smile. Auntie, have you eaten dinner yet? Upon entering the room, Zhang Tianhua saw Mother Lin sitting beside her daughter's sick bed, holding her daughter's hand, and speaking to her continuously. Doctor. Zhang is here. I've already eaten. You aren't off yet, Doctor. Zhang? Mother Lin greeted Zhang Tianhua with a smile. Since Zhang Tianhua was Lin Bei's primary doctor, Mother Lin couldn't help but try to get on his good side. Haha, I'm working overtime tonight. You're working overtime tonight, Doctor. Zhang? If I remember correctly, your overtime is scheduled for Thursdays, tomorrow night. Mother Lin had been in the hospital with Lin Bei for almost 2 months now, so she knew Dr. Gang's work schedule well. Haha, who would have thought that Auntie would remember my overtime schedule? Zhang Tianhua scratched his head awkwardly. I swide with Director Wang. He had something to do tonight. Then I thank you for your trouble, Doctor. Zhang, said Mother Lin with a smile. She didn't suspect anything. Oh no, it's no trouble, it's no trouble. As doctors, no matter how difficult it is for us, it's not as hard as it is for the patients' families. When Zhang Tianhua saw that Mother Lin didn't continue pursuing the matter, he secretly exhaled in relief. He went up to Lin Bei's bed and looked at her pure and moving face. A green glow flashed in his eyes. Bei's condition hasn't been bad recently. Though it shows no sign of getting better, it hasn't gotten worse. I've been talking to her every day, and when it's sunny, I take her out to soak in some sun. Every day, I wipe down her body and massage her, hoping that she'll wake up sooner. My daughter has been obedient, understanding, good, and kind since she was young. Why isn't the Heavenly Father opening his eyes? How did he let her get to this state? As Mother Lin spoke, tears streamed from her eyes. As a mother, she was in even more pain seeing her daughter in this state. She instantly aged more than 10 years. Auntie, don't worry. As long as Bei perseveres and undergoes therapy, she'll definitely get better. Zhang Tianhua comforted her insincerely. I feel that way as well. I won't give up on Bei. I've made a fool of myself, doctor. Zhang, I'll go to the restroom. You help check up on Bei, said Mother Lin as she went to the restroom. Zhang Tianhua looked around the empty room and saw that only he and Lin Bei remained. His heartbeat sped up, and he wanted to pounce on Lin Bei, take off her clothes, rip off her pants, and enjoy this little beauty right then and there. However, he knew that Mother Lin was in the room's restroom and would come out soon. First, he had to take care of the nuisance that was Mother Lin. Zhang Tianhua's expression immediately became sinister. He pulled out a bottle of sleeping powder and poured some into Mother Lin's cup. He swirled it evenly, and then he sat at the edge of the bed. Dr. Zhang, is Bei all right? Mother Lin came out after washing her face. Okay, I finished checking up on her and there aren't any problems. Zhang Tianhua smiled, then said, Auntie, sit down and drink some water. You cried so much earlier that you've cried all the liquid out of your body. I really am a bit thirsty. Mother Lin lifted her cup and drank it up in one gulp. Then, she put the cup down and smiled at Zhang Tianhua. Dr. Zhang, if you're busy, do go ahead. I can take care of Bei. I don't want your work to be affected. Haha, the night shift isn't busy, unless there are patients that come into the emergency room. Zhang Tianhua sat by the bed with no intention of leaving, and Mother Lin thought it would be impolite to send him away. Mother Lin then turned on the TV in the room and waited while chatting with Zhang Tianhua. As they spoke, Mother Lin felt an overwhelming fatigue. She leaned on the bedside and fell asleep. Once Zhang Tianhua saw Mother Lin fall asleep, he waited another 5 minutes before going up to Mother Lin and speaking lightly into her ear. Auntie, are you asleep? Even after he called her several times, Mother Lin didn't respond. Zhang Tianhua had a sinister smile. He went quickly to lock the door to the room and drew all the curtains before sitting on the edge of Lin Bei's bed. Ha! What a beauty! Look at this soft, fair, and translucent skin. I wonder if it's still untouched. Tonight your elder will have good fun with you. And no one will know because you're in a vegetative state. Ha! Zhang Tianhua's gentlemanly facade was long gone. This guy had a lewd expression and looked more evil than the devil in hell himself. He'd waited for this night for over a month. Ever since the first time he saw Lin Bei when she was admitted to the hospital, Zhang Tianhua wanted to bang her. Now, Zhang Tianhua had drugged Mother Lin and locked the room door, and Lin Bei was still a human vegetable that could not be awakened. Thus, he could play however he wanted tonight. What made him happiest was that he could play with Lin Bei however he wanted and no one would know. The victim was paralyzed and couldn't even speak. She couldn't tell on him even if she wanted to. Swish! Zhang Tianhua tugged and pulled the blanket off Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei's long and slender body was exposed to the air. She wore a hospital gown and lay there soundlessly and motionlessly, extremely alluring. Little beauty, let Big Brother see your chest, okay? Big Brother's had his eye on you for a long time. For a young maiden like you, it's probably soft and pink. Then I'll see your thighs and smell the scent on your entire body. Big Brother is very lively. I can assure that you'll be very satisfied. If little sister is satisfied, Big Brother will play with you once a week. How does that sound? Zhang Tianhua's smile widened. He extended his hand and reached for Lin Bei Bei. Little sister, since you aren't saying anything, then this big brother will take it as you being shy and admitting it silently. Ha ha! Big brother is going to play with you now. Chapter 303. Chapter 303. I'll try my best to fall in love with him. Qin Feng drove his dad's Mercedes-Benz and brought Rao Sherman to the most happening food street in Necropolis City. It was 9 o'clock at night, the time when the street awakened and filled with vigor and energy. Both sides of the street were packed with various delicacies. Lanterns red, wine green, people were bustling here and there. If one was tired of walking, then he'd sit down, order some beers and a few skewers of barbecue. He'd eat and drink while gazing at those beautiful legs sheathed in black silk stockings. This was the intention of 99% of the men when they came to this food street. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman walked in the crowd shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng kept on introduced the delicacies and culture of the food street, while Rao Sherman just kept silent and listened. Suddenly, she stopped walking and mischievously pointed at Qin Feng. So you brought me here to peek on pretty girls, right? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth quirked slightly as he replied. Indeed, last time I came here for those pretty girls, but tonight, I'm the 1% that doesn't look at other beauties. Rao Sherman smiled even brighter. Although she already knew the answer in her heart, she still wanted Qin Feng to say it himself. Why you don't want to admire the beauties tonight then? Qin Feng replied with a smile. This is because the woman standing beside me is more beautiful than all of them. Even though Rao Sherman was prepared and she expected Qin Feng's answer, her delicate body still trembled slightly when she heard Qin Feng say those words earnestly. A gush of sweet warmth then welled up in her heart. Rao Sherman lowered her head as she refused to let Qin Feng see her blushing face. She said softly, Qin Feng, I want to eat something. Qin Feng brought Rao Sherman to a barbecue stall that he patronized. This stall's ingredients were fresh and the stall owner's barbecuing skill was unparalleled. The barbecue stall owner was a middle-aged fat uncle. When he saw Qin Feng, he smiled and hailed him. Yo, brother Qin, it's been a long time. Uncle Wang, how's your business lately? Qin Feng patted the fat uncle's shoulder. Uncle Wang didn't know Qin Feng's identity. He was familiar with Qin Feng because Qin Feng would always bring different beauties to eat at his stall. And now, when he saw the divinely beautiful Rao Sherman standing behind Qin Feng, countless emotions flashed across Uncle Wang's heart. We're both men. How come this little brat has so much luck with the ladies? Still okay. Uncle Wang then served Qin Feng and Rao Sherman. Both of you, please come inside and have a seat. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Since you've brought your girlfriend with you, then let me, this Uncle Wang, personally barbecue for you too. Is it the same as usual? Yes, as usual, and a dozen beers, please, ordered Qin Feng with a smile. Standing behind Qin Feng, Rao Sherman wanted to step forward and explain that she wasn't Qin Feng's girlfriend when she heard Uncle Wang address her as such. However, when she saw an unbothered Qin Feng, she halted and followed Qin Feng, sitting down red-faced. There was an apprentice in Uncle Wang's barbecue stall. Normally it was the apprentice who barbecued the food while Uncle Wang waited at the side. Since Qin Feng was a regular customer, Uncle Wang had to show off his skill. Very soon, a pile of barbecue and a dozen beers were served on Qin Feng and Rao Sherman's table. Thump! Qin Feng was a stage 4 external expert. Opening a bottle of beer barehanded was child's play for him. He flicked his thumb lightly, and the bottle cap flew into the sky like a bullet. Cheers, Sherman! Qin Feng handed a bottle of beer to Rao Sherman, and then he went and finished a bottle of his own. Rao Sherman looked at Qin Feng hesitantly. After she mustered enough courage, she then set her sexy red lips on the beer bottle, and raised her head slightly. Cough, cough. After taking just one sip, Rao Sherman furrowed her eyebrows deeply. She choked and coughed nonstop. Qin Feng was tickled pink, and at the same time worried about her. He went to Rao Sherman's side and then patted her back lightly. He also helped her wipe off the beer beside her mouth using a piece of tissue paper. "Do you feel any better now?" asked Qin Feng after he returned to his own seat. "Yeah, I feel better now." Rao Sherman nodded her head. The two of them sat face to face exchanging glances. The moon was like a silver plate, and a light breeze rustled in the air. Looking at the graceful Rao Sherman bathed in moonlight, Qin Feng's mind was distracted. Right until this moment, he still couldn't believe that China's top-tier celebrity, the so-called pure jade girl, and the country's goddess Rao Sherman, would eat street food and drink beer in the open air with him. Pfft! Rao Sherman couldn't restrain herself anymore and burst into laughter. Her laugh was a flash in the pan, mesmerizing and charming. "Qin Feng, don't you think it's funny? Not even I can fathom why I'm here. Before I struck up an acquaintance with you, I never imagined I'd date and drink with a man out here, at a food stall. Ha ha. It's too crazy for me." Seeing Rao Sherman laugh heartily, Qin Feng then replied with a smile. "Sherman, the reason I brought you here is for you to know that you aren't different from us. You're a normal person. You can also eat at a food stall, drink fresh beer, and laugh to your heart's content." Rao Sherman was stunned. She'd never imagined Qin Feng would say something like this. She'd seen too many men who would only praise and fawn over her. They'd call her a goddess that descended from heaven, a unique existence. They'd say she was an irreplaceable and extraordinary superstar. "But why?" asked Rao Sherman with a puzzled expression as she was astonished. "Because you're worn down, and have almost become a totally different person. I just wish you can put down the heavy burden on your shoulders, and follow your own desires. This is because you're who you are, you're Rao Sherman. When everybody is concerned about how high you've flown, only the people who really love you will care how tired you are." Rao Sherman was only 20 years old. She was already a famous person. She'd already flown high enough. However, everybody just demanded she fly higher, ever higher. None of them had told her, "Don't exhaust yourself. You need to live life your own way." Rao Sherman cried. However, she turned her head aside and wiped the tear off before it could fall down. And she showed Qin Feng an incomparably cheerful smile by the time she looked at him. "Qin Feng, do you know the reason why I'm known as the pure jade girl? Because you're untouched by scandal since your debut and you preserved your chastity." Making no special effort to maintain his gentlemanly image in front of Rao Sherman, Qin Feng gulped a mouthful of beer. "What do you get for preserving your own chastity? If the power backing you isn't strong enough, those evil men could still devour you whole." Rao Sherman explained nonchalantly. "This was because the one backing me is the Dongfang family. Big sister Dongfang Qin Shui cares for me a lot. Once, a prince from one of the 5 small family clans in the provincial capital had a crush on me. He drugged me when he treated me to a meal, and when I noticed something strange was happening to my body, I hastily called Big Sister Qin Shui before I blacked out, which I really did. After that, when I regained consciousness, I was already in Big Sister Qin Shui's room and my body was fine. I tried to look for that prince after this incident, but he'd already vanished from the provincial capital. And there was another time, I was at a press conference. A tyrant suddenly rushed on stage and publicly announced he wanted to be my sugar daddy and asked me to state my price. When I ignored him, he got enraged and pounced on me, tried to rip my shirt off in front of everybody. Big Sister Qin Shui was very angry when she learned about this incident. And afterward, that tyrant vanished as well." As Rao Sherman continued to talk, beads of cold sweat started to ooze from Qin Feng's forehead. He was unsure why this last suddenly brought these things up. However, he knew he himself had hugged and kissed Rao Sherman, while that prince and that tyrant had already been goners before they could touch her body. So was he going to die a very tragic death? "Ha ha! Are you scared, Qin Feng?" Rao Sherman was intelligent. She'd already divined Qin Feng's thoughts. "How is that impossible?" "Ha ha, there's nothing going on between us. Our relationship is just pure friendship. Isn't that right?" Qin Feng replied with a beaming smile. "No, it's not." Rao Sherman suddenly became grave and added without the slightest hesitation. "First of all, A lot of things have happened between us. You're the first man to hug me, kiss me, see me in a nightgown, have a dinner with me, and shop with me. Secondly, the moment you hugged and kissed me, your intentions were bad. You really wanted to dominate me at that time. Qin Feng was speechless. This woman was too smart and serious. If the kiss during that tragedy was offered by me, then how about when you hugged and got fresh with me just now in my room at Qin Manor? I didn't allow you to do such things, and I asked you to release me, but you paid no heed to my request. You defiled my chastity, but I didn't hate you or ask Big Sister Qin Shui to send someone and get rid of you. Qin Feng, didn't you feel weird? Yes, I did. That's the reason why I brought you out for a stroll and have some snacks. I knew you'd blurt it out all by yourself. Qin Feng drank another bottle of beer and gazed fondly at Rao Sherman sitting opposite him. He was liking this woman more and more. Do you still remember the story I told you at Lotus Lake? That really happened on me. I couldn't find that young boy after so many years. I thought he was gone forever and I thought I couldn't find that feeling again. However, when you rushed forward, held me in your arms, and protected me from the falling metal frame, that ambiguous warmth and trust once again welled up in my heart. Your aura and spirit are similar to his. That's the reason why I can't bear to harm you. Rao Sherman's expression became bemused, seemingly immersed in those memories once again. On the other hand, Qin Feng had a solemn face. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and a bright light flashed in his brain. Sherman, was the little boy important to you? Qin Feng asked abruptly. Yes, very important. He's the main reason I could come so far. Rao Sherman's voice seemed to come from afar. He said he will be my first and last fan. If you could find him, will you fall in love with him? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into an evil grin. I'm not sure either. After all, 8 years have passed and he might not be the same person anymore. But should our paths cross once again, I think I'll try my best to fall in love with him. Qin Feng felt he was fucking awesome. He'd self-directed yet another movie and made Rao Sherman fall into his crafty plot. Qin Feng had already known Rao Sherman was the little girl from Lotus Lake. He deliberately forced Rao Sherman to speak those spooner words so he could tell her that he was the little boy, and then he could legitimately hold Rao Sherman's hand, hug her slim waist, and kiss her cherry lips. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Rao Sherman's slender jade hand and gazed affectionately into her dazzling, starry eyes. Sherman, actually I'm. Yo! What great luck to meet a godly beauty here. Come, drink some beer with us brothers, haha! Qin Feng hadn't finished his words and was interrupted by others. Chapter 304. Chapter 304, Instrument Defense Mechanism. Lin Bei Bei lay quietly on the sickbed. Though she couldn't move, say anything, or even open her eyes, she could hear everything that occurred around her. Every time Qin Feng came to talk about their times together, and promise he would help her wake up, tears would fall from Lin Bei Bei's eyes. Currently, tears fell from her eyes as well. However, these were not tears from being moved but tears of anguish. She heard Zhang Tianhua's vulgar laughter and knew that he wanted to violate her. However, Lin Bei Bei hated it. She hated that she couldn't move or cry for help. She wasn't willing to let any man other than Qin Feng touch her body. She really wanted to wake up and slap Zhang Tianhua harshly twice, then kick him thrice. Lin Bei Bei could allow herself to be mistreated, but she couldn't allow Qin Feng to be mistreated. She knew that if her body was violated by another man, Qin Feng would be devastated. This would be utterly humiliating to him. He would be cuckolded. As the #1 hedonist young master in Acropolis, he was the one who did the cuckolding. How could he allow someone else to cuckold him? Women who are in love are all this silly. All they care about are their men. However, Lin Bei Bei couldn't control any of this. She felt Zhang Tianhua approach her. Even though she couldn't open her eyes, Lin Bei Bei could imagine Zhang Tianhua's filthy, vomit-inducing, and malicious face and smile. Lin Bei Bei decided that after being violated, she would commit suicide after waking up. Or maybe she'd leave Acropolis, never to see Qin Feng again. Bei, my precious. Big brother is going to satisfy you. Zhang Tianhua extended his hands and pounced at Lin Bei. Glistening tears streamed down her face. Zhang Tianhua reached for Lin Bei's raised chest, about to squeeze the playthings that he'd been fantasizing about for so long. Bang! When his hands were around 10 centimeters from Lin Bei's soft chest, Zhang Tianhua's entire body instantly stopped. He didn't want to stop, but he felt a gust of qi rise like an invisible and untouchable force that was blocking him and preventing him from getting any closer no matter what. Bzzz. The sea blue beads on Lin Bei's wrists vibrated slightly, stirring the air around them, giving off a blue light that grew brighter and brighter. How could Zhang Tianhua be deterred? It wasn't easy for him to acquire this opportunity tonight, and he had even drugged Mother Lin. Lin Bei lay before him, wearing a thin hospital gown. If he didn't do this girl, he definitely wouldn't stop. Thus, Zhang Tianhua exerted more strength. He used all his strength to get closer to Lin Bei's body. He clenched his teeth, and his expression turned malevolent. Veins popped out on his forehead, making him look like a devil. Rumble! Suddenly, there was an enormous bang, and Lin Bei's blood flow bracelet exploded. The originally beautiful, sea blue beads were blasted into smithereens. An enormous rush of qi shot from Lin Bei and sent Zhang Tianhua flying. Crash! Zhang Tianhua flew off, then fell down. The fall was so violent that his bones almost fell apart. He was in so much pain that he rolled on the floor, howling continuously. His hair was messy and filled with dust, his glasses were cracked, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked nothing like the doctor with fair and clear skin who saved and healed people. He looked like a mangy dog that lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Boom! The qi flow released a massive force, jolting Mother Lin to the floor as well. She rolled thrice, then came to a stop. This large commotion woke her up, and the first thing she did upon waking up was to crawl to her daughter. Bei, what happened? Are you all right? Mother Lin clued her daughter's hands and noticed that someone had removed her blanket. She immediately picked up the blanket and was about to cover her up. She couldn't let this girl see a cold. However, right after Mother Lin picked up the blanket, she suddenly sat down. She looked at her daughter's left wrist in shock. The beads are gone. The bracelet Qin Feng had especially requested from a senior monk to protect her daughter was gone. Before leaving, Qin Feng especially reminded her that this was a treasure her daughter had to wear at all times. How could it suddenly disappear? Also, what just happened? Wasn't I talking to Dr. Zhang? How did I suddenly fall asleep? Mother Lin had just awoken, so she was still in a daze and didn't understand a lot of things. She looked around and saw Dr. Zhang lying by the doorway covered in dirt like he had just gotten into a fight. Dr. Zhang, what's wrong with you? What happened? Mother Lin was shocked by Zhang Tianhua's appearance, and ran to him to help him up. Fierceness flitted through Zhang Tianhua's eyes but quickly disappeared. He knew that he had completely failed in his plans tonight. However, Mother Lin seemed not to realize his plans. And since no one else had seen his actions, Zhang Tianhua slowly calmed down. He couldn't understand where that gust of qi had come from, but he didn't care too much about it. Since he failed this time, he would just find another opportunity. Zhang Tianhua was set on taking this little beauty Lin Bei. Andy, I'm fine. I was talking to you at first, and you fell asleep. You must have had a hard time taking care of Bei. I didn't want to disturb you but wanted to see how my other patients were doing when I slipped and fell. Oh no, be careful, Doctor Zhang. I clean the floor every day in this room, so it might be a bit slippery. A flash of suspicion flickered in Mother Lin's eyes, but she didn't say too much. I have to be more careful next time. I'm getting old as well, so I can't fall like that anymore, then I'll leave first. I seem to have grazed my knee, so I'm going to put some disinfectant on it. Zhang Tianhua stood to leave. Okay. Go ahead, Doctor Zhang, I won't walk you out. I'm going to clean up the room. There's no need to walk me out. Go ahead and do what you would like to. Mother Lin stood at the doorway. Her gaze followed Zhang Tianhua down the hallway until he turned and disappeared from sight. Then, she rushed back to her daughter's side. She lightly lifted her daughter's clothing and examined her in detail to make sure that no one had done anything to her, before exhaling in relief. Seeing that the bracelet was really gone, and she couldn't find it in the room at all, Mother Lin furrowed her brows and couldn't relax them. Her heart thumped incessantly, and she had a bad premonition. She felt ill at ease. Mother Lin sat at the edge of the bed for a while, then pulled out her phone and quickly made a call. Qin Feng was extremely angry. It hadn't been easy for him to realize Rao Sherman was the little girl from 8 years ago, put on an elaborate show, trick Rao Sherman, and hear her confession. Qin Feng was about to reveal his identity and tell Rao Sherman he was that little boy by the lotus pond. Then, the two of them would hug. Rao Sherman might be moved to tears, he would comfort her, convince her to drink in celebration, get her drunk, and things would go smoothly. However, why did a bunch of hooligans have to appear now? These hooligans interrupted Qin Feng, so Qin Feng decided to break their dog legs. Since it was October, it was still kind of hot at night. 5 youths with bare arms walked up with smiles on their faces. The one leading the pack was a man with dyed brown hair, a clear, fair, and handsome face, and a tall and slender figure. He looked a bit like a Korean idol. Beautiful, it's so boring drinking alone. Let Big Brother drink with you. The man walked up to the table without sparing Qin Feng a glance. He sat casually beside Rao Sherman, stuck his face up to her, and sniffed fiercely twice. How fragrant! Look at us, a handsome man and beautiful woman. We're truly a ma made in heaven. Haha, Big Brother Su, it's not often that we find such a high-quality beauty in Acropolis. Will we younger brothers have a share tonight? The 4 lackeys behind Big Brother Su came and surrounded them. Their lascivious gazes fell on Rao Sherman, and they looked like they wanted to pull out their eyeballs and place them on Rao Sherman's chest. Are you guys looking to get hit? You want to play with a woman Big Brother Su has taken a liking to? Big Brother Su, I'll help you beat them up. Big Brother Su, I suddenly realized that this last looks a lot like a celebrity. That's right, Rao Sherman. The country's goddess Rao Sherman. Baldy, now that you mention it, it really does look a bit like her. Big Brother Su's 4 lackeys chattered among themselves as though Rao Sherman was going to be taken by Big Brother Su tonight. Leave! Rao Sherman's expression turned cold. She didn't look at them as she spoke through gritted teeth. She trembled, and the cup of beer in her slender, lily-white hand shook as well. She was very angry. Fuck, stinking woman, you don't know how to appreciate favors. It's your fortune for Big Brother Su to have taken a liking to you. Stinking whore, aren't you eating so late at night to get laid after? Why are you acting pure? I think our Big Brother Su is much more handsome than this stinking brat. In Acropolis, Big Brother Su's friends are everywhere. You should be happy that you get to attend to Big Brother Su tonight. This stinking brat Big Brother Su's lackey referred to was Qin Feng. The 5 hooligans hadn't looked at Qin Feng the whole time. Now that they did, they still looked down on him. Leave! Rao Sherman's expression became even colder. A wintry air shot out of her, and she only said that one simple word once again. Humph! You really are unappreciative. Your elder wants to see how unyielding you are. This time, Big Brother Su was angry. He suddenly stood and was about to embrace Rao Sherman. This food street was Feng Group territory. Big Brother Su was extremely familiar with the area and wasn't afraid to cause a scene. Even if he took Rao Sherman right there, he could settle the situation. Splash! Rao Sherman lifted her hand and threw her cup of ice beer into Big Brother Su's face. Big Brother Su froze, instinctively closing his eyes. His hair was styled with pomade, but now it was ruined by the beer. Most of his hair stuck to his head, but 2 or 3 locks stayed up stubbornly. The beer also had foam, and it streamed down Big Brother Su's forehead. Big Brother Su was a pretty boy, but now he looked as pitiful as a drowned dog. Chapter 305. Chapter 305. I don't know him. Fudge! You bye, how dare you splash beer on your elder? I'm so going to fuck you up. You all, what are you useless wimps waiting for? Go get her now! Big Brother Sue was furious. He roared and his 4 underlings finally regained their senses. With a hideous expression, each of them grabbed a beer bottle on the table and hurled it at Rao Sherman. They were a group of unlawful people who didn't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. They'd forgotten the Chinese traditional moral values that had been passed down from their ancestors for more than 5,000 years. They didn't care whether Rao Sherman was a girl or a boy. Once they started to fight, they just hit her until they drew blood. Bang! Suddenly, the table was flipped by somebody before those beer bottles could reach their target. The beers on table fell to the ground. The wooden table was flung at Big Brother Sue and his companions, and sent them flying directly. Sherman, come over here! Chin Feng, who'd kicked the table, cast a smile at Rao Sherman. Like a frightened deer, Rao Sherman hastily and obediently ran to Chin Feng's side and rested quietly in Chin Feng's arms. She didn't struggle at all but bashfully enjoyed Chin Feng's embrace. Fuck you little brat, you have a death wish? How dare you fling a table at your elder? Do you think you're playing young and dangerous? Release that girl now and get out of my sight. If not, your elder's going to punish you until your mother can't recognize you. Big Brother Sue and his 4 underlings glared at Chin Feng like tigers looking at their prey and scolded him nonstop. However, none of them dared to step forward to attack Chin Feng. These people had a lot of fighting experience, so they could tell that Chin Feng had some skills from the kick he delivered just now. This was because no ordinary person could send a heavy, solid, wooden table flying with just a kick. They were even pushed several meters away by it. If possible, they would rather not to provoke a valiant person like Chin Feng. Sissy, come over here! Chin Feng ignored their relentless words. He hugged Rao Sherman with one arm and crooked his free hand, beckoning at Big Brother Sue with a finger. Big Brother Sue's face flushed. There was no one who dared to call him Sissy to his face. Fuck! Are you blind, little brat? Your elder is a man, a fierce, vigorous man. Do you believe your elder will fuck that lass later and have her to tell you how vigorous I am? Bang! As soon as Big Brother Sue finished his words, a beer bottle flew directly at him. Nobody knew where the beer bottle came from. It moved at lightning speed. Big Brother Sue didn't even have a chance to counter, and the beer bottle had already hit his head. Scarlet blood streamed down from his cranium. Paired with his reed look, he could pass for a ghost in a horror movie. Sissy, come over here! Chin Feng hadn't gotten angry. He called Big Brother Sue with the same gesture, the same expression, and the same words. Even his voice volume and tone were the same. However, Big Brother Sue was creeped out by Chin Feng's current smiles and movements. He felt Chin Feng was a demon who'd crawled out from hell. He felt like he'd been clawed by an large invisible hand, preventing him from escaping or screaming. Why you better not fucking call me sissy again. Bang! Before Big Brother Sue could finish his words, another bottle flew at him with the same force and the same speed, and landed on the same spot. The beer blood mixture was splashed all around. Glass shards were stuck in his head wound. Big Brother Sue was in so much pain that his face distorted. The 5 arrogant and despotic hooligans now fell silent. They acted like a group of errant kindergartners now accepting the fury of their teacher. Before, they looked down at Chin Feng and paid him no heed. Now, they feared him and didn't dare look him in the eye. This was because they hadn't been able to see Chin Feng's movements at all. Sissy, come over here! Chin Feng crooked his finger again. He'd remained in his original position, his body exuding a frosty and domineering aura. He held Rao Sherman lightly in one arm. The feeling was similar to the time when the stage collapsed, when Chin Feng held her in his arms without any regard for his own life. Rao Sherman felt the same warmth and sense of security. At this very moment, Rao Sherman gazed senselessly at Chin Feng's handsome and fortitudinous profile. This man was so domineering and arrogant, yet Rao Sherman liked it. Thud, thud, thud. This time, Big Brother Sue walked up to Chin Feng, step by step without any hesitation. They attracted a crowd of onlookers, all of whom felt such pressure from Qin Feng's strong and domineering aura that they had difficulty breathing. The audience just kept quiet and waved from the sidelines. "Kneel!" Big Brother Su stopped at a spot 5 meters away from Qin Feng and looked warily at him. Qin Feng retained his smile and widened it a bit. However, in everybody's eyes, his smile at this moment was even scarier than a malevolent look. "I am wrong. Can Big Brother?" Frightened by Qin Feng's strong aura, Big Brother Su took the initiative to acknowledge his mistake and sue for peace. Qin Feng refused to make peace. "You need to bear the consequences for what you did," he said. When he heard Big Brother Su called Rao Sherman, "By," Qin Feng felt the impulse to kill this man on the spot. However, he endured it. "I can't kill him, but he has to pay dearly for what he has committed." Bang! A beer bottle was again picked up and precisely smashed on Big Brother Su's wound. Qin Feng was too fast. Not even Rao Sherman, who was in his arms, could see it clearly. "Kneel!" Plop! Big Brother Su could no longer defy him. He was now kicking himself. He realized he'd gotten off on the wrong foot today. He'd just arrived at the food street, wanting to hit on some girls, and then met a crazy Qin Feng. "Apologize to this beautiful and kind maiden beside me until she's satisfied," Qin Feng ordered him with a beaming face. His voice was soft, as if he was whispering to his lover. This voice was sweet talk in Rao Sherman's perspective. However, this voice creeped Big Brother Su out and made his scalp prickle with pins and needles. Slap! Big Brother Su started to slap himself. Slap, slap, slap. He couldn't stop himself and slapped even harder and faster. "Lady, you're a great-hearted person, please forgive me. I shouldn't have spied on your beauty. I deserve to die. I should be punished." Slap, 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 slap. The surroundings were as silent as the grave. Only the sound of Big Brother Su slapping his own face could be heard. The people who had been drinking and talking stopped. Even those barbecue stand owners stopped working, dazed at this scene. Most of them knew Big Brother Su. Always brought his underlings to eat and hit on some girls on this food street. Everyone knew Big Brother Su was a little infamous in this area. Normally it was he who'd get wildly drunk and punish people. Today was the first time they saw him getting beaten so badly by someone. "Beautiful, I sincerely apologize to you. Please forget what I said earlier and please don't take it to heart. I have a bad mouth, I'm a bad person. Trash like me doesn't even have the finesse to hold your shoe. Yes, you're right, you don't even have the finesse to hold my shoe, so, get lost." Big Brother Su's previously handsome face had gotten really beaten up that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Rao Sherman opened her mouth at this moment. Although she was a kind-hearted and humble person, she'd never sympathize with a vulgar person like Big Brother Su. Her air as a superstar surged all of a sudden. She stood in the crowd like a prideful white swan. Her body glittered with golden light. She was so beautiful it was heartbreaking. She was China's most famous top-tier celebrity, and the national goddess in the heart of every Chinese man. She had the asset to be prideful. Rao Sherman was disgusted by just looking at Big Brother Su, let alone having her shoe held by him. Although Rao Sherman commanded him to leave, Big Brother Su didn't run away directly. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng and asked earnestly, "Big Brother? Get lost now." Qin Feng waved his hand. Big Brother Su was relieved. He hastily crawled up and wanted to run away. He'd never been so embarrassed as he was today, kneeling before a woman in front of hundreds of people and begging for her forgiveness. He wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. "Big Brother Su! Big Brother Su!" He was called by one of his underlings after he'd taken only a few steps. Baldy just went to Fei Tian Bar and asked for Big Brother Longhair's assistance. "Big Brother Longhair is on his way now. You don't have to leave now. Let's get rid of these bees." One of his underlings went to seek help while Big Brother Su was begging for Rao Sherman's forgiveness. Opposite of this food street was a pedestrian walkway, which was a few hundred meters away from the Fei Tian Bar. The reason Qin Feng brought Rao Sherman to the food street was because he wanted to bring her to the Fei Tian bar after they'd finished their snack. The onlookers were attracted by that loud underling. They saw a group of black-suited men suddenly surge forward at the entrance of the food street. One could tell from a glance that there were at least 30 people. The battalion was huge and posed in extraordinary grandeur. They were like the mafia from the Bund. They'd stolen the show once they made their entrance, and a golden road appeared before them wherever they went. Those people who came for food had hidden away, afraid they might draw unnecessary trouble to themselves, while those food stand owners who had put their tables and chairs on the road also hurriedly cleared the road with their assistance. Thud, thud, thud. The grandeur of 30 people was overwhelming, even their steps sounded like a marching army. Big Brother Su and his 4 underlings had already gotten to their feet. They were so excited they almost screamed when they saw the long-haired man at the head of that group of black-suited men. "It's Big Brother Longhair. He has come! Qin Feng, let's leave now!" Rao Sherman's countenance sank slightly. As a superstar, Rao Sherman had experienced this kind of occasion before, so she wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she was a little bit angry. "No, we shouldn't leave." Qin Feng halted Rao Sherman and looked at her gently. "It's an honor for Acropolis City's citizens to have the beautiful Sherman here. While I, as a local, should host you well. If somebody bullied the beautiful Sherman and I didn't care about it, then how could I continue to be your friend? But they have so many men with them. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's just go." Rao Sherman furrowed her eyebrows deeply and looked worriedly at Qin Feng. "Why should we leave just because they have the advantage?" Qin Feng countered Rao Sherman with a solemn expression. He then shook his head and said, "I have nothing to say if we're on the wrong, but they're the ones who did wrong, and it's natural for me to teach them a lesson. Now they've got help and have more men than us, so we should just flee with our tails between our legs. Then how about the great spirit of our China? Where's our justice? Where should I put my face and my morality? How should I face Sherman in the future? How can I stand tall and be a man in front of Sherman again? I'm not alone at the moment. I'm not Qin Feng now. I'm the representative of the 3 million people in Acropolis City. I also represent the spirit of the 13 billion population of China." Qin Feng felt he was fucking awesome right now. He was grateful he learned his Mandarin well when he was young. Right now, he felt moved to tears by his own words. It was right at this breathtaking and emotional moment, before he could finish his speech from the bottom of his heart, that Qin Feng was interrupted by Rao Sherman. "Qin Feng, are you an acquaintance of that long-haired guy?" With a lovely mirthful smile, Rao Sherman eyed Qin Feng. Qin Feng was instantly deflated. He blanked out and forgot all the classic lines in his head. Of course he knew him. Longhair was Qin Feng's underling. His acquaintance with Longhair was the ace he had up his sleeve. That was why he refused to retreat, and was still in the mood to flirt with her. Qin Feng wasn't dumb, stupid, or an idiot. If he knew his opponent was stronger than him, he'd have already run away with Rao Sherman without her needing to speak. "I don't know him." With a solemn expression, Qin Feng looked at Rao Sherman and shook his head. Chapter 306. Chapter 306. I detest liars. "You really don't know him?" Rao Sherman's smile widened, and her gaze didn't leave Qin Feng's eyes. "Maybe he knows me, but I really don't know him," said Qin Feng through clenched teeth. As Qin Feng and Rao Sherman discussed whether or not Qin Feng knew Longhair, the man in question swaggered over with his entourage in a flashy manner. He'd been called over by Big Brother Su's lackey, Baldy, but he didn't come to help Big Brother Su. Since the northern district of Acropolis was Phone Group territory, and the Phone Group base was Fei Tian Bar, as the Phone Group's figurehead, Longhair naturally had to preserve order and safety in his territory. Now that Longhair and his 2 brothers followed young Master Qin, their horizons broadened. They were no longer the men of before who only knew how to fight and kill, licking the blood off their blades. The 3 brothers began to learn to clean up their act and allowed the Phone Group to venture into business. Thus, Longhair was in the middle of taking care of fights in his territory because peace bred wealth. Big brother Longhair, I didn't know you would come. This little brother is truly overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Big brother Su already greeted Longhair with a smile. Brother Su and his 4 lackeys clearly misunderstood why Longhair had come. Longhair came to stop the harmful fights, not to help Brother Su. Longhair rushed over energetically with over 30 lackeys to show off the phone group's power. He wanted all the people in the Northern District to see that the Northern District now belonged to the phone group, and if you wanted to maintain your businesses and livelihoods in this area, you had to do things honestly. Longhair was very satisfied with acting pretentious, but this was suddenly spoiled by Brother Su's appearance. Longhair wasn't very happy. His eyes merely glanced over Brother Su, but he just continued to walk past him. Brother Su thought this look was Big Brother Longhair's greeting, so he bloomed with happiness. Big Brother Longhair, it's the damn man and woman over there. They're too fucking cocky. Brother Su immediately fell into step with Longhair. It was originally Longhair leading 30 men alone to show off, but now Brother Su took away half of that limelight. Longhair was so angry that he almost sent the guy flying with a kick. That man is especially cocky. I brought up your name and said this was your territory and warned him not to cause trouble. But that man didn't listen and even started beating people. That brat really thought Aesu couldn't take care of him? I merely refrained from making a move out of respect for you, Big Brother Longhair. I know that you told us not to cause a ruckus in the Northern District, and I engraved your words in my heart. This is my motto. That's right, Big Brother Longhair, the little girl with the brat is really hot. She'd be a perfect ma for you. If you played with that kind of girl for a night, you'd practically fly to the heavens. It wasn't every day that Big Brother Su had the opportunity to see Big Brother Longhair in person, much less stand so close to him. In his excitement, Big Brother Su looked like he'd eaten stride chewing gum. Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop talking. Longhair stopped a long time ago. He didn't listen closely to Brother Su's words. Instead, he looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman across the way with an expression of horror. As Big Brother Su said, the woman was a beauty of the highest quality. But even if Longhair was given 100 guts, he still wouldn't have enough to entertain the slightest thought about Rao Sherman because he saw young Master Cheen hugging this exquisite beauty. We're both men, but why is there such a huge difference between us? Longhair sighed to himself. He already forgot what number this high-quality sister-in-law was. However, he completely believed the rumors. The women by young Master Cheen were all as beautiful as fairies and could topple cities and countries with their looks. Big Brother Longhair, Big Brother Longhair. Are you listening to me? When are we going to get rid of that man? Longhair was shaken out of his stupor by Brother Su. Once he came to his senses, Longhair's expression sank and he threw a large slap, sending Brother Su to the ground. Brother Su rolled a fair number of times and saw stars. Big Brother Longhair, did you hit the wrong person? That brat is across the street. This wasn't only Brother Su's thought, it was the same question going through Brother Su's 4 lackeys and the hundreds of spectators around them. If you keep fucking yelling, your elder will find someone to cut your tongue off. Slap. Longhair was so angry that his solid muscles began to tremble. He wasn't there to help Brother Su, but this guy kept jabbering nonstop. Now the guy wants me to deal with young Master Cheen? If the guy wants to die, he shouldn't drag me along. You idiot, if you're looking to fucking die, then die farther away. Don't pretend you're close to this elder. Have I ever spoken to you? Do I know you? Who the fuck are you? Longhair was really angry. Longhair swung his arm that was as strong and thick as a leg and slapped Brother Su back and forth continuously. Brother Su was like a little chick, and his neck jerked so much that it almost broke. Brother Su's 4 lackeys were so shocked that they wanted to eat their fists. The audience was even more confused. Wasn't this man with the long hair who looks like the golden-haired Lion King called over by Brother Su to provide reinforcement? Why is he hitting his own man? Big Brother Longhair, don't dirty your hands. Let me take care of this small fry for you. The lackey's Longhair brought step forward and surrounded them, prepared to hit Brother Sue. Longhair kicked Brother Sue and yelled, "All of you fuck off! None of you have the right to make a move today, and your elder will personally teach anyone who acts recklessly." The fight was intense, and Chin Fong and Rao Sherman looked on calmly, as though Brother Sue had nothing to do with them. "And you still insist that you don't know the long-haired guy?" Rao Sherman escaped Chin Feng's embrace and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "He was standing too far away earlier, so I couldn't see clearly. Now that we're closer, I can see him clearly. Nope, I don't know him." Chin Feng couldn't admit that he knew Longhair. If he did, the emotional confession, that unyielding drive he just established would come crashing down. "Young Master Chin, I didn't know you were here. My apologies for this sorry sight." Chin Feng had just spoken, and Longhair already came running to greet him. Chin Feng gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to send Longhair flying with a kick. Rao Sherman, on the other hand, laughed like a little girl whose plan succeeded. "Ahem! Who are you, you long-haired guy? You've made yourself look like the golden-haired Lion King. I don't even know you. Are you a wild man who ran out of the depths of the mountains?" As Chin Feng spoke, he gave Longhair a meaningful look. Longhair was initially puzzled, but then he later understood Chin Feng's looks. Though he didn't know why young Master Chin had to pretend not to know him, as his inferior, he just had to do what he was instructed to. "Huh! It seems that I'm mistaken. You're taller and handsomer than the person I know, and your girlfriend is more beautiful and remarkable. My apologies for disturbing you too." Longhair cupped one fist in the other hand, bowed, turned, and left with Brother Sue and Brother Sue's 4 lackeys. Chin Feng and Rao Sherman sat at a new table, and the crowd of spectators slowly dispersed. Soon, the food street went back to normal, appearing as though nothing had happened at all. "Brother Chin, I'm really sorry. Those were the hooligans in this area, and they're not to be messed with. I'll take care of your expenses for today. I hope it didn't ruin you and your girlfriend's mood." Uncle Wang was a kind person. He made a fresh portion of barbecue and brought a beer over. Chin Feng smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need for that. I'll pay for today, and put the broken tables and chairs on my bill as well. Since I'm taking my girlfriend out tonight, let me show off a bit in front of her since I don't have many opportunities to do so." Chin Feng, Rao Sherman, and Uncle Wang were all grown-ups. They all understood Chin Feng's words. Uncle Wang didn't continue to argue with Chin Feng. He smiled and went back to barbecuing. "Chin Feng, you still maintain that you don't know that long-haired guy?" Rao Sherman squinted at Chin Feng. Under Chin Feng's tutelage, this last occasionally lifted her bottle of beer and took 2 swigs of it. If her fans saw this unaffected air of hers, who knew how many eyes would be clawed out and blinded? "Didn't that long-haired man say he mistook me for someone else? How would I know him?" asked Chin Feng with a smile. "I don't like people who lie to me. It seems that I'll be heading back first." Rao Sherman stood and looked like she was about to leave. "Sherman, that person is my lackey," Chin Feng suddenly said. "To be precise, he's young Master Chin's lackey." Rao Sherman sat back down and stared quietly at Chin Feng with eyes as bright as stars. She wasn't a gossipy woman, and she really wasn't a woman that insisted on getting to the bottom of things. She only cared so much about this because she heard the way Longhair greeted Chin Feng. That person called Chin Feng "Young Master Chin." He also knows my identity in Chin Manor is merely that of young Master Chin's body double. Chairman Chin's business is too large, so he's gained a lot of enemies. These people all have their eyes on young Master Chin. Young Master Chin was also kidnapped a good number of times. In the end, Chairman Chin used me as young Master Chin's decoy. This fooled a lot of people, and that strong, long-haired man is one of them. He's always thought I was young Master Chin, so I was a little tongue-tied. I didn't lie to you. He knows me, but I'm really not all that familiar with him." Chin Feng looked at Rao Sherman with seriousness. "You should have just told me earlier." Rao Sherman was quiet for a while, and then a radiant smile graced her lovely features. "That's right, before those hooligans showed up, you seemed to have something important to say to me? Qin Feng immediately took Rao Sherman's slender, lily-white hands, thought for a bit, and looked deep into her eyes. He didn't get the chance to open his mouth before his phone rang in his pocket. Qin Feng pulled out his phone with a huff and was about to smash it. However, once he saw the caller ID, his expression changed drastically and he looked like a whole different person. It was a call from Mother Lin. Chapter 307. Chapter 307. The bad guy should be punished. Qin Feng's eyebrows frowned slightly. A bad premonition suddenly stirred within him. This was the first time Mother Lin called him because Mother Lin never took the initiative to call him, although she had his cell phone number. Qin Feng took the call and said, "Auntie, it's quite late now. Haven't you gone to bed yet?" Qin Feng. Where are you now? Can you come over to have a look at Bei Bei? Mother Lin's voice was shaking. What happened to Bei Bei? Qin Feng suddenly stood up. His countenance was freezing cold. Bei Bei is fine, just the bracelet you gifted her is gone. I can't find it even though I searched the whole room up and down. I never took it off Bei Bei like you told me, not even when I bathed her. How could it go missing all of a sudden? Qin Feng sensed a crisis. This was because the blood flow bracelet was an instrument he bought from the sovereign system. Usually it had the effect of refreshing the wearer and promoting blood regulation. It would only passively counter an incoming attack if the wearer was in danger, and after that, the bracelet would vanish entirely. That means Bei Bei was attacked? Okay, I'm on my way. Qin Feng ended the call. Rao Sherman got to her feet as well. She'd never seen him so panicked, not even when he bore the metal frame for her. What's wrong? Rao Sherman asked softly. Sherman, my friend might be in trouble. I have to check on her at First Hospital right now. I'll ask Longhair to bring you back to Qin Manor. Please rest assured, that guy can be trusted. Qin Feng pulled Rao Sherman's hand and rushed to Fei Tian Bar. Qin Manor and First Hospital lay in opposite directions, and Qin Feng was burning with anxiety right now, so he couldn't see Rao Sherman home. That's not necessary. You'd better go see your friend now. Rao Sherman flung away Qin Feng's large hand. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. However, she soon reverted to her charming smile. I'm going to hang around some more. I'll be very busy with a press conference and a movie shoot after I get back to the provincial capital, so I won't have free time like tonight to stroll the street anymore. Don't worry. I'll go back after I'm done. That's fine. Call me if you need anything. Qin Feng bid adieu to Rao Sherman and rushed to First Hospital using the Mercedes-Benz. He'd got a racing skill from the lottery, and his driving ability was divine. He drifted and sped along the way and reached First Hospital after 20 minutes. Auntie, how's Bei Bei? Qin Feng breezed in and arrived at Bei Bei's special care ward. When Mother Lin saw Qin Feng, she got up hastily from her daughter's bedside and welcomed him. Qin Feng, you're here! Bei Bei's fine. It's just that the bracelet on her hand is gone, and I couldn't find it no matter how hard I try. It's so weird. Mother Lin explained, her eyebrows furrowed. Qin Feng trotted to Lin Bei Bei's bedside and saw her left wrist was bare. The blood flow bracelet really had disappeared. Auntie, did anyone come into this ward earlier? Yes, that Dr. Zhang, Bei Bei's attending physician, was here just now. Do you still remember him? You've met him before, replied Mother Lin after she thought for a while. Qin Feng's countenance became chilly. When he met Zhang Tianhua last time, he had already noticed that the other man's gaze at Lin Bei Bei was amiss. However, Qin Feng hadn't thought too much since they were at the hospital and Mother Lin was always by Lin Bei Bei's side. But now it seemed that fellow was the most obvious suspect. Auntie, tell me what happened after Zhang Tianhua came in tonight. The more details the better. It was rare to see a solemn and cold Qin Feng. Mother Lin seemed to realize this was a serious matter. She hastily pulled Qin Feng to sit at the bedside and told him everything that had happened tonight. What time do you usually go to bed, Auntie? Queried Qin Feng, frowning deeply after he heard Mother Lin's recount. Actually, my daily task is just taking care of Bei Bei. It's not that tough, and I go to bed every night around midnight. This was because normally I clean Bei Bei's body at 10 o'clock. I'm not sure why I suddenly fell asleep at 8 o'clock tonight. A flame of fury ignited in Qin Feng's heart. He already had a grasp of the situation. Zhang Tianhua harbored dirty thoughts of Bei Bei, so he deliberately drugged Mother Lin, making her fall unconscious, and then tried to do something bad to Bei Bei. Except that Zhang Tianhua didn't know Lin Bei Bei had an instrument, so he was blown away by the blood flow bracelet when he attempted to harm her. Zhang Tianhua, you're playing with fire! Qin Feng dissed Zhang Tianhua in his heart, gritting his teeth. Qin Feng, what happened? Mother Lin was frightened by Qin Feng's grim look. This was the first time she saw an extremely enraged Qin Feng. Mother Lin knew Qin Feng's identity. He was the first prince of Acropolis City. The consequence of angering him would be disastrous. Auntie, let me bathe Bei Bei tonight. Nothing has happened. Please don't think too much and have a good night's sleep. Qin Feng's countenance softened as he looked at Mother Lin. He lifted Lin Bei Bei lightly and went to the bathroom. Mother Lin hesitated for a minute when she saw Qin Feng's movement. However, she ultimately didn't stop him. Lin Bei Bei's special care ward was specially chosen by Qin Feng. The amenities were very good, just like a presidential suite, and the bathroom was big. It had a couch, a shower, and a bathtub. Qin Feng swiveled the faucet and let the water fill the bathtub. He then placed Lin Bei Bei on the couch, squatted beside her, and stroked her delicate face with his palm. Bei Bei, is Zhang Tianhua the one who wanted to harm you? Qin Feng stroked Lin Bei Bei's face like he was touching a precious treasure. He knew Bei Bei could hear his voice as he saw Lin Bei Bei's tears suddenly stream down her face. These seemingly endless teardrops were like needles in Qin Feng's heart, and he knew this was Lin Bei Bei's answer. That Zhang Tianhua is indeed a beast dressed in a human coat. He won't even pass up a human vegetable. Qin Feng hated himself for not protecting Lin Bei Bei properly. He hadn't taken a good care of her when she was healthy, and he almost got her harmed when she was in a coma. Qin Feng couldn't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't bought the blood flow bracelet for Bei Bei. He didn't dare to think. His heart would shatter by just thinking of it. Please don't cry, Bei Bei. I'll help you bathe now and I'll settle accounts with Zhang Tianhua afterward. The blood flow bracelet protected you from his harm, and I know he didn't even lay a finger on you. But I'm still very sorry for what has happened, and I know you don't feel good either. Let me take your clothes off and help you bathe. After this, we'll just forget about this matter, okay? Qin Feng wiped off her tears. Lin Bei Bei, who had sobbed with her tears falling like rain, stopped crying and lay quietly and obediently on the couch. Qin Feng placed his hand on Lin Bei Bei's top and unbuttoned it. His movement was light. He kept looking at Lin Bei Bei's eyes. Should this last shed a tear, Qin Feng would stop and give up on the idea of giving her a bath tonight. However, Lin Bei Bei didn't shed a single tear even with her top removed, and Qin Feng had an illusion that Lin Bei Bei was actually smiling at him. She'd widen her attractive large eyes and curl the corners of her mouth high. She was so graceful that people would care and love her unceasingly. Qin Feng carried a naked Lin Bei Bei to the bathtub's side. Lin Bei Bei's skin was warm and delicate. She was soft when Qin Feng held her in his arms, and he felt she might slip out of his embrace at any moment. The lukewarm water nourished Lin Bei Bei's body. This bathtub was a jacuzzi, so Qin Feng had to put Lin Bei Bei against the bathtub and clean her body thoroughly with a white towel. This was a simple yet challenging task for Qin Feng. He had to close his eyes and breathe with his mouth opened wide several times. Lin Bei Bei was a beauty. She was gorgeous and had a slender body figure. Qin Feng admired himself for being undisturbed when a beauty lay quietly in front of him, naked. No one knew how much time had passed when Mother Lin's voice drifted in from outside the door. Qin Feng, are you guys done? Please don't get me wrong. Take more time bathing Bei Bei if you aren't done yet. Auntie believes in you. Because I washed the bathrobe this morning and dried it outside, please call me once you're done. I'll send you the bathrobe. Then bring the bathrobe inside now, auntie. I'm done bathing Bei already. Qin Feng went to the door and took the bathrobe Mother Lin brought over. Mother Lin was a little bit shy. Qin Feng smiled and returned to Lin Bei's side. He held her in his arms and carefully wiped the water droplets off her body. Qin Feng, thanks for your hard work. Qin Feng walked outside with Lin Bei in his arms. Qin Feng's shirt was damp and stuck to his body while Lin Bei was sheathed in a snow-white bathrobe and lay quietly in Qin Feng's embrace. She was glamorous, beautiful, and delicate. Ah, didn't you bathe with Bei? How did you get your shirt all wet? Mother Lin just realized Qin Feng was wet. She'd expected Qin Feng to get into the bathtub with her daughter. It wasn't that Mother Lin had a perverted mind. It was because Lin Bei was in coma now, so she couldn't move or speak and it was troublesome to bathe her. The task was smoother only if both of the people got into the bathtub together. Auntie, I'm fine. Bei just had a bath. Please dry her hair, or else she'll see a cold. I've something to do now, so I'll excuse myself first. I'll come visit Bei after a while. Qin Feng placed Lin Bei on her bed and prepared to find Zhang Tianhua. Qin Feng, will you be fine alone? Mother Lin suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm. She knew something beyond her imagination had happened, and she knew Qin Feng was now going to resolve the problem. Auntie, don't forget that I'm young Master Qin of Acropolis City. What can he do to me? Qin Feng smiled gently at Mother Lin as he didn't want her to worry about him. Okay, Bei and I will wait for your return here. You must come back. Bei can't live without you, Mother Lin said with tears in her eyes. Qin Feng's countenance sank. He turned around and left the room. Bad guys should be punished. He wanted Zhang Tianhua to suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 308. Chapter 308. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. Once Qin Feng left, Rao Sherman's high spirits fell. She'd heard Qin Feng answer the phone with the name Bei, and this was clearly a woman's name. Rao Sherman hadn't expected Qin Feng to rush off and leave her alone after answering a call from another woman. I have to leave Acropolis tomorrow, and I don't even know if there'll be any opportunity to meet in the future. A bit downcast, Rao Sherman walked along the small, cold green river and looked at the round moon in the sky. Screech! The screeching of brakes resounded beside Rao Sherman. She hadn't even gotten the opportunity to turn and see what happened when someone covered her head and carried her into a van. Other than Rao Sherman, there were 3 people in the vehicle. 2 of them were in charge of abducting her, and the last sat in the front and drove. Wah wah! Who are you people? Release me this instant! Rao Sherman screamed for her life in the back, but the 3 people ignored her. One of the 2 men in the back pulled out his phone and made a call. Prince Zhou, we got her and we're heading back right now. Good, get back quickly and drive safely. In Royal Hotel's presidential suite, Zhou Kai hung up, then said excitedly to the man in a white robe beside him. Prince Sima, they're heading back. My congratulations, Prince Zhou. You'll enjoy tonight. Sima too smiled as he looked at Zhou Kai. Prince Sima, why don't you stay? I'll get an inexperienced model and we'll go at it together tonight. No. I've just come out of seclusion and my inner chi is unstable. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid that if I play around, I won't be able to control my chi, and I might get blown to pieces. Sima Tu smiled and waved his hand. Since Sima Tu made it sound so severe, Zhou Kai didn't continue to try convincing him. Also, if Zhou Kai was completely honest, he didn't want to play with Sima Tuesday. After all, this woman tonight was the goddess of tens of millions of Chinese men's hearts. He thought it wouldn't be enough even if he played with her for a whole night. All right, then I'll head back. I hope Prince Zhou will be freely drenched in sweat tonight. Sima Tu stood to leave. Zhou Kai smiled and walked Sima Tu to the door. When Zhou Kai returned to the room, Sima Tu stood at a corner of the stairs, pulled out a new SIM card, and replaced the one in his phone with it. Then, he sent a text message. Rao Sherman is in trouble in Royal Hotel's presidential suite, room 1888. After completing the text, Sima Tu pulled out the SIM card and with a bit of force from his palm, the SIM card spontaneously combusted. Then, he swiped his original SIM card back in and made a call. Prince Sima, is it done? A man's clear laugh came from the phone. As expected, Prince Wen is truly intelligent. It's done. Sima Yu laughed as well. Happy cooperating. The call ended, and Sima Tu's eerie smile widened. He'd allied with Prince Wen, and now he initiated their attack on the Qin family. A couple of days ago, he'd purposely looked for Zhou Kai and enticed him into abducting Rao Sherman. Then, he texted Qin Feng to tell him Rao Sherman was in trouble. That way, he'd successfully caused strife between the Qin and Zhou families. Sima Tu knew Qin Feng too well. Hadn't he already annihilated entire family clans over a woman? Sima Tu didn't care whether the Qin or the Zhou family won the feud because no matter who won or lost, the Sima family would be the biggest beneficiary. Of Acropolis's 4 prominent family clans, only 3 currently remained. After the Qin and Zhou families were eradicated, the entire Acropolis would belong to his Sima family clan. While Sima Tu was immensely pleased with himself, Prince Wen sat on a sofa with a smile in a lavish villa. He was also a participant in the plan. In fact, he was the mastermind. Sima Tu didn't know about the relationship between Rao Sherman and Dongfang Qing Shui or the relationship between the Dongfang family and the Qin family, but Prince Wen did. This plan seemed flawless. It would point to the Qin and Zhou families as the initiators of the conflict, and when Rao Sherman was disgraced, the Dongfang family would be pulled in. However, if Rao Sherman and the Qin family were acquainted, and the Dongfang and Qin families were also connected by an engagement, this situation then became immensely different. If Zhou Kai forced himself on Rao Sherman, and Qin Feng ran over and beat Zhou Kai up, initiating a feud between the 2 families, then Rao Sherman wouldn't get the Dongfang family to deal with the Qin family but the Zhou family. If they found out that the Sima family was also related, then the Qin family and the Sima family would be at war. Previously, Prince Wen's identity was almost revealed, so he now didn't deal with Qin Feng personally. He began to help Qin Feng continuously provoke enemies and cause trouble for the Qin family. When the opposing powers were large enough in scale and size, it would be hard for the Qin family not to fall. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. Only time would tell who was the unfortunate cicada, who was the short-sighted mantis, and who was the strategic Oreo. Acropolis City First Hospital, 3rd floor on-call room. 2 people stood in the room. Zhang Tianhua had a large square of gauze on his head, and his injuries had been treated. Beside him stood an old man. This was First Hospital's director Fang Wentian. Little Zhang, are you all right? Be more careful when you walk. Fang Wentian had coincidentally bumped into Zhang Tianhua and seen that he looked like he had just gotten into a fight. Thus, Fang Wentian went into the on-call room with him. Thank you for your concern, Director Fang. It's no big deal, I'll definitely be careful next time, said Zhang Tianhua with a smile. All right, as long as you're okay. Fang Wentian waved his hand and prepared to leave. Then I'm going home. Okay. I'll walk you out, Director Fang. Zhang Tianhua got to the door first to open it for Fang Wentian. Once he'd done so, his entire body froze. A large, tall, and straight body stood at the door. That person had a frigid expression, and icy air emanated from him. Also, Zhang Tianhua had seen this person before. It was Lin Beibei's boyfriend. What are you doing standing by the door at night like a ghost? You scared me. Zhang Tianhua was almost scared to death by Qin Feng. He had just escaped from Lin Beibei's room, and now he saw Lin Beibei's boyfriend. Since he had a guilty conscience, there was no way Zhang Tianhua couldn't be afraid. However, he thought back. No one discovered his attempt to make a move on Lin Beibei, so he suppressed his fear and glared at Qin Feng with feigned anger. If a body is straight, there's no need to fear that its shadow would be crooked or that a ghost would come knocking at their door. Qin Feng gave Zhang Tianhua a cold look. Dr. Zhang, don't tell me you have a guilty conscience because you did something shameful? Me? A guilty conscience? You're crazy! Don't block the on-call room doorway. Move! A good dog doesn't block the road, do you get it? Zhang Tianhua's heart thumped. He was slightly frightened by Qin Feng. Are you calling me a dog? A demonic smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Whoever blocks the door is the dog. Think about whether or not that's you. Director Feng was still there, so Zhang Tianhua didn't get into an argument with Qin Feng in an open and fearless manner. Qin Feng's smile widened even more, and his gaze was pinned on Zhang Tianhua. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and kicked Zhang Tianhua in the chest. This kick was fierce, and Zhang Tianhua's body stopped on the floor for a second, flew toward the wall, and slammed into it. Clang! The plaques hanging on the wall all shook and fell down, and the table below them toppled over with a loud bang as well. Zhang Tianhua was pressed beneath the wooden table, coughing incessantly. He couldn't even utter a word. Director Feng was stunned, and Zhang Tianhua was almost frightened to death. He hadn't expected that just mocking Qin Feng and alluding that Qin Feng was a dog would cause this guy to attack him in front of the director, and with so much strength. With one kick, Zhang Tianhua felt as though his insides had shifted. Qin Feng took 3 large strides, then arrived before Zhang Tianhua and stomped on the wooden table on Zhang Tianhua's back. The wooden table was already heavy, and now that Qin Feng stood on it, Zhang Tianhua felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. His stomach boiled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Pooh! The fresh blood sprayed all over the floor in a striking red. Director Feng was frightened into regaining his senses. He ran up to Qin Feng and tugged on his arm. Don't beat him any more. If you keep at it, he'll die. Director Feng was so scared that sweat covered his forehead. He had a death grip on Qin Feng's arm and refused to let go. He knew Qin Feng, and was even more clear of his title as Young Master Qin. Previously, Feng Wentian personally helped Qin Feng take care of the matter of Mother Lin staying in the hospital, and he also got Lin Bei Bei into the special care ward this time as well. Qin Feng retracted his leg. Director Feng was an old man who had a pretty good relationship with his father, so Qin Feng had to give him face. Once Zhang Tianhua felt Mount Five Finger come off his back, he used all his strength to move the wooden table off himself and crawl to his feet. Once he got up, he hid behind Director Feng. Director Feng, you saw. This person is out of control. I have nothing against him. Once he came in, he attacked me for no reason. I'm going to call the police right now. When the police comes, you have to vouch for me, Director Feng. Zhang Tianhua didn't know Qin Feng's identity and knew even less about his friendship with Director Feng. He wanted to use Director Feng's power and prestige to suppress Qin Feng, and Qin Feng thought this was hilarious. Little Zhang, put away your phone, this is a misunderstanding. Director Feng was deeply dissatisfied with Zhang Tianhua's behavior, and he glared at him. Though Zhang Tianhua was confused, he put his phone away. Director Feng, let him call the police. When the police come, let's see if they arrest me or this pervert. Attempted rape isn't a small matter. Qin Feng glared coldly at Zhang Tianhua. Zhang Tianhua trembled, and a bad premonition arose within him. Earlier, the instant he opened the door and saw Qin Feng, he'd become nervous. He knew that no one had seen his behavior tonight, but he was still terrified of Qin Feng. He couldn't understand how Qin Feng found out. Why did Qin Feng call him a pervert and say he attempted rape? Director Feng, please move to the side. Otherwise, I won't care if I hurt you by accident when I make my move later. Qin Feng stood upright like a pine, his voice clear and resonant. Chapter 309. Chapter 309, Beaten into a Eunuch. Zhang Tianhua didn't know the relationship between Director Feng and Qin Feng. He was so happy that he laughed in his heart when he heard Qin Feng talk with attitude. After all, who was Feng Wentian? He was the director of First Hospital, a greatly renowned physician who healed the wounded and the dying. Even though he wasn't a magnate nor did he possess a solid family background, he'd saved the lives of so many people, tyrants, hedonistic young masters, even a gang leader had owed him a big favor. A person like him wouldn't look for trouble, and trouble would never dare to find him. Humph! What an ignorant fool! How could a little brat like you talk that way to Director Fang? Zhang Tianhua quickly warded Director Fang and yelled with righteous indignation. How dare you play tough in our first hospital? You're even threatening our beloved Director Fang. Do you think this place is a market, little brat? You're not going to get out of this on-call room unscathed today. Since Fang Wentian was behind Zhang Tianhua didn't realize his director's countenance had become chilly. He turned his head and smiled at Director Fang. Please don't be afraid, Director Fang. Today, little Zhang is here. I won't allow this little brat to lay a finger on you. Please call the police now. We must arrest this little brat and teach him a good lesson. Zhang Tianhua felt it was useless for him to make the call. However, if it was Director Fang who called the police, he might be able to ask some of his acquaintances to come over, and then this Qin Feng would be a dead meat. Little Zhang, move away! Fang Wentian commanded with a frosty countenance. He didn't want to meddle in young Master Qin's matters. Director Fang was prepared to leave this battlefield in young Master Qin's hands. Don't you worry about me, Director Fang. I won't move an inch even if I'll be beaten to death by this barbarian. I won't let him harm you. Zhang Tianhua talked with his chest puffed out, as he was taking pride in his ass-kissing skill. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt somebody smack the back of his head. Move! Director Fang was an oldster. He was now choked with anger and gave a huge smack to Zhang Tianhua's head. Dazed, Zhang Tianhua turned his head to look at Director Fang. Is this geezer crazy? How could he casually hit someone? Zhang Tianhua wondered in his mind. Slap! Director Fang gave another slap on Zhang Tianhua's face and yelled coldly. Move! Zhang Tianhua was totally flabbergasted. This was the first time he'd seen an angry expression on the face of that friendly and kind Director Fang. Zhang Tianhua didn't dare defy Director Fang anymore. He instinctively turned aside and gave way. Fang Wentian ignored him entirely. He walked up to Qin Feng and smiled. Young Master Qin, give this old man face, just don't kill him. Thank you, Director Fang. I'll personally pay you a visit for a cup of tea afterward. Qin Feng nodded. Director Fang left the on-call room directly. He even shut the door for them. He was wise enough to see through the situation. If young Master Qin accused Zhang Tianhua of attempted rape, then Zhang Tianhua must have really perpetrated such a filthy affair. Otherwise, why would young Master Qin proactively look for trouble with a nobody like Zhang Tianhua? This was because Qin Feng needed no reason to get rid of Zhang Tianhua. He'd just end this whole story by giving him a few punches. So Director Fang chose not to meddle in this matter, as he still remembered the incident where young Master Qin had eliminated the entire Hao family because of a woman. Only Qin Feng and Zhang Tianhua were in the on-call room after Director Fang left. Zhang Tianhua was scared and he felt weak in the legs. He seemed to have realized the seriousness of this matter. Apparently, this Qin Feng was a bigwig. Don't you come over? What are you trying to do, you little brat? We don't know each other, and there's no enmity between us. You can't simply hit me for no reason. Seeing Qin Feng closing in on him, Zhang Tianhua was so frightened he couldn't speak fluently. Slap! Zhang Tianhua was slapped by Qin Feng, and stars danced before his eyes. What did you do in Beibei's ward tonight? Qin Feng asked him with an icy look. His voice was reminiscent of a demon. And nothing. Slap! Qin Feng slapped him again using the back of his hand and turned Zhang Tianhua into a pig head after 2 slaps. Zhang Tianhua was groaning with pain. You didn't do anything? Qin Feng asked again. Really, I really haven't done anything, answered Zhang Tianhua with his teeth clenched tightly. He would rather be beaten to death than admit to this kind of deed. Bang! Qin Feng had run out of patience, so he delivered a kick to Zhang Tianhua's belly out of frustration. Zhang Tianhua was sent flying directly and crashed on the wall. The impact even caused a layer of dust to fall from the wall. What have you actually done? Qin Feng rushed forward and single-handedly picked Zhang Tianhua up like a chick. Blood was gushing from Zhang Tianhua's mouth. He was in so much pain that everything before his eyes turned dark. He felt like a tempestuous storm was raging in his belly, making him want to spit out his organs. I really haven't. Shroom! Before Zhang Tianhua could finish his sentence, Qin Feng tossed him, and this person flew into the air again. He then fell hard on a glass fish tank, shattering it. Glass shards splashed all over his body, leaving numerous wounds on his body and a pool of blood on the floor. Still don't want to admit your sin? Qin Feng would never be lenient to a bad guy who defiled his woman. He refused to give Zhang Tianhua a chance to take a breather. He even ignored Zhang Tianhua's dying look. He single-handedly picked Zhang Tianhua up, ready to perform another trapeze act. Brother, big brother. I'll lay it out. I harbored dirty thoughts about Lin Bei Bei and almost violated her tonight. But I really didn't touch her. A strange stream of air pushed me at the very last second. And then Auntie woke up, so I had to rush back here and tend my wounds. The last defense line within Zhang Tianhua had crumbled. He was really scared of Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't human. He was a demon who'd crawled out from hell, as all his attacks were aimed at taking Zhang Tianhua's life. Before, Zhang Tianhua hadn't wanted to admit it because he thought Qin Feng wouldn't dare make a big deal out of it, and would only thrash him. Only now did he realize, Qin Feng was actually willing to kill him. Click! As soon as Zhang Tianhua finished speaking, Qin Feng tapped the sound recorder on his phone. Once again, he waved his large hand and Zhang Tianhua was sent into the air. Qin Feng quickly sent a kick between Zhang Tianhua's legs and a thump echoed, as if something had exploded. Zhang Tianhua was in so much pain that all his veins bulged, and he shrieked nonstop as if he was dying. When Zhang Tianhua landed on the floor again, he had already fainted. He'd been incapacitated by Qin Feng. He would be a eunuch if this was in ancient times. The commotion in the on-call room was too obvious, so a few nurses and doctors rushed over to check what had happened. When they saw the mess in the on-call room through the glass, all of them thought a war had taken place here. Qin Feng pulled out his handkerchief, wiped off the blood stains on his hands, and walked out the on-call room to wash his hands in the restroom. His expression was bland and his steps were light, as if Zhang Tianhua inside the room hadn't been beaten by him. After he cleaned off all the blood stains on his body, Qin Feng then returned to Lin Bei Bei's special care ward. He chit-chatted with Mother Lin for a moment, and a group of police officers arrived at the hospital. The leader of these cops was the fatty police officer that wanted to arrest Qin Feng at Lotus Lake last time. He already knew Qin Feng's identity, so he acted politely in front of Qin Feng. After Qin Feng transferred the voice recording on his cell phone to that police officer, the fatty police officer then brought Zhang Tianhua back to the bureau. Qin Feng's mood was slightly eased after he'd settled with Zhang Tianhua. He sat at Lin Bei Bei's bedside, stroked Lin Bei Bei's face lightly, and shared some anecdotes of his recent activities. However, Qin Feng received a text from an unknown number before he could finish his story. Rao Sherman is in trouble in Royal Hotel's presidential suite, room 1888. The text only had one sentence. Qin Feng's eyebrows furrowed deeply after he read the text, and he became nervous. He hastily called Rao Sherman's cell phone, to no avail. Her phone was shut down. Qin Feng then made another call to Su Ruoro, and she told him Rao Sherman hadn't returned to Qin Manor yet. Qin Feng's mood became grimmer. Rao Sherman attended the royal group event as their VIP. If she encountered any mishap during her stay in Acropolis City, needless to say how severe the consequences would be, Qin Feng knew he would forever blame himself. Auntie, I have other things to do now. I'll visit Bei Bei next time when I'm free. Qin Feng got up and headed outside. Mother Lin saw him out partway until the door. Qin Feng drove the Mercedes-Benz to Royal Hotel after he got out from the hospital. While driving, he considered who was after Rao Sherman. Why'd they choose Royal Hotel as their base? Don't they know Royal Hotel is my territory? The Golden Assassin crew? But they shouldn't have launched an attack so soon. Mentally sorting through his enemies, Qin Feng realized there were so many possibilities and he couldn't pinpoint the culprit. Besides, the opponent might actually have been aiming for Rao Sherman and just happened to choose Royal Hotel as their base. Anyway, Qin Feng wouldn't allow anything bad happen to Rao Sherman. Qin Feng cared for her, especially after learning Rao Sherman was the little girl from 8 years ago. The Mercedes-Benz breezed down the roads at lightning speed, the sight even more thrilling than the Fast and the Furious. Qin Feng darted along the way and soon arrived at the entrance of Royal Hotel. Chairman Qin. Oh. It's young Master Qin. It's been a long time since you've been to Royal Hotel. Qin Feng drove his dad's car, so the hotel security guard had mistaken him for Chairman Qin after seeing the car's plate number. Qin Feng followed hotel security guard to the front of Royal Hotel. He suddenly halted his movement, raised his head, and looked up the towering skyscraper, countless of emotions flashing through his heart. Before he gained the hedonist sovereign system, Qin Feng practically spent more than 10 days a month in this royal hotel, indulging in carnal activities every day. And then, he'd spent another 10 more days at Royal Clubhouse with the same dissolute and unruly demeanor. Now that he stood once again at the foot of this hotel, he felt the life he previously led was far away from him. Indeed, it had been a long time since he came to Royal Hotel. The last time he came here was to look for Bai Qing. Bai Qing left without saying goodbye, after she'd come back from the mountain resort. Qin Feng gazed at the gloomy moon in the sky and murmured in his heart, Qing, I'll look for you after I've settled my matters here. I wonder how you are these days? Chapter 310. Chapter 310, The Tragic Pawn. After Rao Sherman was kidnapped, she fought incessantly, but she couldn't struggle free even when they arrived at the hotel doors. In the end, the abductors knocked her unconscious and took her to Royal Hotel's presidential suite, room 1888. There were 2 people in the room. One was Rao Sherman, who was out cold on the floor. The other was a man who squatted before her, admiring her beautiful and charming face in detail. China's #1 pure jade girl, you really live up to your title as the country's goddess. I like it. Ha ha! Zhou Kai couldn't stop beaming as he looked at Rao Sherman's charming face and her perfect, curvy body. As one of Acropolis City's 4 princes, he usually spent a lot of money playing with celebrities and inexperienced models. Some celebrities were beautiful on screen but scared Zhou Kai half to death when he met them in real life. Besides the ones that looked completely different without makeup, some had faces full of pimples and scars. Without makeup, they could be the female leads of horror movies. However, Rao Sherman clearly didn't let Zhou Kai down. Not only was Zhou Kai not disappointed, he was elated because Rao Sherman was even more beautiful in person than on TV. She was 20 this year, in the height of her youth. Even without makeup, she was radiant. Her skin was fair and clear like snow, like water would drip off it. Pooh! Zhou Kai stared at Rao Sherman for a good while. Then, he couldn't take it any more and splashed the red wine from the glass in his hand on Rao Sherman's face. This humiliating action alone delighted Zhou Kai. This woman was the perfect goddess of numerous Chinese men's hearts, and she was now being treated like a servant. The mere thought of it thrilled him. Cough, cough. Rao Sherman was awakened by the red wine, and some of it got into her nose, causing her to cough. She quickly opened her eyes and gauged her surroundings. She remembered that she'd been abducted, so she was certain that she was currently in trouble. Who are you? Rao Sherman saw Zhou Kai squatting before her once she opened her eyes. Ha ha! I'm the man who is going to do you tonight, of course. Say, if I record our activities and post it on the internet, would you be 100 times more popular than you are now? You don't need to thank me, I've admired you for a long time, so I'd be happy to help my goddess gain attention and send your career soaring even higher. Zhou Kai burst into laughter. He looked at Rao Sherman's collar as the wine slowly spread through it, and was so excited that he wanted to shout out loud several times. You pervert! Rao Sherman yelled angrily at Zhou Kai. You'd better release me now. Otherwise, you'll regret being born. Ha ha. You have personality. You really have personality. But this big brother likes women with a temper and class like you. If you're smart, you'll cooperate and have fun with this big brother tonight. That way, I guarantee that the footage won't be leaked. The ball's in your court, you decide. This is a very important decision, so I hope you'll consider it thoroughly, Miss Sherman. Rao Sherman's hands and legs were tied, and she struggled for her life. She didn't know Zhou Kai, so she quickly guessed that this person must have had his eye on her for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to make a move the night before she was about to leave. Rao Sherman was in despair. She was unfamiliar with the people, life, and land in Acropolis. She knew Qin Feng, but he'd gone to do his own thing. She predicted that she'd be unable to escape tonight. Did she really have to get dominated by this disgusting man? Just thinking about it disgusted Rao Sherman extremely. A strange thought suddenly came to mind. She would rather be taken by Qin Feng tonight than give her first time to a stinking man like Zhou Kai. Swish! Zhou Kai poured another glass of wine on Rao Sherman's body. Rao Sherman wore a white short-sleeved shirt and blue jean shorts. The red wine quickly dripped from her charming face to her white t-shirt, dyeing the chest area of her shirt red. This red looked like fresh blood, sexy and bloody. It slowly seeped through Rao Sherman's clothes and stuck to her chest, revealing the black bra beneath her shirt. Ha ha! Fun! It's really too fun! Zhou Kai was thrilled by and immersed in this wine-pouring game, and he kept pouring wine on Rao Sherman's face over and over again without getting fed up with the activity. He wanted to get Rao Sherman's entire body wet. He loved seeing the allure of a wet body. Pervert beast. Human trash like you should hurry up and die. Rao Sherman was so angry that her chest undulated. She was originally a strong woman, but a couple of tears now formed in her lovely eyes. If Rao Sherman hadn't raised her head, the tears would have fallen out of her eyes. You think this big brother is a beast now? Zhou Kai saw that he'd poured enough wine, so he smiled and squatted in front of Rao Sherman and extended a hand to slowly caress her. Then this big brother will let you experience what a beast is like. Ah! Ah! Get away, get your grubby paws off me. Qin Feng, hurry and save me. In her time of need, Rao Sherman yelled Qin Feng's name. This startled her a bit. Why did she suddenly think of Qin Feng? Bang! As Rao Sherman yelled, two large sounds came from the room. Rao Sherman found that an enormous rush of qi flowed out of her. This qi pushed down on her and made it hard to breathe. The force felt like a sharp drop on a roller coaster. She didn't react when she saw Zhou Kai go flying. His entire body soared to the ceiling, and his head crashed into the large chandelier in the room. The chandelier was smashed into bits, littering the room. Zhou Kai's head was bloody and filled with gashes, and a dozen pillars of blood shot out like a fountain. At the same time, the room door was suddenly kicked open by someone. The Royal Hotel's presidential suite had a state-of-the-art door, yet it could be kicked open by someone with one kick? One could imagine what terrifying leg strength the person kicking the door open possessed. A man suddenly stood tall and straight with an imposing appearance in the doorway. Qin Feng! Shouted Rao Sherman emotionally when she saw the man standing at the door. Qin Feng shot toward Rao Sherman. He jumped in shock upon seeing that her entire upper body was dyed red and wet. He thought it was her blood, but after lifting her into his arms, he smelled the scent of red wine. Are you all right? Qin Feng carried Rao Sherman onto the bed and untied her. Qin Feng. I killed someone. Once Rao Sherman's limbs were freed, she hugged Qin Feng tightly. She was worried to death because she thought Zhou Kai, who lay in a pool of blood, was surely going to die. She still hadn't figured out what that sudden qi flow that came out of her was. She finally cried, and she cried loudly and freely. When Zhou Kai's 3 lackeys abducted her, and when Zhou Kai poured red wine on her face, Rao Sherman suppressed her tears and didn't cry. Now that she saw Qin Feng, She suddenly couldn't control the fear and helplessness she felt. She was like an abandoned child and cried tears like rain on pear blossoms. Jean Fong hugged Rao Sherman tightly because her shirt was soaked. He could feel that his chest was currently pressed to Rao Sherman's, but he didn't think much of it. Instead, his gaze fell on Zhou Kai in the pool of blood. There were a couple of gashes on his head, but he wasn't dead yet. He was on the floor treeing, and he even lifted his head to give Jean Fong a death glare. How dare you make a move on me, Bai? Jean Fong, haha! You're here. You came late to him. Ivy waited a long time for you. Tonight, ahem. I called over the famous celebrity Rao Sherman. Want to play as well? Zhou Kai was already in a manic state. He knew that he was about to die, but if he was going to die, he wasn't going to let Qin Feng live freely. Young Master Qin, why you probably don't know yet, ahem, this is a trap. The instant you entered this clan war. Ahem, you can force yourself on Rao Sherman with me, Zhou Kai, tonight, but if I die, how do you think the Zhou family members will deal with you? Right, I'll tell you something else. Prince Sima allied with me. The Sima family will join hands with the Zhou family and kill you. Qin Feng listened quietly to Zhou Kai's words. Who would have thought that this guy was already scheming to deal with the Qin family? Seems that what his father told him wasn't wrong, and his worries were well-founded as well. The criminal behind the scenes was beginning to become threatening. It seemed that not long later, Acropolis City's power structure would change drastically. Zhou Kai, I really feel bad for you. Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth, his expression as calm as water. He didn't have any of the worries or concerns of someone who had just fallen into a trap. Qin Feng, quit pretending. Ahem. Why you aren't scared? Zhou Kai's expression became incomparably sinister. Scared? Scared that the Zhou family will take revenge on me? Or scared that the Zhou and Sima families will take revenge on me jointly? Qin Feng smiled at Zhou Kai and said, You're just one of Sima Tu's pawns. He must not have told you that I have a very good relationship with Rao Sherman. And I'm here to save her. Didn't you think it was strange I found out that Rao Sherman was in the Royal Hotel's presidential suite, room 1888? It's because someone texted me, and I'm certain that that person was Sima Tuesday. Sima Tu used you as bait to lure our families into battle. He won't step in to help your Zhou family immediately. He's going to wait until our families both suffer, then reap the benefits. You were someone else's pawn, and you threw away your life. You really are a loyal pawn. You're still in the dark, yet you're proud of yourself. You're worse than Hao Yun. Zhou Kai's expression became fierce and hideous due to a sharp pain. Rao Sherman couldn't look at his devil-like face, and buried her face in Qin Feng's embrace. Zhou Kai died, and he died with unfinished business. He only came to his senses at the moment of his death. Before that, he'd been dissatisfied with being ranked fourth among the 4 princes by the people of Acropolis. He'd wanted to defeat Qin Feng, who was ranked first. He'd thought he was much better than Qin Feng and couldn't see how he was lacking in any way compared to the hedonistic young master. It was a matter of bite off only what you can chew. One wrong move led to Zhou Kai's demise. Chapter 311. Chapter 311, Fight over the charge. I'm the one who killed him. Qin Feng, Is he really dead? Rao Sherman's heart skipped a beat when Zhou Kai stopped talking. On the other hand, Qin Feng was much calmer. The crime he committed deserves more than death. He didn't bother to look at Zhou Kai and focused on comforting Rao Sherman. I'm sorry for the incident tonight, Sherman. I'm the one who brought you out, but I left halfway and allowed this kind of thing to happen to you. Zhou Kai, he hadn't really done anything to you, right? No, I'm fine. As Rao Sherman shook her head, she suddenly thought of something and said nervously, Qin Feng, just now I felt a sudden spurt of qi burst from my body. It was that stream of qi that sent Zhou Kai to the ceiling and crashed his head on the large chandelier, so he died. Qin Feng looked at Rao Sherman's neck. Her smooth and fair neck was now stained with a little bit of red wine, and the soul-cleansing necklace that he had personally put on her this evening was nowhere in sight. "Sure man, did you remove the necklace that I helped you put on?" "No, I didn't. Since you gave it to me, I prepared to wear." Instinctively, Rao's sure man touched her neck. When she couldn't feel the necklace there, her body suddenly froze. "Hey! Where is my necklace? Quick, help me look around, Qin Feng. Maybe I lost it when I was struggling just now." Qin Feng pulled Rao's sure man into his arms and said gently, "Sure man, you don't need to look for it anymore. The necklace has vanished. That chi you felt a little while ago was released by the necklace. It's an instrument, and it can guard you from an attack once. After that, the spiritual essence in the instrument will vanish and the necklace will turn into dust." "Instrument?" Speechless with astonishment, Rao's sure man stared at Qin Feng in a daze. Rao's sure man was dumbstruck as this news was even more stunning than Zhou Kai's death. Due to her current status and position, she'd come into contact with a number of upper-class and even some clandestine family clans, so she was familiar with the term instrument. She knew that an instrument was a priceless treasure, even more valuable than those precious stones such as agate, jade, and diamond. An object would need to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for decades or centuries to become an instrument. An instrument had some spiritual essence, and that spiritual essence could regulate a person's bodily functions, refresh and nourish their mind, or even extend their lifespan. Every emergence of an instrument would stir up the upper class. The rich and powerful would pull out all the stops to claim the instrument as their own. Even Elder Dongfang, who came from a large clan like the Dongfang family, had only collected a few instruments. One of his collectibles, the protective necklace, was the family heirloom Dongfang Mingwan had specially reserved for big sister Qin Shui, and she always wore it on her neck. An instrument could only be met by chance, not by force. This was a saying of those elders in aristocratic families. From this, we can see how precious an instrument is. Rao's sure man never imagined that Qin Feng would casually gift her an instrument. Moreover, she was helpless after realizing she hadn't worn the instrument for even a night, and it was gone already. "You gave me an instrument, Qin Feng?" asked Rao's sure man as she couldn't accept the truth. "So you knew about instruments." "The instrument I gifted to you was a soul-cleansing necklace. It could revitalize a person's fatigue and calm a person's mind. I gifted it to you because I realize you're worn out as a celebrity, and you always work too much, so I thought it'd be a perfect present for you." Qin Feng answered Rao's sure man's question with an indifferent manner, as if an instrument was insignificant to him. Indeed, in Qin Feng's perspective, an instrument was nothing, though it would be a little bit of an exaggeration to say it was insignificant. After all, the cheapest instrument in the system required 500 hedonist points, and it was hard for him to earn 500 hedonist points. However, those instruments were negligible when compared to the 4 orange-grade spiritual equipment Qin Feng had. If he knew how precious an instrument was for those aristocratic families, he would definitely buy a few more to sell to them. "Qin Feng, you just gifted an instrument to me so easily?" Rao's sure man was very excited after she ascertained that the soul-cleansing necklace really was an instrument. "You're very important to me, so it's normal to gift you an instrument," Qin Feng replied confidently. Rao's sure man was almost moved to tears. Suddenly she said frustratedly, "But I lost the instrument that you just gave me. I'm so useless. You must be very angry with me, right, Qin Feng?" "Why should I be?" Qin Feng noticed that Rao's sure man was acting weird tonight. "The purpose I gave you the instrument is for your protection. Not only am I not angry, I'm grateful for the stream of qi the instrument released before it vanished. Otherwise, you'd have been violated by that Zhou Kai already." Rao's sure man's heart melted. She'd never known she was so important to Qin Feng. Before, she'd thought Qin Feng got close to her and treated her nicely because of her beauty, her epithet as the country's goddess. Only now did she see through Qin Feng clearly. He was a great man. He gifted a treasured instrument to her without saying anything beforehand. If she hadn't been abducted tonight, and the instrument hadn't vanished after protecting her from Zhou Kai's assault, it'd have been donkey's years before Rao Sherman realized the necklace she wore was actually an instrument. Qin Feng, thank you so much. Thank you for everything you've done for me in obscurity. Rao Sherman muttered in Qin Feng's ear as she hugged him tightly. Qin Feng was slightly stunned as he thought back on what he had done for Rao Sherman. Why can't I remember anything? He wondered in his heart. But he didn't have the time to think all of this, because he realized Rao Sherman wouldn't resist if he laid his dirty paws on her now. Seizing his opportunity, Qin Feng quickly put his hands on Rao Sherman's fair back, rubbing back and forth. Chump! Qin Feng kissed Rao Sherman's neck and it tasted faintly of red wine. Rao Sherman was shocked. She jerked and pushed Qin Feng away. No, not right now! Pfft! Rao Sherman suddenly burst into laughter. This was the first time she laughed from the bottom of her heart after her abduction. Qin Feng, if this fellow's soul could see us still in the mood to flirt with each other, do you think he'd be so angry that he'd come back to life? Rao Sherman really wanted him to come back to life. She never wanted to kill him. Although he was heinous, but it would have been better for the police to handle him via legal procedures. Please go, Qin Feng. I'm the one who killed him and I'll bear the responsibility. Tonight it was Zhou Kai who abducted me first. He even attempted rape. I believe Big Sister Qin Shui will try her best to bail me out of jail if she learns about this incident. Rao Sherman suddenly pushed Qin Feng back and tried to shoo him away. Not wanting to leave, Qin Feng grabbed Rao Sherman's arms and pulled her into his embrace again. Sherman, I've called the long-haired fellow. He's on the way now. I'll ask him to bring you back to Qin Manor later. I'll take care of this. Neither of us needs to go to jail. No, I don't want that. Rao Sherman began to struggle in Qin Feng's embrace. Leave now. I don't want to see your face. Who gave you the permission to take the rap from me? I'm your nobody, and you don't even have the finesse to be my scapegoat. Rao Sherman didn't want Qin Feng to stay. She knew Qin Feng was only young Master Qin's double. If he took the blame, nobody would stand up for him. Sherman, stop this shit right now. Just listen to me for once. Qin Feng's countenance became grim. I don't want to. I don't want to listen to you. Go away. Get out of my face. Rao Sherman covered her ears with her hands. She stomped her feet in fury, and used all her might to push Qin Feng away. However, her efforts were futile as Qin Feng was stronger than her. She couldn't push him even an inch. Young Master Qin! Sister-in-law! Longhair had rushed over. He was dumbfounded as soon as he entered the room. Longhair, send Miss Sherman back to Qin Manor now, Qin Feng ordered. Rao Sherman became even more anxious. She stuck her butt on the floor, refusing to leave. Now, she didn't have the aura of a superstar nor the prideful and dignified ethos. She was like a spoiled little girl who started to throw a tantrum because she couldn't get herself a candy. Choked with tears, she then begged Qin Feng. Wah wah! Qin Feng. I beg you. Please leave, just go. Longhair, can't you hear me? Qin Feng yelled at Longhair. He was enraged. Longhair hastily ran to Rao Sherman. He suddenly halted and looked at Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, please leave with sister-in-law. I'm the culprit. I'm the one who killed this fellow. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman were stunned by Longhair's statement, especially Qin Feng. A gush of warmth welled up in his heart. He felt he hadn't lived in vain. He now had so many women whom he loved and who loved him back, and a few brothers who were willing to risk life and limb for him. Qin Feng still remembered that when he killed Uncle Feng at the underground fighting arena in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Zhang Biao had proactively shouldered the murder rap and was now still hiding somewhere. Today, Zhou Kai was dead, and Rao Sherman and Longhair were fighting to claim the charge for themselves. Even though both of them knew this was a capital offense, neither of them had hesitated or stepped down. Qin Feng was touched by them. This is fucking life. He suddenly felt that the former dissolute, hedonist young Master Qin was dead, and that he'd been reborn into a real sovereign hedonist young master. Don't argue with me anymore. Long hair, bring her away now. Qin Feng's voice had softened. The death of Zhou Kai isn't as simple as it seems. Somebody manipulated this whole incident from the shadows, and he has only one objective: to pull the Qin family down. My staying behind is not to accept the guilt. I'm staying because I want to negotiate with the Zhou family, and both of you have no use here. Longhair hesitated for a while but finally obeyed Qin Feng's order. He quickly covered Rao Sherman with a blanket and brought her away. Once Longhair left, Qin Feng sat on the couch calmly. He reviewed the whole incident and linked it to recent events. After he reflected for a while, he then pulled out his phone and proactively made a call to an elder of the Zhou family. Hello, who am I talking to? Very soon, a hoarse voice drifted over from the phone. It's me, Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied with a bland voice. The other side fell silent, then began to talk after a period of time. Why'd you call this elder? It's late and I think Elder Zhou has sleep already, so in order for the elder to sleep better, I purposely made this call to tell you some good news. Qin Feng then said with a faint smile. Elder Zhou, your grandson, Zhou Kai, is dead. Chapter 312. Chapter 312, Negotiation. After receiving Qin Feng's call, how could Elder Zhou continue sleeping? He was afraid that if he fell asleep, his grandson, Zhou Kai, would appear in his dreams and haunt him. Half an hour later, Royal Hotel's presidential suite, room 1888, was unusually lively. Other than Qin Feng, a large group of Zhou family members appeared. Elder Zhou rushed over urgently with his 4 sons. His 4 sons were called Zhou Shunfeng, Zhou Shuntiao, Zhou Shunyu, and Zhou Shun. The 4 of them had the word Shun in their names, and together their names meant Feng Tiao Yu Shun. Elder Zhou gave his sons these names due to the message these words formed, but the Zhou family hadn't experienced favorable conditions these couple of years. In particular, Zhou Kai, the son of the eldest, Zhou Shunfeng, stirred up trouble all day and gave the Zhou family a considerable amount of problems. Unfortunately, Zhou Kai was the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, and in the direct line of inheritance. When he did bad things, the family clan indulged him, and this was what created the current troublemaking and skirt-chasing human trash that was Zhou Kai. Son W, what's wrong with you? Who did this to you? Son, wake up. Don't scare me. Zhou Shunfeng bent over Zhou Kai. Elder Zhou and the 3 remaining sons waved from the sidelines. The 4 of them had extremely cold expressions, especially Elder Zhou. His poisonous and sinister gaze fell on Qin Feng like he wanted to turn Qin Feng into mincemeat. You arrogant child, how dare you kill our Kai? You're dead, brat. Our Zhou family will get you if that's the last thing we do. Right, Dad, let's have this brat arrested and have him pay for this with his life. Oh, Qin Feng, you commit crimes all day with the Qin family's power, but our Zhou family isn't afraid. Since you killed our eldest brother's son, our Zhou family will fight with your Qin family to the bitter end. After finding out that their eldest grandson and nephew was dead, it would be weird if the Zhou family didn't get mad. They had the urge to kill Qin Feng. Are you done? Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged even after getting yelled at, and he suddenly stood up from the sofa. Let's first talk about you 3 uncles. Don't think that we all don't understand your intentions. I'm also a member of a rich family, so I'm familiar with the fights over the inheritance and position as the head of the family. You always put on a smile in front of one another, but when your backs are turned, you're irreconcilable adversaries. And you 3 dare vow to your eldest brother that you aren't happy? Seeing that your eldest brother's son, Zhou Kai, is dead, your sons will have a chance to vie for the inheritance. Without Zhou Kai, this nuisance, this pebble in the road, you should be laughing out loud. Why are you all pretending to be sad? Who are you all acting for? Qin Feng had thought of his replies before the Zhou family members arrived. His words stunned his audience, and they temporarily forgot to breathe. Who the hell let you say such a dishonorable thing so openly? Shameless brat, you shameless brat! How dare you tarnish our names? I'll kill you! Brat, even if you try to drive a wedge between us, it's useless. We are linked with our eldest brother through blood. How would he be affected by your childish bullshit? Zhou Shunfeng's 3 younger brothers were fuming. They clenched their teeth and glared at Qin Feng. They weren't even this angry when they saw that Zhou Kai was dead. The youngest, 4th brother, couldn't take it anymore. He brandished his fists and flung himself at Qin Feng. Old 4, stop! Elder Zhou stopped 4th brother. He found it very strange that they were called over by Qin Feng and that Qin Feng didn't run away after killing Zhou Kai, instead. Elder Zhou was an intelligent man. He wouldn't act blindly without knowing what Qin Feng was up to first. After all, the Qin family was powerful. They had even eliminated the Hao family. Dad! 4th brother looked at Elder Zhou with dissatisfaction. Shut up! Elder Zhou glared at his 4th son, and everyone fell quiet. The only audible sounds were those of the 5 Zhou family members' heavy breathing. Qin Feng could tell that Elder Zhou wouldn't make any rash decisions. The older people got, the more apprehensive they were. But sometimes you lost a prime opportunity when you exercised undue caution. Qin Feng opened his mouth to speak again. Then let's talk about the beast Zhou Kai. Once he opened his mouth, he incited angry shouts from the 4 sons of the Zhou family. In the end, they were stopped by a look from Elder Zhou. Zhou Kai is dead, this is already a reality. Now let's discuss the crimes this beast committed when he was alive, and then we'll talk about who would bear the weight of these crimes now that he is dead. Qin Feng spoke with nonchalance and neither too loudly or too softly. However, they struck the Zhou family members' heads like lightning. They all looked at Qin Feng with amazement, and even wondered if their ears had gone bad or if Qin Feng had some problems in the head. You killed someone, yet not only are you not apologizing, offering to make amends, or kowtowing in guilt, but you're fucking coming out with arrogant bullshit and telling the Zhou family members to bear the weight of the crimes Zhou Kai committed during his life? Not only were the 4 brothers feeling this way, Elder Zhou couldn't take it anymore either. He burst out yelling. Qin Feng, don't go too far, you shameless brat. You have no say in this situation. Call that damn Qin Huang over right now. He sired a child, but didn't raise him properly, so this elder is going to help teach his child properly. Bloodlust flashed in Qin Feng's gaze, and he was almost enraged by Elder Zhou's words. However, Qin Feng stabilized his emotions quickly. After all, he knew that the thornier and more dangerous the situation was, the more calm he would have to be to resolve the issue. The Zhou family is one of the 4 most powerful families in Acropolis, but it's ranked last among them, and my Qin family is ranked first. Why would my old man casually come see an insignificant person? Don't be deluded. I'm already giving you a lot of face by being here to speak with you about this matter. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged even in the face of the Zhou family's 5 most important people. This powerful chi field he produced couldn't be easily feigned. This was a natural, formless power that Qin Feng emanated after cultivating internal techniques and developing strong inner chi. This chi field would become larger and stronger with the rise in internal technique stages. If a stage 9 inner chi expert were to stand there and casually release some of the chi on his body, it would make everyone present unable to breathe or speak. Arrogant brat, since you don't have the guts to call that insignificant Qin Huang, then I'll hunt him down personally. Elder Zhou was thoroughly angered by Qin Feng, and he pulled out his phone to call Qin Huang. Before he could make the call, Qin Feng said nonchalantly, Zhou Kai abducted China's A-list celebrity Rao Sherman tonight and tried to rape her. Luckily, I arrived in time to prevent this tragedy from occurring. You might not pay attention to the entertainment industry, but I'm sure your 4 sons definitely know Rao Sherman. Look at their distracted gazes and heavy breathing. They probably fantasize while looking at the goddess Rao Sherman's pictures. Since you all pay so much attention to her, then I don't need to remind you that she has the capitals Dongfang family backing her. Zhou Kai's behavior was extremely vile, and Miss Rao Sherman is extremely angry. I've already sent people to take her to Qin Manor, so she's probably talking to my father about how to take care of the Zhou family. I'm sure that with the Qin family and the capital's Dongfang family joining hands, your little Zhou family will suffer. Elder Zhou's expression changed continuously, and his 4 sons couldn't conceal the malice in their expressions. They all glared at Qin Feng and looked like they would pounce on Qin Feng and kill him in the next second. However, Qin Feng didn't care about their expressions. He continued to speak as if he were talking to himself. That's right, I'm afraid you don't know something else. Based on what I know about Zhou Kai, this brat is trash that likes to bully the weak but fears the strong. He didn't have the guts to abduct Rao Sherman on his own, so there's sure to be someone behind the scenes who egged him on and got him to do this. I helped you all find this person as well, so you all should thank me. Qin Feng waved his hand and smiled before allowing the Zhou family members to get mad. Never mind, we're all members of the 4 most powerful families in Acropolis, so we're all good friends. It's only natural that I do something like this. There's been no need for you to thank me or give me any presents. The person behind the foolish Zhou Kai was Sima Tuesday. He's also a lecher, so why didn't he kidnap Rao Sherman? Why did he hand this assignment to Zhou Kai? Zhou Kai didn't even see such an obvious answer. Sima Tu used Zhou Kai as a tool, and purposely chose Royal Hotel as the place to commit his crime to drag our Qin family down as well. Then, the Qin and Zhou families would fight. The Sima family wouldn't contribute but would sit back and reap the rewards of the fight. After saying all this, Qin Feng paused, then smiled and continued. This situation really is a bit complicated. It's not limited to what I just mentioned. There are also hidden powers at work that I can't guess at easily. Simply put, Zhou Kai deserved to be played like a pawn this time. If your Zhou family wants to fight our Qin family, we would be happy to oblige. We have the Dongfang family backing us, so we're not afraid of you. I hope you guys can also find such support. Otherwise, if we really do fight, it'd be such a bore. In the end, the Zhou family will follow in the footsteps of the Hao family and will be completely eliminated from Acropolis, and China in its vast entirety. Qin Feng analyzed it all very logically and clearly. The 4 Zhou brothers were so angry that they almost swallowed their teeth. They clenched their fists hard enough to make popping noises. They were agitated by Qin Feng's words, and forgot about their prior plans and reflections. This was what Qin Feng needed. If they didn't act upon their plans, then after tonight, they could only pretend nothing happened. Qin Feng, I'll admit that I underestimated you in the past. Someone who schemes so strategically and is so imposing and calm as you is quite rare among people your age. Too bad that brat Hao Yin died in your hands, and too bad the Hao family was eliminated by your Qin family. And strange smile appeared on Elder Zhou's sinister face. He looked at Qin Feng like he was looking at a dead man. But you didn't think of everything. This elder now commands my 4 sons to kill you. Chapter 313. Chapter 313. Tough Decision. I now command my 4 sons to kill you today. Ginger gets spicier as it get older. Indeed, Elder Zhou was wise as he had lived long enough. Though the 4 brothers were blinded with rage, Elder Zhou had already found a way to shatter Qin Feng's plot and to avenge Zhou Kai. That was by killing Qin Feng now. Otherwise, it'd be too late after tonight. Ha ha! Dad's right. A murderer must repay with his life. This little brat should die now. Let's do it now, Dad. I can crush this feeble dandy with just one hand. Hee hee. I have waited too long for this moment. As soon as Elder Zhou finished his sentence, the 4 brothers couldn't wait any longer and had already formed a circle, trapping Qin Feng inside. With anxious faces, 4 people and 8 eyes stared fixedly at Qin Feng. They were afraid he'd escape from their clues. Qin Feng was delighted and smiled even brighter than Elder Zhou. Killing him in this dark, gusty night without any witnesses was indeed a way to avenge Zhou Kai and to solve the problem. However, how could Qin Feng not have considered his own safety? Not only had he thought over this matter, he even considered his own safety first. The 4 sons of Zhou family? Even if all the personnel in the Zhou family came at him together, the outcome of this battle wouldn't change even the slightest. With Qin Feng's current stage 4 external strength plus stage 3 inner Qi strength, not many in Acropolis City could dominate him in a fight. Moreover, among the 4 major families of Acropolis City, only the descendants of the Sima family and the Qin family had cultivated the martial arts. The Zhou and Hao families were aristocratic clans that had risen locally. Both families had utilized relationships and money to attain their current position, and none of them knew martial arts. If the title of 4 major families were taken away, they were just a bunch of ordinary people. So, how was there any possibility Qin Feng would fear them? Ha ha! Don't play tough, kid. If you can laugh now, this elder will chop my head off and let you kick it like a ball. You youngsters are too arrogant. You act like a maverick after you get your hands on some secret, and consider yourself unrivaled in the world once you have some petty tricks up your sleeve. There's nothing to regret about your death today. In this elder's eyes, 10 of your petty lives are nothing compared to the one life of my Kair, you little brat. The countenance of Elder Zhou suddenly became gloomy and cold. When he smiled, he was an amiable old geezer. However, once he tore off his mask, he was a vicious, twisted old man. Kill! Kill him now! This elder is going to use his unworthy blood to mourn the soul of my dead grandson. Elder Zhou suddenly gave out a loud roar, and those 4 restless sons now pounced on Qin Feng. Big brother and second brother held wooden sticks as their weapon of choice. Since third brother and fourth brother were still in the prime of their youth, they took Qin Feng on unarmed. With a faint smile, Qin Feng suddenly waved his fist and thrusted it at fourth brother lunging at him. Bang! 2 fists collided. Qin Feng didn't even need to use his Thunder Tiger fist. Just by releasing a strength 6 times stronger than an ordinary person's, he had already destroyed fourth brother's arm. His bones shattered with a sharp crack. Fourth brother was in so much pain that he rolled on the floor with his wasted arm. Bang! After he delivered a punch, Qin Feng rotated his body and performed a kick. This kick was directed at third brother's belly. Third brother's countenance suddenly changed. He never expected that a tall and flimsy brat could deliver such a powerful kick. He was sent flying directly and slammed into a wall. The impact even caused the painting on the wall to fall to the floor. Third brother had fallen down as well. His body felt like it was falling apart from the impact. He covered his roiling belly with his hand, afraid he would spit his organs out. His condition was more miserable than fourth brother's. He was in so much pain he couldn't speak. However, from his hideous expression, the agony he was suffering was obviously beyond imagination. 4 of them had just launched their attacks and third brother and fourth brother had already retired. All of these happened within a mere 2 seconds. Big brother and second brother halted their assault and stared at Qin Feng as if seeing a monster. Before, all of them had acted arrogant, vowing to avenge Zhou Kai's death, but now, they only wanted to retreat. Especially Elder Zhou, a bad notion suddenly surged up his mind. It seemed this Qin Feng had deliberately provoked them all, and waited for him to order his sons to kill him. After that, Qin Feng had a good excuse to fight back, and bash 4 of his sons without the slightest scruple. Elder Zhou's sunken eyes were filled with astonishment, and his body involuntarily backed 3 steps. If that's the case, then this youngster is such a terrible demon. He deceived even me, an old wise man, with his ingenuity. Why my stick, Qin Feng? This elder doesn't believe your body is harder than a copper wall and stronger than an iron fort. Recovering from the short moment of amazement, second brother suddenly brandished his wooden stick at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng, on the other hand, didn't evade his attack, allowing that wooden stick to fall on his skull. Bang! Second brother used all his strength on this attack and a muffled thud sounded as soon as that wooden stick hit Qin Feng's head. That wooden stick broke into 2, half of it was still in second brother's hand, while the other half went flying. However, Qin Feng's head remained unscathed. The imagined scene of a bloody Qin Feng failed to appear, and there was not a single bloodstain or wound on his head, either. It was like nothing had happened. Freak, you're a fucking monster! Second brother let out a ghastly yell. Big Brother's eyes turned red. He darted forward like a beast and pointed the wooden stick in his hand directly at Qin Feng's back, then attempted to stab him. This elder doesn't believe I can't defeat you. At this moment, Qin Feng turned around, facing Zhou Shun Feng directly with his belly. The wooden stick mercilessly stabbed at his abdomen. However, with his improved flying dragon armor, Qin Feng didn't feel anything. Qin Feng laughed and grabbed the center of the wooden stick. He then utilized a bit of strength and cracked the spot where he grabbed. The wooden stick broke into two and the other half fell to the floor with a crisp sound. You guys want to kill me? Too bad, your strength disappoints me. Slowly, Qin Feng opened his hand, and a fistful of sawdust spilled out. Not only had he cracked the wooden stick, he even reduced it to sawdust. All of them were stunned. The room suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Only the heartbeats of 5 people could be heard. Bang bang! Qin Feng leaped forward at the heads of Big Brother and Second Brother. He delivered 2 kicks at the same time and sent both of them flying. When they landed hard on the floor, the two felt some of their bones had broken. Before, 5 people from the Zhou family had stood in this room. Now, only Elder Zhou remained standing. However, he couldn't remain calm anymore. Although he was standing, his legs trembled in fear as he'd already acknowledged Qin Feng's unparalleled strength in his heart. He was clear in his mind now. This Qin Feng had pretended to be a dandy all these years. Rumors had said Qin Feng was an idle fellow, a troublemaker, and a womanizer. They even said he was an ignorant fool versed in neither the literary nor martial arts, and had a feeble, frail body. Elder Zhou really wanted to shout out loud now. Bullshit! Which foolish runt gave out that misinformation? Come out now! I swear I won't kill you! Elder, you wanted to kill me just now? Qin Feng had already arrived in front of Elder Zhou. He enjoyed the feeling very much. Everything was nothing but a floating cloud when you had the strength. Before, the above the masses and dignified Elder Zhou, whom even his own dad needed to address with an honorific, was now powerless in front of him. Elder Zhou didn't even have the right to choose his own destiny. This was the sensation of an emperor, majestic, supreme, and overwhelming. Only now did Qin Feng profoundly realize the changes the hedonist sovereign system had wrought in him. The system had raised his mindset and horizons to a higher level. The person and power that he hadn't dared to assault was now beneath contempt before his eyes. Acropolis City's 4 major families were already nothing in his perspective. The enemy he was facing nowadays was as powerful as the top assassin organization in China, the Golden Assassin Crew. Even a legendary assassin organization like the Golden Assassin Crew had failed a couple of times in Qin Feng's hands. What could a mere Elder Zhou do to him? Why you are a martial artist? Why you cultivated in secret and your strength is unmade? Elder Zhou still couldn't accept the fact that Qin Feng was a martial artist. Although none of the Zhou family could cultivate the martial arts, he knew there were a bunch of hidden masters in this world. They didn't meddle in the world of mortals, but immersed themselves entirely in pursuing the realm of truth. Each and every one of them were armed with otherworldly martial arts, and any one of them could single-handedly eliminate a small family clan. Luckily, Acropolis City was a mid-sized city, and Elder Zhou only knew of one family that cultivated martial arts from generation to generation. However, only now did Elder Zhou realize how narrow his vision was. He hadn't even noticed Qin Feng was a martial artist, although he'd known him for decades. Elder Zhou knew the Sima family was this kind of clandestine family. He also knew Sima Tu was tasked by the elder of the Sima family to concentrate on cultivation. Sima Tu had just recently come out from his seclusion, and it was said that he'd already broken through the first bottleneck of a martial artist and stepped into the realm of Stage 4 inner Qi. Originally, he'd thought Sima Tu was the #1 martial artist among his peers in Acropolis City. He never expected that Qin Feng, who'd suddenly popped out, was quite formidable as well. Elder Zhou's gloomy, cold, and struggling expression suddenly lightened. He broke out into a riot of laughter. Ha ha! Seems like Acropolis City is going to change. It is no shame to be defeated by a family like yours. Ha! This war is too chaotic and intense for a small family clan like my Zhou family to meddle in. Therefore, I'll make my announcement now. Starting from tonight, the Zhou family will step down as one of Acropolis City's 4 major families. From now on, the Zhou family won't involve itself in any of your affairs. It's the age of your youth now. Just do whatever you all like to do. Thank you, Elder Zhou, for your kind consideration, replied Qin Feng with a beaming face. Elder Zhou had made himself clear. He'd made the best decision. Zhou Kai had abducted Rao Sherman and attempted to rape her. He deserved more than death. In order to atone for the sin Zhou Kai committed, the Zhou family took the initiative to withdraw from the 4 major families, excluding themselves henceforth from the fights of the outside world, and keeping a stable and self-sustaining lifestyle. It was such a tough decision, but it was the only choice Elder Zhou could make tonight. Chapter 314. Chapter 314. Qin family mobilized. Dad! What are you saying? Dad! Are you getting senile? Have you gone crazy? I don't agree. Under us 4 brothers, it wasn't easy for our Zhou family to become one of the 4 major families in Acropolis. And now that the Hao family has been eliminated, our Zhou family has swiftly climbed to 3rd place. How can we back down just like that? Dad, why don't you think about it some more? Isn't it just a fight? Are we really afraid of the Qin family? Once Elder Zhou made his decision, his 4 sons immediately opposed it. They were enjoying the wealth and glory of being a powerful family. How could they just leave this bright and beautiful lifestyle? Unfilial sons! I've raised a bunch of unfilial sons! Elder Zhou stared at his 4 sons in disappointment. No wonder the Zhou family has come to this. Not only was that brat Zhou Kai no good, you 4 are no good as well. You're all short-sighted and happy to leave things as they are. You're caught up in the pleasures of life. Do you guys think I want to make this kind of decision? This was all caused by you disappointing brats. Elder Zhou shook his head and sighed. He was already an old and gray-haired 70-year-old, but he seemed to age 10 years in an instant, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Let's go. Help me back. Though the 4 Zhou sons were extremely dissatisfied with their father's decision, it had already come to this, so they could only support Elder Zhou and leave. Otherwise, would they remain to be oppressed by Qin Feng? After the Zhou family left, Qin Feng sat on the sofa, somewhat fatigued. These talks were extremely successful, but this solution had been within Qin Feng's expectations, so he didn't express any excitement over it. After all, Qin Feng knew that his true enemy was still concealed in the dark. They were always there, continuously causing him and the Qin family trouble, an established enemy. Young Master Qin. Not long after the Zhou family left, Longhair hurried over like there was a fire. A large group of people followed him. They were Qin Huang, Uncle Fu, and the 3 beauties from home. Qin Feng, are you all right? Little Sister Sherman said you were in a lot of trouble. I was scared to death. Su Ruoro was the first to rush forward and hug Qin Feng. Among the 3 women, she had the most trouble controlling her emotions. Rao Sherman was the second to enter the room. She had already washed and changed into clean clothes, and her hair wasn't completely dry. She stood to the side and looked at Qin Feng with worry. Qin Feng, what in the world happened? Han Ying was shrewder than the other 2 women. Rather than worrying about Qin Feng, she asked about the crux of the matter. Qin Feng glanced at Rao Sherman. He knew that everyone rushed over because Rao Sherman had said something. Rao Sherman looked at Qin Feng with a tender heart and shook her head. She'd been afraid of ruining Qin Feng's original plan, so she only said that Qin Feng was in a lot of trouble, and didn't mention the cause of the situation. Chairman Qin, the Zhou family's Zhou Kai is dead. None of the people present were outsiders, so Qin Feng felt no need to hide anything. He had just spoken when Qin Huang's and Han Ying's expressions changed drastically. They were very clear on what the Zhou family represented in Acropolis. They didn't know what to say to Qin Feng. He had just eliminated the Hao family, and single-handedly annihilated Jincheng City's Yu family. Now, he killed Zhou Kai, who was from one of the 4 major families in Acropolis. How did he die? Qin Huang stepped forward and stared intently at Qin Feng with his sharp eyes. I killed him, replied Qin Feng calmly. This time, Su Ruoro gave a delicate gasp. Though she wasn't clear on what the Zhou family represented, she knew that murder was huge, resulting in the death penalty. He would lose his head. Wah wah! Qin Feng, why did you kill someone? What happened to you? Nothing is going to happen to you, right? Su Ruoro was originally soft and weak, so now that she heard this news, she was so frightened that she burrowed into Qin Feng's embrace and wailed. Qin Huang's expression turned cold as well. He knitted his brows and seemed not to hear Su Ruoro's crying. He continued to stare fixedly at Qin Feng. Why did you kill him? This time, Qin Feng didn't reply. He pushed Su Ruoro away lightly, then gave Han Ying a look. Han Ying immediately understood. She walked up to Su Ruoro and brought her outside. Longhair and Xiaobai walked out, and Uncle Fu brought the bodyguards outside to stand by the door. Only Qin Feng, Qin Huang, and Rao Sherman remained in the room. Qin Feng sat Rao Sherman on the sofa, looked tenderly at her, and asked, Sherman, are you all right? Rao Sherman was so moved that she wanted to cry. Even in this situation, Qin Feng took the first opportunity to fuss over her. She immediately shook her head. Qin Feng, I'm fine. Only after confirming that Rao Sherman was fine did Qin Feng look at his father. Chairman Qin, you sit down too. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, and Qin Feng spoke again. I originally took Sherman out for a nighttime snack, but I had to leave in the middle of it, and Sherman was abducted by Zhou Kai. Qin Feng summarized the night's events, and Rao Sherman occasionally chimed in to confirm his account. After hearing everything, Qin Huang was deep in thought. A while later, he suddenly looked at the large puddle of blood on the floor. Then, his expression changed drastically. The Zhou family was here? They came and left, said Qin Feng casually. Did you hide when they came? Qin Huang's gaze was filled with alarm. Qin Feng's lips quirked slightly. Chairman Qin, why would I hide? I'm not a rat. With one line, Qin Feng shattered the cold and stifling atmosphere. Rao Sherman couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her slender, lily-white hands covered her red lips. She'd been sad the whole time, and her sudden laughter was as beautiful as a blooming epiphyllum. Qin Huang had a slight urge to laugh as well, but he suppressed it, his lips twinged slightly several times. Is this any time for that? Be serious, brat. Qin Huang glowered at Qin Feng. You've seen the Zhou family? And they took Zhou Kai's body away. I saw them. The family elder and his 4 sons came. Qin Huang's expression continued to fall. Zhou Kai was the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, and in the direct line of inheritance. He died so suddenly, and in royal hotel at that, and even the Zhou elder came to personally punish the criminal. It was clear that Zhou Kai's death was a very important matter to them. But the Zhou family came and left, yet Qin Feng sat there safe and sound? This was beyond reason. Qin Huang's brain whirled, and he guessed at several possibilities. Then, he suddenly slapped his thigh violently and jumped up from the sofa. Oh no, oh no. The Zhous probably couldn't accept what happened, so they've gone crazy. They're likely to mobilize their entire family to attack our Qin family tonight. You two, get back to Qin Manor right now. I'm going to summon all the Qin family bodyguards to Qin Manor. This is going to be a violent and bloody battle. After hearing what his old man said, Qin Feng was speechless. On the other hand, Rao Sherman was frightened. She also stood up, cluing Qin Feng's arm with a guilty expression. Qin Feng, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I really didn't think things would come to this. Why don't you confess the truth to Chairman Qin? Never mind, I'll ask for forgiveness myself. Rao Sherman was going to tell Qin Huang the truth. She killed Zhou Kai. How could she let Qin Feng take the blame for her? And this blame was too large, so large that it will cause the Qin and Zhou families to engage in a bloody battle. Rao Sherman hadn't yet gone up to Qin Huang when Qin Feng held her back. He didn't control his strength, and the tug sent Rao Sherman diving into his arms. Rao Sherman had just finished showering, so her body was enchantingly fragrant. Her skin was smooth and exquisite. Qin Feng didn't want to let go. Qin Feng, why you want to anger me to death? Qin Huang was going to die of anger because of this son of his. They were in such a dire situation, and he was still thinking about picking up girls? Qin Huang had the urge to call in Su Ruoro and reveal Qin Feng's identity, as young Master Qin to both women. Chairman Qin, when Elder Zhou left, he said one thing. Qin Feng still didn't want to release Rao Sherman. He hugged her lightly. After all of tonight's experiences, Rao Sherman was still afraid. She didn't struggle, and she suddenly felt that Qin Feng's embrace was very warm and safe. What? Asked Qin Huang immediately. Elder Zhou said that starting tonight, the Zhou family would completely step down from its position as one of the 4 major families in Acropolis. Qin Feng continued. He also said that Zhou Kai was unworthy. He abducted Miss Rao Sherman yet accidentally fell to his demise, and death cannot wipe out his crimes. After all this, he will personally come to thank the Qin family and apologize to Rao Sherman. Qin Huang's eyes became extremely wide. Rao Sherman lifted herself slightly off Qin Feng's chest and goggled at him. The two of them wondered if their eras had gone bad. Otherwise, how could the Zhou elder possibly say such things? Did he get Alzheimer's? Sherman, go out and look for your big sisters Ruoro and Ying. I'll speak with Chairman Qin in private. Qin Feng looked at his father's incredulous expression and lightly pushed Rao Sherman away. After she left, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh. He sat casually on the sofa and beckoned to the stunned Qin Huang. Dad, Royal Hotel is your territory. Treat it like home and sit down. Don't be polite. Earlier, Sherman was here, and I had to continue pretending I was young Master Qin's personal attendant. It was so difficult to be unable to acknowledge my own father. Once Rao Sherman left, Qin Feng relaxed completely. He was still his original self, the free and unconstrained young Master Qin. What nerve, brat! Every time you pick up a girl, tens of people in the Qin manor have to act with you, and you're saying you're tired? I'm the one who's tired to death. Qin Huang sat down and glared at Qin Feng repeatedly. Hurry and tell me what happened tonight. The Zhou family isn't that easy to talk to. Of course they weren't. When they came over, they wanted to capture me, then kill me right then and there. A slight smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, and he even poured 2 glasses of wine, talking with his father while sipping wine. The two of them looked to be chatting about some trifling and ordinary matter. Where had the tension caused by death gone? Chapter 315. Chapter 315. Rao Sherman was leaving. Qin Feng narrated the whole story while Qin Huang just kept silent and listened. When Qin Huang heard Elder Zhou had come on a punitive expedition against Qin Feng, who had faced all 5 VIPs from the Zhou family alone, Qin Huang tensed up, furrowing his brows deeply and gritting his teeth tightly. When he heard that Qin Feng exposed the powers behind this incident to suppress Elder Zhou, Qin Huang felt proud in his heart and nodded his head in satisfaction. On learning that the Zhou family wanted to kill Qin Feng on the spot, Qin Huang clenched his fist tightly with a crackling sound. When he heard that his son bested the 4 sons of the Zhou family, Qin Huang was so happy that he almost whistled and applauded. Qin Feng's story was too exciting, and the negotiation had been tumultuous and crisis-ridden. In the end, the news that stunned Qin Huang the most was the Zhou family's decision to step down as one of the 4 major families. Qin Huang then gazed fixedly at Qin Feng, unable to accept the truth. He was trying to gauge the veracity of his son's words via Qin Feng's smiles and dodging eyes. But Qin Feng didn't change his expression even the slightest. He retained his solemn look, and talked stoutly without a hint of jocularity. Feng, about those things you said just now, were they all true? Qin Huang asked again. None of those were lies. Phew. Qin Huang took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with brightness, and he was so excited that he wanted to shout. He realized that his son had changed. His son had become more and more outstanding, calm, and unflustered. He was no longer an ignorant and incompetent hedonist young master who'd only flirt with girls. He was now an indomitable man who could handle any crisis on his own. Qin Feng even had the thought, if Elder Zhou came to capture him with his 4 sons, would he be able to handle the tense situation as calmly as Qin Feng had? Could he himself think of a way to suppress the foe with sheer strength, and not only shatter the psychological defenses of the Zhou family, but also make them apologize to himself? Qin Huang shook his head. He realized he wouldn't have been able to handle the situation perfectly and achieve a favorable outcome on his own. Suddenly, he realized his son had surpassed him before he knew it. Qin Huang was pleased by Qin Feng's changes, and he was almost moved to tears, not tears of sadness but of delight and pride. Chairman Qin! Uncle Fu suddenly appeared at the door and interrupted the father and son's conversation. Come in, Uncle Fu! Qin Huang waved his hand. He knew something big must have happened, if not, Uncle Fu wouldn't disturb them so casually. With a few large strides, Uncle Fu arrived in front of Qin Huang. He had a grimly puzzled expression on his face as he said, The Zhou family's elder has announced the withdrawal of the Zhou family from Acropolis City's 4 major families. He even added that the Zhou family will never interfere in our affairs and will concentrate on taking care of their own family. Although Qin Huang had already learned the news from Qin Feng, this news became even more convincing after its authenticity was confirmed by Uncle Fu. Once again, Qin Huang was astounded. Okay, I got it. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu. Qin Huang nodded his head and Uncle Fu immediately left the room. After a short while, Qin Huang finally calmed down. His eyes gleamed and stared fixedly at Qin Feng. He was thrilled and felt proud of his son. Who says my son is a dandy, a spendthrift, and a good-for-nothing punk? I dare you to come out now. This elder must kill you all. One hoped his son would become a dragon and his daughter would become a phoenix. Whose parents wouldn't care for their own offspring? Their child was the hope of their endeavors, the pillar of their spirit. Now that his son had grown up into an eagle who soared high in the sky, Qin Huang was very gratified. Dad! Please don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in men. Especially an old man. Slap! Qin Huang swatted Qin Feng's head. After that, both father and son burst into laughter. Only through laughter they could mask their tears. Acropolis City International Airport. Qin Feng remembered he'd come here not that long ago to send beautiful teacher Yun Xiao off to the provincial capital. Now he was standing in the waiting lounge again, sending the same alluring and youthful Rao Sherman off to the provincial capital. Among the groups seeing Rao Sherman off were Su Ruoro, Han Ying, and Li Yuqin. Since Rao Sherman was boarding soon, those 3 women stood aside and gave Qin Feng the last chance to bid her goodbye. Somewhere near the checkpoint, a man and a woman stood face to face, looking at each other. They were both handsome and pretty, and the sight of them drew the attention of all the passers-by. Rao Sherman in particular caught most of their eyes. She dressed fashionably trendy today. She had a big straw hat on her head and a pair of sunglasses on her face. For her outfit, she wore a pale blue dress with an exotic flower pattern and a pair of sexy and elegant black high heels on her feet. I'm leaving, Qin Feng, said Rao Sherman as she took off her big sunglasses. A subtle hint of dismay could be seen in her eyes. Remember to call me when you arrive at the provincial capital. Qin Feng smiled. I didn't take a good care of you when you were in Acropolis City, and allowed you to be distressed twice. I think Sherman won't set foot here again after you return to the provincial capital. Rao Sherman lowered her head slightly, not knowing what to say. She was afraid she might cry if she continued to speak. Maybe this is our farewell. Qin Feng's voice was gloomy. Sherman, can I hug you one more time? Rao Sherman didn't talk. Instead, she inclined her body toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng then opened his arms and embraced Rao Sherman. The familiar scent, the soft and frail skin. Goodbye, Qin Feng. Rao Sherman voluntarily withdrew herself from Qin Feng's arms and put on her sunglasses. As Qin Feng couldn't see her expression under the dark lenses, Rao Sherman with sunglasses suddenly felt like a stranger. Rao Sherman took her luggage, turned and walked away, farther and farther. Unable to restrain himself anymore, Qin Feng shouted the words hidden deep inside his heart. Sherman, 8 years ago, that blazing hot day on September, beside Lotus Lake, that little boy gave a cash card to you. Rao Sherman was gone, not even her back could be seen. Qin Feng couldn't tell whether his words reached Rao Sherman. At this moment, Su Ruoro and the other two beauties had walked up to Qin Feng's side. All of them gazed at Qin Feng with disdainful looks, baffling him. Group leader Qin, what kind of story did you make up to swindle little sis Sherman? Liu Chen stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She couldn't help but complain. Blazing hot day in September, beside Lotus Lake. TSK TSK TSK. I never knew our group leader Qin was so well versed in poetry. By the way, were you bathing in Lotus Lake at that time, or were you peeking on a beauty bathing in Lotus Lake? Su Ruoro and Han Yingying were tickled by Liu Chen's words. They couldn't help themselves, either, and smiled charmingly behind their hands. Qin Feng realized Liu Chen had started bickering with him again. Just as he was going to fight back, he noticed this lass was sexy today. Before, she'd promised Qin Feng she would wear white stockings, and she really did sport a pair of white stockings today. Today, she wore a uniform that exposed her curvaceous body shape. Her pair of slender, long legs were straight like light poles, and the white stockings she had on were sexy and seductive to one's eyes. The sight of her just standing there quietly was enough to make people's hearts pumping fast. Managerly, I wasn't making up a story. That was a real event that happened between Sherman and me, a secret that belongs to only the both of us. With a beaming smile, Qin Feng gazed at Liu Chen's beautiful legs and said, I think Managerly has never shared a secret with a guy in your entire life before, right? Ha ha. Pathetic. You're so pathetic. Qin Feng, you're a filthy, stinking man. Qin Feng and Liu Chen bickered noisily in the airport, while Su Ruoro held Han Yingying's arm and giggled behind. All of them went back to Royal Group by car after they came out of the airport. Since Han Yingying took a few days' leave to visit to her hometown, she was occupied with work as soon as she returned. Su Ruoro, on the other hand, had her sales performance improve under Qin Feng's tutelage. In just half a month, she had already closed a few big sales. Qin Feng, as usual, played games in his office and occasionally teased Su Ruoro. Liu Chen summoned Qin Feng into her office from time to time, proactively bickering with him. Qin Feng, you haven't closed any sales for this month yet. Do you want the company to sack you? As soon as they came back from the airport, Liu Chen called Qin Feng into her office. Qin Feng stared fixedly, admiring her long legs sheathed in white stockings, seemingly ignoring her question. Liu Chen's face flushed when she noticed the focus of his attention. She hastily lowered her head, afraid Qin Feng would see her awkward condition. Managerly, has the cut on your thigh healed completely? As soon as Liu Chen lowered her head, she noticed that Qin Feng had already arrived by her side. This person came and went like a ghost, and it freaked Liu Chen out. If it's still not completely healed, how about I apply some powder to your wound? Qin Feng had lifted Liu Chen's leg without her permission. It was such a waste for Liu Chen not to be a leg model. Her legs were slender and long with not even the slightest extra fat to be seen. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and tender. Qin Feng could still felt the magnificence of her legs even though they were sheathed in white stockings. Qin Feng, let go of your mother's leg. Liu Chen realized Qin Feng had once again taken advantage of her. So, she yelled to halt his movements and hastily withdrew her thigh from Qin Feng's hands. Hey, let me tell you something. My mom called me a few days ago. She asked me about you. She asked when we're going to get married and have a baby. She's waiting for her grandson. Liu Chen suddenly switched topics, stunning Qin Feng. Managerly, why don't we make a baby now? Liu Chen's countenance changed drastically. Her face was blushing red. She suddenly said, Then if you want me, you have to marry me. Hee hee. I was just joking with Manager Li. Qin Feng's grave expression faded, replaced by frivolity. Manager Li, last time I disguised as young Master Qin and went home with you only to help you escape Auntie's desire to see you get married. What's after that is none of my business anymore. You know, I'm a very loyal and dedicated good man. I've got Ro, so I can't develop another relationship with Manager Li anymore. With a frosty glare, Liu Qin stared at Qin Feng and pouted. Is that so? Then what about Assistant Han? Lil Sis your man? And those women who rolled in bed with you? You've forgotten them all? Ahem. Manager Li, I suddenly realized I still have a lot that needs to be done, so I'll excuse myself now. Qin Feng hastily ran out of Liu Chen's office. Liu Qin leaned back in her chair. Her breasts rose. She then let out a long helpless sigh in sadness and frustration. As soon as Qin Feng arrived in his own office, his cell phone rang. Looking at the phone number, Qin Feng almost jumped with joy. Hey! Beauty Suchiou, finally you're willing to call me. Chapter 316. Chapter 316. So they're beautiful sisters. Sky City's #1 noble beauty, Suchiou. She was gentle and cultured, dignified and virtuous, and an outstanding beauty. When Qin Feng saw from the caller ID that it was Suchiou calling, her exquisite features came to mind. The two of them had first met on Coiled Snake Mountain. At the time, Wei Xiaolei set up an illegal car race to harm Qin Feng, but not only had Qin Feng won the race, he also got rid of Wei Xiaolei and Williams. Before leaving, Suchiou had taken the initiative to hug Qin Feng. In reality, she shoved a sprig of 100-year blood lotus into his arms. This was the main ingredient in cultivating blood chi pills. Qin Feng was in a rush to break through stage 4 inner chi so he could cultivate a blood chi pill and awaken Lin Bei Bei. Is this Qin Feng? A woman's gentle voice came from the phone. It was neither pleasantly surprised nor cold. It's me. Is Beauty Suchiou looking for me for something? Nervousness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He was worried that Suchiou was calling about the 100-year blood lotus. If this was the case, should he give it to her or not? Young Master Qin, would you happen to have time to come visit the Su household in Sky City? Visit Sky City? I've had a lot of things on my hands recently, I'm afraid I'll have to invite young Master Qin to stay a couple of nights. I've prepared a room for you. If you aren't used to it, I can chat with you all through the night. Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking when Suchiou's pleasant voice was heard. Hey! Though I've had a lot of things on my plate and work is busy, since Miss Suchiou is so sincere, I couldn't possibly refuse. Give me a sec, Miss Su, I'll drive over right now. Thank you for giving this humble girl face, young Master Qin. Then I'll wait for you at the Su family mansion. Suchiou hung up, and a hint of anxiety appeared in her lovely features. On Coiled Snake Mountain, Suchiou had seen Qin Feng's skill and ability, so she took the risk of giving Qin Feng the Su family's most valuable treasure, the 100-year blood lotus. However, after the fact, Suchiou researched Qin Feng. It turned out that he was Acropolis City's super hedonistic young master. Once she thought of Qin Feng's vulgar behavior over the phone, Suchiou shook her head and sighed. I really don't know if I've chosen the right person, or if I've made a mistake. Qin Feng now rode his 28 bicycle and set off for Sky City. Acropolis and Sky City were over 200 kilometers apart. If a normal person were to bike from one place to the other, they probably wouldn't get there until the middle of the night. However, Qin Feng rode at a speed even faster than cars, and he entered Sky City limits in a little less than 2 hours. Yung Province had 4 big cities. Acropolis City, Jincheng City, and Sky City were surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, while Yunhai City faced the ocean. All the denizens of Sky City knew that Sky City had a powerful family clan, the Su family. And even more famous were the beautiful twin sisters. One was Sky City's #1 noble beauty, Suchiou. The other was Sky City's #1 she-devil. Su Xia Tian. The two sisters were twins. If they stood together and said nothing, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. However, the two of them had vastly different personalities. The older sister was dignified and virtuous, gentle and cultured, familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, and proficient in the 4 arts of the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. She was entirely worthy of her title, Sky City's most talented woman. The younger sister was an oddball. She was a mischievous troublemaker. Typically, the younger sister caused trouble in Sky City, and the older sister arrived and resolved the problems. The two sisters were outstanding beauties with slender figures. All the princes of Sky City had their eyes on the two sisters, but they worried because the Su family was so powerful in Sky City. These princes were well versed in business, so they could only admire the two sisters from afar. They didn't dare do anything excessive to them. After arriving in Sky City, Qin Feng got the Su mansion address by asking several people on the roadsides. These people all knew its location, but they sneered at Qin Feng when they saw the broken-down 28 bicycle he rode while inquiring about the Su family mansion. In fact, a well-intentioned granny directly told Qin Feng that the Su family wasn't short on servants or guards. Qin Feng disregarded the ignorance of these lowly people. Not everyone could become a super hedonistic young master. On the path to becoming the hedonist sovereign, Qin Feng was different from the masses. When he got to the Su family mansion, Qin Feng parked his 28 bicycle by the door. He raised his head slightly to look at the enormous red brick mansion. 4 large, gleaming gold characters were engraved into the mansion entrance. Su family old mansion. This district was extremely expansive. The mansion grounds spread over such a large tract of land that it was an iconic landmark in Sky City. Quite a few tourists purposely came from far away to see the ancient Su family mansion in Sky City. However, other than the Su family, no one could casually enter the mansion. Qin Feng had just dismounted from his 28 bike and pushed it toward the mansion's courtyard. When he got to the entrance, someone blocked him. "Hey! You stinking beggar! This is the Su family mansion. If you're looking for food, go elsewhere." After seeing the woman who was blocking him, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He tossed his 28 bicycle aside, excitedly rushed up to the woman, and wrapped her into a tight hug. "Beauty Su Qiuyu, long time no see. I've missed you." Su Xia Tian never thought she'd ever be hugged by a strange man at her doorstep. Has this person eaten bear heart and leopard gall to be so gutsy, or is he coming to the Su family with a death wish? How dare he hug her? This was her first hug. In the middle of the night, she imagined countless times that she would save her first hug for a handsome and godlike man like Daniel Wu or an imposing muscle man like Jason Statham. How could she have given it to some man pushing a broken-down bicycle? Su Xia Tian was infuriated. She was so angry that she wanted to bite the stinking man before her to death. Ah! Fuck off right now! Get your grubby paws off me! I'm going to kill you! Su Xia Tian roared in anger, scaring even Qin Feng. Qin Feng pushed Su Xia Tian away, then looked at her in confusion. Was this the goddess Qiuyu that he'd yearned for day and night? Was this still the cultured and refined #1 noble beauty Su Qiuyu who always spoke with a polite smile and 2 little dimples? Who are you? Qin Feng looked at Su Xia Tian with alarm, and appeared as though he'd seen a ghost. We haven't seen each other for only a month, so why does this woman seem completely different? Ah! You stinking man! Damn man, you hugged me and you're asking who I am? You're in Sky City and you don't know me? Do you really want to die? Su Xia Tian was even angrier than when Qin Feng hugged her. Her nickname, Sky City's #1 she-devil, was notorious throughout the city. No man between toddler age and 99 didn't know Su Xia Tian, but this stinking man didn't? This was an insult to Su Xia Tian. I might know you, but you don't have this kind of personality? Aren't you dignified, virtuous, noble, and refined? Are you Su Qiuyu or not? You just called me and told me to come find you. Qin Feng was brimming with questions. Su Xiatian finally calmed down a bit. So this thinking man was looking for Big Sister. Before leaving, she had mentioned that a very important guest was coming over and told her to keep her temper in check. She never imagined this important guest would be the vulgar man before her. Qin Feng was originally prepared to take the beauty Su Qiuyu, and now it seemed that incidentally there was a look-alike sister. When Qin Feng thought about the beautiful twin sisters, one gentle and cultured and one with an explosive temper, Qin Feng was afraid he'd find it hard to manage when they all lived together. Ha ha! So you're Miss Qiuyu's younger sister. Little sister, what is your name? Tell this big brother. Qin Feng looked at Su Xiatian with a smile. He really liked this woman's personality. You piece of trash, put your vulgar gaze away. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. You haven't even heard my name. I'm Sky City's #1 she-devil Su Xiatian. Su Xiatian was always particularly proud when she introduced herself because she'd always dreamed of being China's #1 she-devil. So your little sister Xiatian? Qin Feng smiled and walked closer to Su Xiatian. Other men did what they could to hide from the she-devil, but Qin Feng was the opposite. He took the initiative to take Su Xiatian's soft hand. You must not know that your older sister and I have a great relationship. She purposely called me over to visit, and insisted I stay several nights. She even said she wanted to chat with me throughout the night. Little sister Xiatian, from now on, we're family. My name is Qin Feng. You can call me dearest, husband, or whatever you'd like. Pervert, beast, human trash. Let go of my hand, bastard. Who wants to call you dearest? And you want me to call you husband? Pooh, hurry up and die. Qin Feng made Su Qiuyu so angry that she wanted to spit blood. She had lived for so long, yet no man had ever hugged or touched her like that before. As a result, the person she currently hated the most had hugged her and held her hand. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. However, Su Qiuyu found that this man's hands were quite strong. No matter how much she wanted to escape his grasp, she couldn't. Also, he could react very quickly. She wanted to kick him, but after tens of kicks, none of them touched Qin Feng. Little sister Xiatian, I know it's our first time meeting, so it must be hard to suppress your excitement at how handsome, distinguished, and elegant I am. But we still have a lot of time to get to know each other during the day, and we'll have lots of time to sleep together at night. Don't collapse from overexcitement. Qin Feng smiled shamelessly at Su Xiatian. This girl was too cute when she was mad. As she giggled, Su Xiatian suddenly felt a warm sensation spreading from her thigh. When she saw a filthy hand on her thigh, she yelled, Ah! What are you doing, Qin Feng? Keep your grubby paws off this mother's thigh. This Qin Feng was bold. No one had ever dared to act vulgar in front of Su Xiatian since she was born. Please drive nicely, little wife. You almost rammed the car into a tree just now. Do you know how to drive a car? Please don't tell me that you don't have a driving license. I'll have you know, your little hubby's life is very precious. Please don't ever kill me in a car crash. Qin Feng looked at Su Xiatian nervously, but he didn't even move his hand an inch from her thigh. Scumbag. I got my license when I was 18 years old, and I've driven for 5 years. My driving skill is #1 among women in Sky City. If it weren't for you, how could I possibly drive the car off the road? Get your filthy hand off me right now, you rascal. Su Xiatian deliberately drove at top speed because she thought Qin Feng had never been in a sports car before. So, she wanted to see Qin Feng scream and whimper like a little girl. However, Qin Feng wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he even got fresh with Su Xiatian. She was so infuriated that she screamed non-stop along the trip. Screech! The car arrived at First Clubhouse at last. In order to vent her feelings, Su Xiatian performed a cool tail-flicked parking trick. Indeed, her driving skill was excellent. She drifted 360 degrees and parked perfectly in the middle of 2 parking spaces. Get off my car now, scumbag. Later, you go into the club on your own. Starting from now, we're strangers. No, what it should be is, I've never known you, asshole. Su Xiatian furiously pushed Qin Feng out the car. After she shut the door, she started to change her clothes. Before, she wore a conservative black tracksuit. Now, she tore off the tracksuit, revealing the alluring brace's skirt inside. The brace's skirt was a miniskirt, exposing her white as snow, slender legs to the air after she removed her sports pants. Paired with crystal high heels on her feet, Su Xiatian really didn't fail her title as the #1 she-devil. In Sky City, she was sexy and energetic. Qin Feng arrived at the first clubhouse's entrance after he alighted from the car. He was halted by the guard before he could enter the building. Please show us your member card, mister. As a hedonist young master himself, of course Qin Feng knew entering a private high-end club like this required a member card. He also knew Su Xiatian intentionally brought him here to get her revenge. Please wait for a moment, brother. My lady is on her way. I'm her personal bodyguard, tasked with protecting the lady. I'll go in with Miss Su later on. After Qin Feng replied to the guard with a smile, he then stood aside with a calm expression, waiting for Su Xiatian. Very soon, a sexy and stylish little beauty walked over on happy feet. Sunlight fell on her body, forming a layer of golden light around her, making the stunning Su Xiatian even more dazzling and brilliant. All the passers-by couldn't restrain themselves and fixed their sights on her. However, Su Xiatian ignored these people. She was looking gleefully at Qin Feng, who stood outside the club and couldn't get in. Su Xiatian was so excited she wanted to shout. Karma, this is karma. Who asked you to have the guts to infuriate this young miss, you little brat? Do you think the title of #1 she-devil was just all hype? Just see how I'm going to punish you today. Miss Su, you've come. Please get inside now. Qin Feng walked forward as soon as Su Xiatian arrived. Su Xiatian had to mask her happy as lark feeling with a cold and indifferent demeanor. She didn't even give Qin Feng a glance, she just walked directly into the building. She'd said she'd pretend not to know Qin Feng after they alighted from the car. She didn't want to walk together with a rascal like him. It'd be shameful if her friends and those suitors knew she was acquainted with Qin Feng. Welcome, Miss Su. All the guards knew Su Xiatian. She wasn't required to show her member card as her face was practically a diamond card. Qin Feng trailed her leisurely after he saw Su Xiatian walk inside. You guys have worked hard, brothers. Since we are all on the same boat, I understand you too. With a beaming smile, Qin Feng patted the shoulders of those 2 guards. Either of them stopped Qin Feng this time. They even hailed him with a smile. Our job is nothing compared to Big Brother's. You're tasked with taking care of the young miss from the Su family. You're our senior, our role model. It's our fault for not recognizing you earlier. Please don't be angry. It's okay, it's okay. I should get going to protect my lady. Bye. Be at ease. Su Xiatian wanted to see a ridiculed Qin Feng. So she didn't walk farther into the building. Instead, she deliberately sat on a couch in the parlor. However, she only saw Qin Feng chit-chatting happily with the 2 guards, and they were polite to him. The degree of their enthusiasm was like they were seeing her. This enraged Su Xiatian greatly. She was so angry that she almost asked this club's manager to fire both guards. Why didn't you wait for me, little wife? Qin Feng had already reached her side and was looking at her with a grin. Su Xiatian was so startled she almost jumped. She was okay when Qin Feng addressed her as little wife if there was no one around. But now, they were inside the Cardinal Club, a place where the people from Sky City's upper crust gathered. Who there didn't know who she was? She'd rather die than let others hear this appellation. She was just 23 years old, as beautiful as a flower, and her suitors could be lined up from the south gate to the north gate of the city. How could she suddenly become somebody's wife? Moreover, she was a second wife. Stop this nonsense, Qin Feng. I'll tell you now, we're strangers from here on. If not, I'll ask the manager of this club to kick you out. Su Xia Tian glared at Qin Feng. She wanted to slice his tongue off. Okay, fine. Since little sister Xia Tian doesn't know how to admire my handsomeness, I should go to flirt with other beauties then. Don't you be jealous later. Qin Feng countered with a grin. Who was he? He was the #1 seducer in Acropolis City. Since he was in Sky City now, Qin Feng felt he might as well become the #1 seducer in Sky City. Humph! In your dreams! Get lost now. Just looking at you makes me want to puke. You're penniless and you want to hook up with a beauty in this club? Ha! You're such a fool. You tickled your mother so much that my canines almost fell out. Su Xia Tian sneered at Qin Feng, as if she heard a big joke. After that, she stood up and walked into the club, too lazy to say even one more word to Qin Feng. Chapter 318. Chapter 318, Sky City's 4 Talents. In the first clubhouse's men's restroom, 4 men with unordinary auras dressed brightly and neatly were gathered with their heads and voices lowered as if in discussion. The tall and strong Liang wearing a purple suit suddenly spoke. Su Xia Tian is here. The expressions of the remaining 3 men shifted slightly. When Su, a man with dyed blonde hair and a sky blue suit, said, "The girl really is here. We can implement our plans for today." As for the other 2 men, one was Jiang Manhong, who wore a white suit and looked tall, fair, and handsome like a prince. The other was Zhao Yuxing, who had the air of a scholar. He wore a gray robe and held a wooden folding fan. These 4 were Sky City's famous 4 talents. "Liang, did you see whether or not Su Xia Tian came alone?" asked Jiang Manhong. Liang nodded. "Yup, alone. She's talking to some women in the clubhouse." Once the 4 men heard that Su Xia Tian had come alone, knowing smiles filled their faces. Then, according to the plan, let Talent Jian play Su Xia Tian a song first and bring her into our circle. Then, Liang, use your perfect body to attract her. At the same time, I'll write her something in calligraphy. Lastly, when Su will give her a good cocktail, and our plan will be mostly complete. Zhao Yuxing reconfirmed everyone's tasks. Each of the 4 talents had their own skills, and they were going to use their specialties to entice Su Xia Tian and lure her into their clues. When Su, put more of the drug in the drink. We 4 brothers have to take her tonight. Don't make it so that the drug wears off after the first person is done. Don't worry, I specifically got this strong medicine from Africa, so this girl will be in a drunken stupor tonight. The blonde Wen Su revealed a vulgar smile. The drug shouldn't be too strong, though. If the woman is messed up, then we won't be able to take her and we'll face the consequences. Zhao Yuxing's face darkened slightly. Our plan is already dangerous to begin with. The Su family is Sky City's most powerful family, and the Su elder loves the pair of beautiful sisters the most. Otherwise, with such quality good looks and figure, who knows how many rich young masters would have played with Su Xia Tian already? This pair of sisters are still virgins because no one dares to provoke the Su family. We'll record footage of tonight as backup to threaten Su Xia Tian with exposure of what happens. With the video, I think this girl won't reveal the situation to preserve face. But if this girl dies halfway when we're playing with her, then it'll be trouble. The 4 men present were all sons of major families in Sky City, so they were clear on the seriousness of Zhao Yuxing's warning. 3 sets of eyes fell on Wen Su. Don't worry, though the drug is potent, it's made from natural plants. It won't harm the body or leave any residual effects. Otherwise, I would have just bought a box of drugs in Sky City and there wouldn't have been a need to purposely find someone in Africa to send the goods over. Wen Su made a solemn vow, and the other 3 men's nervous expressions were eased. The 4 of them exchanged glances, and vulgar smiles reappeared on their faces. Once they thought of how they could do Sky City's #1 she-devil, Su Xia Tian, they were so excited that they wanted to shout aloud. Happy collaborating. The 4 of them fist-bumped one another with excitement. Happy collaborating. Then, An unfamiliar voice was heard, scaring the four talents and turning their legs to jelly. They immediately looked toward the restroom doorway to see a tall, strong, and handsome man standing there. None of the four men recognized him. "Brothers, what are you chatting about in the restroom? If you're collaborating, count me in." Qin Feng smiled and walked up to the four men. At the same time, he stopped recording on his phone and slipped it into his pants pocket. Who the fuck are you? How did you get in here? Where are the guards? Where are the guards that I stationed at the door? The four talents stared at Qin Feng in alarm. They had placed 2 bodyguards at the entrance to prevent anyone else from entering the restroom because they had very important things to discuss. However, Qin Feng now walked in nonchalantly. This defied the four talents' understanding. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they were so pale that they were about to break into a cold sweat. They were all very worried. This guy wouldn't have happened to have heard their plan, would he? Guards? You mean those 2 guys lying asleep by the entrance? Qin Feng walked in, pulled down his zipper, and began to urinate. So those 2 are your guards. You guys are dressed so lavishly, how could you have found guys like that to be guards? They fell asleep at the doorway to the restroom. Say, how did they fall asleep? Qin Feng appeared as though he cared nothing of the four talents, and he urinated while whistling. The four talents weighed Qin Feng's back with a fierce frigidity. Then, they all nodded in unison and stalked toward Qin Feng. Regardless of whether or not this brat heard their plan, the four talents were going to knock him unconscious, strip him bare, and toss him into the clubhouse. Stinking brat, drink piss. The muscular Li Yang was the first to rush up, while the remaining 3 talents followed. Li Yang had just uttered half of his insult when he suddenly stopped. Qin Feng had turned and shot a stream of warm yellow liquid at Li Yang, wetting his entire head. Li Yang went from being a handsome, high-spirited guy to a drowned dog stuck in a sticky situation. You called me? Qin Feng turned and looked at Yang Su in astonishment. He even intentionally shook his ass to spray the other 3 as well. Fuck, turn back around. No one called you, just keep pissing. Fuck, don't move around. You've gotten it all over me. The restroom was instantly filled with the cries and complaints of the four talents. The four talents had rushed over violently to beat up Qin Feng, and they were all covered in urine. They wanted to die. They shouted stupidly for a good while before running over to the sinks, where they began to rinse their clothes and heads. Qin Feng finished urinating, pulled up his pants, and left while whistling. When he passed the sinks, he looked at the 4 men. Huh! Did you come into the restroom to shower? This isn't a public bath. Did you guys walk into the wrong place? The expressions of the 4 men darkened, so angered by Qin Feng that they almost spat blood. After washing his hands, Qin Feng used water to style his hair handsomely. He then went to the ballroom of the clubhouse, where lots of men and women were gathered. The men were all clad in tuxedos, ties, and black dress shoes. They put on gentlemanly fronts and flirted with the pretty ladies. The women were all dressed splendidly. They either wore long dresses or qipao of the see-through style. They held glasses of red wine, wore heavy makeup, and chatted about bags and brand name ways worth tens or hundreds of thousands. This was a social gathering for the upper class. Qin Feng remembered the last time he participated in a similar gathering for the rich and powerful. That was when Han Ying first came to Acropolis. It felt like a lifetime ago now that he stood in a ballroom again. Handsome, could I have a drink with you? Qin Feng was tall and handsome with an impressive appearance. Once he stepped into the ballroom, a very beautiful woman walked over. Qin Feng took a glass of red wine from the tray a passing waiter held and replied, That would be my pleasure. Clink. The 2 of them clinked their glasses. Qin Feng drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp, while the beauty took a small sip. She saw that Qin Feng was a new face, and she wanted to check his background. Who knew if this was the only son of a hidden rich family? Then she'd be in luck. However, when she saw Qin Feng's lowly and rough manner in drinking wine, disappointment and disdain flashed in the beauty's eyes. Beauty, why are you bored after one sip? You should drink the wine in one shot if we're to have a good relationship. Are you not giving this big brother any face? Qin Feng shouted, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand while looking at the beauty. You're crazy. The beauty glared at Qin Feng, swayed her hips, and walked slowly away. Qin Feng weighed the back of the retreating beauty and smiled slightly. He naturally knew the woman's motive. However, Qin Feng now felt nothing for women like her, so it was wasteful to spend another word on her. Qin Feng looked around and quickly found Su Xiatian surrounded by a group of people. In a gathering for the rich such as this one, a person's social standing could be determined by the number of people surrounding them. In the entire ballroom, Su Xiatian was surrounded by the most people. The first circle was composed of beautiful women, and men only dared to stand in the second circle. This clearly showed that this she-devil was a dominant and powerful young heiress. When Qin Feng looked over, Su Xiatian happened to look in his direction as well, and their eyes met. Qin Feng smiled vulgarly while Su Xiatian bit her lip and glared at Qin Feng. She was afraid Qin Feng would suddenly rush up and greet her. That would be so embarrassing. Su Xiatian soon found that her worries were for naught. Though this Qin Feng was shameless and perverted, he kept his word. They previously agreed that they would pretend not to know each other in the clubhouse, so the guy really only glanced at her, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. However, Su Xiatian's lips had just curved up into a smile when they completely froze. A man's robust voice echoed in the ballroom, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to dedicate a piano piece to the most beautiful and youthful Miss Su Xiatian. I hope you'll like it. Qin Feng sat at the piano in the center of the clubhouse. The soft lighting fell on his body. He wore a well-ironed black suit. Today, he wasn't a prince on a white horse, but a dark knight that saves the princess. Qin Feng's hands came down before Su Xiatian could refuse. His hands were fair and long. Many women saw them and were ashamed. His 10 fingers came to life. They nimbly and elegantly danced across the black and white keys. Qin Feng had elementary piano skills. His playing was so good that he surprised Zhao Lingxian, who was an arts student majoring in music. It had also won over the famous celebrity Rao Sherman. Once the elegant piano piece was played, it lingered in the audience's heads and hearts. The noisy and bustling scene immediately quieted, leaving only expressions of content and avid listening. This was the first time Qin Feng played and heard this piano piece, but it seemed as though he had practiced it hundreds or thousands of times. This was the mysteriousness of the elementary piano skills. Qin Feng felt that the hedonist sovereign system could be renamed to the acting pretentious system. Sky City's 4 talents are here! A startled gasp suddenly came from the audience. The handsome men and beautiful women who were immersed in Qin Feng's piano playing regained their senses and looked toward the entrance of the ballroom. Chapter 319. Chapter 319, Courting Envy. Qin Feng looked over in curiosity. He was one of the 4 princes in Acropolis City, and the top-ranked playboy. He never expected Sky City had a F4 group as well. They even called themselves the 4 talents of Sky City. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously when he heard their title. These people are even more shameless than I am. So they are the so-called 4 talents? TSK, that really disappoints me. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the 4 talents. When he saw their appearance, Qin Feng's smile grew even broader. Sky City's 4 talents were those 4 bad guys whom Qin Feng had met in the restroom. They were plotting to do something to Su Xiatian. These 4 fellows got splashed from top to bottom by Qin Feng not long ago. But now, they showed up in tuxedos and leather shoes. Li Yang, in particular, who had been the first to rush up and get his head drenched by Qin Feng in the restroom, had washed and restyled his hair already. The 4 talents walked in formation with a 50-centimeter spacing between each of them. All of them strided with their heads high and chests puffed out. Their expressions were either cold and prideful or smiling gentlemanly. They were nothing like that bunch of pitiful people in restroom before. Wow! The 4 talents are here! They're so handsome. This person likes the fitness prince the most. He's so hot in a tuxedo. Only his strong physical build could do justice to a tuxedo. I like Jiang Manhong. His piano playing is outstanding. I like Wen Su then. His appearance when making a cocktail is so cool. Zhao Yuxing's great as well. His proficiency in calligraphy is almost as great as those masters. Sky City's 4 talents represented the younger generation of 4 big families in Sky City. Their family backgrounds might not be top-no when the foursome was considered individually. It was only because the 4 of them had formed a group, and at the same time the families backing them collaborated each other, that they could become well known in Sky City, almost as famous as the number 1 noble beauty Su Qiu and the number 1 she-devil Su Xia Tian. These 4 guys were tall and handsome. Moreover, each of them had their own specialties and different personalities. Their entrance had caused the beauties to scream with joy. Several beauties had already encircled them, and welcomed their arrival before they could enter the ballroom. 4 talents had looked at Su Xia Tian as soon as they entered the ballroom. The 4 of them then approached her after they ascertained that there were no bodyguards near her. It has been a long time, Miss Su Xia Tian. You're getting more and more beautiful. 4 talents hailed Su Xia Tian casually and sat beside her. On the other hand, Su Xia Tian wasn't that enthusiastic. She just glanced at the 4 indifferently in reply. Allow me to play you a wonderful piano piece to show my admiration and respect for you, Miss Su. Jiang Manhong got to his feet and gazed fondly at Su Xia Tian. He was renowned as the Prince of Piano. He was the most handsome among the 4, cultured and refined, and good at the piano. Wow! His request caused a commotion among the beauties. It was such a wonderful experience for a woman to have Jiang Manhong personally perform a piano piece. These women eagerly wished he would perform something just for themselves. Su Xia Tian suddenly looked at Jiang Manhong. You want to play the piano for me? As she talked, she cast a faint smile at Jiang Manhong, startling him. This was the first time this woman smiled at him since he'd known her. However, those who knew Su Xia Tian knew that you had to wow when this she-devil smiled at you. This was because she was planning to prank you. Of course. It's my greatest honor to play a piano piece for Miss Su. Jiang Manhong agreed after he pondered for a while. This was the first step of their plan, to acquire Su Xia Tian's favor through his piano performance. How could the plan fail at his hands? However, a man performed a piece for me earlier on, and he did well. Su Xia Tian's smile became more intense. She then added, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself if your piano skills aren't as great as his. Jiang Manhong's countenance sank. He was reputed for his piano skills among the 4. How could he tolerate another man stealing his thunder? Where is the man Miss Su mentioned just now? This talent would like meet him in person and see where that little brat comes from. Su Xia Tian was happy when she saw the infuriated Jiang Manhong. She would normally give the 4 talents the cold shoulder. This was because she thought these 4 fellows were too childish and pretentious. She deliberately agreed to Jiang Manhong's suggestion to play her a piano piece today because she wanted to put Qin Feng in a sticky situation. Su Xia Tian's mind was occupied by Qin Feng today. She was almost enraged to death by Qin Feng and she intended to vent her fury by punishing him. There. That guy sitting at the piano. I felt he was so handsome when he was playing it. Su Xia Tian gazed at Qin Feng like an infatuated girl. Jiang Manhong sent Qin Feng a fiendish look. Humph. There is no one in this Sky City who could play piano better than. Jiang Manhong was dumbstruck before he could finish his words. He almost ran away instinctively the moment he saw Qin Feng. Isn't this the bastard who urinated on everyone in the restroom? However, he calmed down right away. First, this place was Sky City, his territory. Second, he was the most successful man among the younger generation in Sky City, and one of the members of Sky City's 4 talents. How could he be afraid of some nameless little brat? You just sit here and wah, Princess Xia Tian. I'll certainly play a masterpiece, and crush his ego. Jiang Manhong vowed solemnly to Su Xia Tian. I'm looking forward to your show, Talent Jiang. Su Xia Tian winked mischievously at Jiang Manhong. Jiang Manhong staggered when Su Xia Tian smiled at him. Su Xia Tian smiled at me? She even winked at me. Does this mean she's fallen in love with me? Jiang Manhong suddenly felt full of energy. Even without Su Xia Tian, he'd already planned to get his revenge on Qin Feng. This fellow dared to pee on the four of them, a feat which no other man in Sky City would dare to do. Not even Su Qiuyu or Su Xia Tian. Of course, the four talents were willing to be peed on by both of them. Move away, brat. Jiang Manhong arrived at Qin Feng's side as everybody looked on. Hey! Were you guys done bathing so soon? Qin Feng refused to stand up. Instead, he smiled at Jiang Manhong. People from the city really know how to enjoy life. Bodyguards sleeping outside restrooms and their masters bathing inside it. Don't tell me you guys even pee and poop in the shower room. Qin Feng's words raised a hubbub among the audience. They were not jeering at Jiang Manhong but angered by Qin Feng's vulgar and confusing words. In their perspective, these words were a pain in the ears and one shouldn't simply speak such indelicate words at a high-class gathering like this. None of them could restrain themselves, casting disdainful looks at Qin Feng. The awkwardness inside Jiang Manhong's heart faded after he noticed the reaction of the crowd. With a scornful look, he yelled, I can't fathom why the first clubhouse allowed a peasant worker like you to enter. A rat's dropping can spoil a whole pot of soup. The level of this ballroom has been pulled down by your intolerably vulgar attitude. It was obvious that Jiang Manhong was targeting Qin Feng, and the onlookers naturally would side with Jiang Manhong. All of them started gesticulating at Qin Feng and belittling him. Amused by this scene, Su Xia Tian smiled, her big eyes narrowed into two small crescent moons, and tears almost fell from her eyes. However, Qin Feng retained his composure, seemingly ignoring their discussion. He then looked indifferently at Jiang Manhong and said, Are you looking down on peasant workers? After that, he glanced at the crowd with a serious demeanor. All of you, are you looking down on peasant workers? Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud. But he spoke with inner qi, so his words fell clearly and loudly in the ears of everyone in the ballroom. His voice was sonorous and forceful, full of vigor. How dare all of you look down on peasant workers? Do you think you're better than them? This clubhouse provided a platform for all of you to play, to act pretentious, to hook up for one-night stands, and to flaunt your wealth. But who built this clubhouse? It was built by those peasant workers piece by piece, day after day. They earned their pay with their own hands, and worked tirelessly for day and night. You guys are human, are you not? Did you all ever earn a single penny with your own hands? Never. All of you just get money from your parents. You all are a bunch of spendthrifts, hypocrites. You're all over 20 yet you've achieved nothing. Do you guys still think you're superior to those peasant workers? The way I see it, you're all the scum of the world, a horde of gluttonous, blood-sucking maggots. What's good about you if the noble status of yours were taken away? Let me tell you guys, this elder hates hedonist young masters the most. Why hasn't lightning struck? Qin Feng halted abruptly before he could finish his speech. He suddenly realized he was a hedonist young master himself. The originally lively clubhouse fell silent. Only a couple of angry and fiendish expressions could be seen and the sound of panting could be heard. All of them were a bunch of good-for-nothing young masters and misses who led hedonistic and dissolute lives for more than a decade. They wouldn't felt ashamed and shed tears simply because of Qin Feng's words. They'd only hate him more. What right and position did a bratty little nobody like him have to lecture them? Su Xia Tian's pupils constricted as she looked fixedly at Qin Feng. He wasn't the usually vulgar and frivolous Qin Feng. He seemed to have a golden halo surrounding his body, and his aura was so intense that people couldn't breathe. Humph! You're such a glib talker, but you're no better than us either. Also, please don't twist the meaning of what I just said. I definitely don't despise any profession. I just think you shouldn't appear in a place like this. Your very existence at here is a disgrace to everybody, and you even insulted yourself. Jiang Manhong glared icily at Qin Feng. I don't feel any discomfort here. There are so many beauties for me to admire. Even the #1 she-devil of Sky City is here. I like this place very much. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 320. Chapter 320. The 4 talents are pitiful. Teaser. Humph. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with a person with a background like yours. Hurry and fuck off. I want to play a piano piece for Miss Sue. Jiang Manhong felt that he couldn't beat Qin Feng verbally, so he was going to suppress him by playing the piano. He hadn't heard Qin Feng's performance, but seeing how unpresentable Qin Feng looked, Jiang Manhong didn't even take Qin Feng into any sort of consideration. He was certain this person just casually learned to play a couple of songs to pick up girls. Jiang Manhong achieved level 6 in the nationally recognized piano standard. How could a noob like Qin Feng compare to him? Then play a song, Talent Jiang. Good thing I'm here. I can give you some pointers. Qin Feng stood. Jiang Manhong was about to sit down, but when he heard Qin Feng's words, he almost stumbled and fell. This brat was too fucking savage. No, this brat's skin was too fucking thick. Jiang Manhong quickly composed himself. He had an important plan to execute today, and it couldn't be messed up by this lunatic Qin Feng. He wore a white suit, and even his dress shoes and belt were white. He looked like Prince Charming on a white horse as he sat at the piano with the soft light shining on his handsome face. Before he even began to play, a sea of gasps arose from all around. Jiang Manhong revealed a gentlemanly smile and basked in the feeling of being the center of attention. He slowly lifted his arms, quickly set them on the black and white keys, and began to play dexterously. This was a well-known piece, the piano version of Castle in the Sky. The melody rose and fell, unconstrained. It contained a slightly melancholic rhythm, quickly quieting the audience, and made them listen attentively. After the song was over, many people clapped. Many of the heiresses present were expert pianists. They could tell that Qin Feng's world-famous piece was much more difficult than Jiang Manhong's Castle in the Sky. Also, Qin Feng's fingers were much more nimble, and his control and understanding of music were levels above Jiang Manhong's. However, since Qin Feng made everyone mad earlier, even if they noticed, they wouldn't mention it. Brat, let's consider this a lesson your big brother has for you today. Now you know what a real piano performance is. Jiang Manhong basked proudly in all the applause he received, and even provoked Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled lightly, then sat at the piano once again. I, Qin Feng, am a person who stands by my word. Earlier, I said I was going to instruct you, so I'm not going to eat my words. As such, the song you played was horrible. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when his fingers began to dance across the piano keys. If one were to rank Qin Feng's elementary piano skills, it would be equivalent to a nationally recognized level 10 expert. How could Jiang Manhong, a level 6 pianist, compare? Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. An elegant and beautiful tune was heard once again, and it was Castle in the Sky, which Jiang Manhong had just played. However, when Qin Feng played, the song had a very different feel to it. It was animated and happy with a distant hint of worried consideration. It didn't only elicit one emotion, but drew out a complex variety of them. Like an unopened can of rainbow candy, every color represented an emotion, and they surged from the depths of everyone's souls. He's actually playing with one hand! Someone shouted in surprise, causing the audience to regain their senses. Qin Feng had a hand behind his back and was playing the iconic song with just his right hand and his feet, pushing the piece to new heights. Though many people disliked Qin Feng, they couldn't help but admit that they had to bow down to Qin Feng's superb piano performance. Listening to the song evoked memories of her colorful childhood, the happy days when she still had her parents with her. Thump! The last note fell, and Qin Feng stood. He wandered up to Jiang Manhong and smiled lightly at him as he asked, Talent Jiang, did you learn something? At this, Jiang Manhong regained his senses and stared coldly at Qin Feng. He knew that his piano skills were indeed inferior to Qin Feng's, and his prior words were like needles stabbing him in the chest. Though he was angry and unwilling to accept the reality, he couldn't utter a word. "I'd like to gift that song I just played to Miss Su Xiatian as well. I hope you liked it, Miss Su." Qin Feng spoke gently, and the audience slowly came back to themselves. Many people began to look at Qin Feng differently. In particular, some heiresses were sending Qin Feng coquettish glances. "Ha ha! They're both expert pianists, and they both played equally well." Since Jiang Manhong failed, Li Yang immediately stepped forward. With a flourish, he removed his purple jacket and tossed it aside. He wore a white dress shirt, and the shirt was extremely thin. Under the magnificent lights, one could make out his firm pecs and sexy eight-pack. "Wow! Li Yang is my favorite among the four talents. Look at his muscles. I want to go up and feel them. He truly is a fitness god. His body is such a perfect inverted triangle. How nice it would be if he took off his shirt as well." Li Yang had the best body among the four talents, and was known as the fitness god. He purposely flexed his muscles after taking off his jacket, immediately eliciting a wave of cheers. "Miss Su, you're the top heiress in Sky City. Let me, Li Yang, stay by your side and act as your personal bodyguard." Li Yang's words made the other beautiful women jealous. The mere thought of one of the four talents, Li Yang, volunteering to be their personal bodyguard made many women blush. "I don't have much of an opinion regarding your becoming my personal bodyguard, but you have to first prove your abilities." Su Xiatian looked nonchalantly at Li Yang. She didn't care much about his muscles. "How do you want me to prove myself, Miss Su?" Li Yang's eyes brightened. Su Xiatian really was different today, she agreed so easily. "You saw that piano-playing guy from earlier, he looks really cocky and he embarrassed Jiang Manhong, one of your four talents. Go suppress him. If you can make him lose face once, that'll prove that you're capable and I'll consider making you my personal bodyguard," said Su Xiatian indifferently. Li Yang laughed, sneered internally. He hated Qin Feng the most because in the restroom earlier, Qin Feng soaked his entire head. Now that Su Xiatian also hated the guy, and even told him to teach the guy a lesson, Li Yang was unspeakably happy. "Qin Feng, right? Your piano skills aren't bad. Would you be interested in competing with me as well?" Li Yang smiled and arrived before Qin Feng. "Oh ho! You changed your hairstyle quick. Didn't you have a bowl cut earlier? Now you have an afro." Qin Feng smiled at Li Yang. "Not bad, not bad. Rich people really are willful. You even changed your hairstyle 3 times a day. You..." Li Yang was so angry at Qin Feng that he almost spat blood. How could he not tell what Qin Feng was alluding to? The scene in the restroom where Li Yang got his head soaked immediately came to mind, and his stomach churned with anger. "Do you have the guts to compete with me or not? Why would I compete with you? If I win, will I gain a lot of face?" Qin Feng looked at Li Yang like he was looking at a fool. The audience surrounded and weighed the two of them converse. When have the four talents ever been slapped in the face by someone? But they seem to be out of luck today. If you beat me, then I'll give you 100,000 yuan." Li Yang was desperate. He had to lure Qin Feng into competing with him. "There's something wrong with your brain. I'm really afraid that if you keep talking, I'll go crazy as well." Qin Feng spoke while walking up to Su Xiatian. Li Yang had an icy expression as he followed Qin Feng, looking like his underling. Wherever Qin Feng went, he went as well. "Then tell me what you want me to do to get you to compete with me." Li Yang felt defeated by Qin Feng. In the face of this guy, he was helpless. "Beg me, and be sincere. If you can move me, then I'll think about it." Qin Feng sat at a table and smiled as he cast flirty glances at Su Xiatian. Su Xiatian was so angry that she stamped her foot, turned away, and pretended not to know Qin Feng. All the rich young masters and heiresses were stunned. They were all wide-eyed, their mouths were agape, and they looked like they wanted to eat their fists. Were these really Sky City's distinguished, uninhibited, and insufferably arrogant four talents? Why were they all so pitiful today? First, Jiang Manhong's piano skills were subpar and Qin Feng taught him a lesson. Now, Liang was like an underling begging Qin Feng to fight him? Who was this Qin Feng that the four talents were so set on him? Did he really have that strong a reputation? Li Yang's fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking noises. For a talent like him, begging Qin Feng to compete with him was worse than death. However, when Li Yang saw the looks the other three talents cast his way, he could only internally admit his mistake. Since they still had a plan to complete today, and Li Yang was certain he wouldn't lose this competition, he didn't really mind begging Qin Feng for now. Later, when they competed, he would ruthlessly slap this brat in the face and release the rage within him. He would make sure Qin Feng couldn't even lift his head. Okay. I'm begging you to compete with me. Once Li Yang said this, a sea of gasps came from all around. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.